A perfumer would know, could tease apart each delicious herbal note. He'd said so. She couldn't. All she could do was inhale and sway closer and wonder. Did you explain all this to your ex-girlfriends? Why you were different in private than in public? She asked. Because if I hadn't pushed just now, I got the sense you'd have avoided the subject as long as possible. The material of his jeans teased against her knit leggings, thigh against thigh, and her lips parted. I haven't had many relationships, April. He wasn't speaking into her ear anymore, but facing her from inches away, gaze as steady as that rhythmic heartbeat. Just to be clear. Oh, he was very, very clear. From the heat radiating off him, his blown pupils, she suspected a glance downward would make his current state even more undeniable. His hand tightened over hers. And for the most part, I wasn't different in private. Not until I knew them and trusted their discretion. Once I did trust them. He leaned back a tad and ran his free hand through his hair. I tried to transition slowly. At that point, things fell apart, for obvious reasons. With those bare centimeters of distance, she could breathe a little more easily. But her thinking remained muddled by pheromones and the lightning strike of lust, and she had no idea what he meant. At her frown, he elaborated. They began dating me based on my public persona, and then found themselves with someone entirely different, someone inexplicable and kind of boring. When I'm not filming or working out, I like to stay home and listen to audiobooks, or go online, or He paused. Or ride horses, or watch baking shows with Alex. I was, When he took a half step away, the morning chill sneaked between them. I was a disappointment, I guess. To his exes, the change must have seemed inexplicable. And to Marcus? Damn it! He must have felt rejected for who he really was, again. On top of that, dating someone in the public eye is hard on a relationship, even without other issues, he said. You've already experienced a few of the downsides. Did the paparazzi find you last week? Yeah. If she sounded like she didn't care, that was almost entirely the truth. Especially at this moment, with this man only inches away. Now that the fog had lifted, sunshine highlighted the starbursts of fine lines at the corners of his solemn eyes, the brackets surrounding his perfect mouth, the creases running across that noble forehead. Somehow the lines didn't look like flaws, even in the unfiltered, unforgiving glare. Instead, they only transformed his unmistakable prettiness into something earthier, something she could grasp in her fist and take between her teeth and consume. Honestly, if she hadn't begun to like him so much, she would find his excessive handsomeness extremely aggravating. And despite all her affection, she still wanted to rumple all that beauty, wanted to sink her fingers into that shiny, silky hair and pull, even as she traced the jut of his jaw, sharp as flint, with her tongue. What sound would he make if she bit him there? When he swallowed, his throat bobbed. Is that why you changed your number? He was breathing faster now, and fuck, she wanted him gasping in need. For her. Only her. She shrugged. Once they figured out my name, I had a few calls and some pictures taken. But changing my number helped, and they seemed to lose interest after a couple of days. Once they concluded we weren't dating anymore. I figure the reprieve will end soon, and that's okay. It's a price I'm willing to pay. What strangers said didn't concern her. Her mother's phone calls, however, she'd dodged since that first date. Are you sure? With a gentle fingertip, he urged her face toward his again. Because you're right. They'll find us again. Find you. If you decided to protect your privacy and stop seeing me, I'd understand. He'd bared himself metaphorically for her today. It was enough. More than enough. Despite the dangers of their involvement. So she had every intention of bearing him literally. Tonight, if possible. Maybe you'd understand? I wouldn't. Boldly, she stepped into him again. If I want you, I'm not letting a few strangers with cameras stop me from having you. Dropping her hand from his chest, she slid it around to his back, slipped a fingertip below the hem of his sweater and teased the hot, bare skin just above his jeans. As he bit off a rough sound, she walked him back, their thighs tangling with each step, until he was pressed against a sturdy-looking wrought iron fence, and she was pressed tight to him. Her heart was thumping hard enough to shake her, and it wasn't due to all that caffeine. Once she got on tiptoe, she laid her mouth on his jaw. The merest hint of stubble abraded her lips, a welcome friction. The tight-stretched flesh there tasted like salt on her tongue, and vibrated with his low moan. She took that skin between her teeth and licked. His hips bucked, and she gloried in the way he ground against her so fiercely, just for one mindless moment. What do you say, Marcus? Back against that fence, where passers-by couldn't see, she slid both hands beneath his sweater and stroked up the satiny line of his spine, then dragged her nails lightly going back down. Should I have you? He didn't answer in words. He didn't need to. It seemed she'd burned all the gentleness out of him, and good riddance. He fisted her hair in one hand and splayed the other wide on the swell of her ass, hauling her tighter against him. Her own sweater had ridden up, and those knit leggings didn't blunt the sensation of his thigh nudging between hers, the jut of his cock against her belly. She might have backed him into that fence, but she wasn't in control. Not anymore. Turn about, he murmured against her neck, open mouth hot on her skin, and licked the spot, nipped it. You still have a mark here. Good. Her back hit the fence as he flipped their position, and he settled hard between her thighs. She huffed out a labored breath, dizzied and so fucking turned on she wanted to scratch and claw until he made the ache go away. His teeth and tongue scored a path of fire up her neck, under her own jaw, and then, oh, his mouth claimed hers like a battle prize, hard and desperate, and she opened to the claim without hesitation. Later they could try tender and sweet, but right now she wanted his tongue in her mouth, his teeth on her lower lip, and his groans swallowed by her panting breath. She wanted that possessive hold on her ass to squeeze her closer, closer, as the tug of her hair turned her nerve endings incandescent. Here he tasted like sugar instead of salt, like mint, like darkness and heat. So sweet, he rasped, then slanted his fierce, reddened lips across hers once more, and she moaned into his mouth as he rubbed against her just right. His jeans were loose enough that she could slide both hands beneath the denim if she kept them flat. Slide them beneath his ultra-soft underwear, too. And then she was sinking her short, blunt nails into the satiny, clenching, round cheeks of his ass and staking her own claim. At the sting, he ground against her again with a low, rough noise and twined their tongues greedily. His herbal scent was turning muskier, deeper by the moment, and her own overheated skin prickled with growing dampness. He couldn't wrap her legs around his waist and fuck her against this fence. Not in daylight, not in public, not given her size. But the next time she fished her Technicolor vibrator from her nightstand, she had a new fantasy to ride to a bed-shaking orgasm. When his mouth eventually lifted a hair's breadth from hers, she chased it. Then she heard the sound, too. Hey, you two, get off my property! It was a disgusted shout, originating from the doorway of the house beyond the fence. That's way too much tongue for a Saturday morning! Marcus gave a quiet snort, and he whispered in her ear, Apparently we can come back later this afternoon to dry hump against his fence again. During normal business hours. Regretfully, she slid her hands out of his jeans. Although there are also public indecency charges to consider. He rested his forehead against her shoulder for a moment, still breathless. Fair point. Then, with an odd sort of groaning whine, he levered himself away from her and turned to offer the man in the doorway his usual charming smile. Our apologies, sir. We'll be on our way now. The man emitted an unappeased grunt and disappeared back inside his house. As they returned to the sidewalk, Marcus cupped her hips and maneuvered her in front of him. Almost close enough to touch, but not quite. Stay here for just a minute, please. If she arched her back just a tad? Yes, there. As her ass pressed against the ridge of his erection, his fingers tightened to a pleasurable bite through her leggings. April? He sounded as if he was speaking through clenched teeth. You're not helping matters. Okay then, no more below-the-waist contact, at least for now. Instead, she tipped back her head, laid it against his shoulder, and smiled as they waited for his body to calm. Really? Because it felt like I was helping. Helping me get arrested, maybe. To echo a wise man, fair point. Luckily, her current state of swollen arousal wasn't quite so obvious. But God, she needed to squeeze her thighs together. Want to hold my purse? What does that have to do with... He paused. Oh, yeah, that'll probably work. Still, neither of them started walking. Instead, he hitched her a bit closer and they just cuddled for a minute. Her head on his shoulder, his strong, broad hands lightly stroking her sides and hips and arms. When he eventually folded her into his embrace, she rested her arms on top of his. After a moment, he kissed her temple, then laid his cheek there. It was the gentleness she'd told herself she didn't want. Turned out she was a liar because she wanted it all, his teeth and his tenderness, his pretty face and his laugh lines, the respected thespian and the hammy star of Shark Foon, the gold and the pyrite. Turning her neck, she pressed a soft kiss to the underside of his jaw. Come home with me, please. He didn't hesitate, not even for a breath. Yes, he said. Yes. Man-made. Exterior, shoreline at the base of the cliffs, dawn. Carmen has waded chest-deep into the surf, fully clothed, and Tritus flicks his tail idly to stay upright before her, gazing adoringly into her seafoam green eyes. Carmen. When will you return? Tritus. Whenever you need me. She casts him a shy glance through her lashes. Carmen. What if what I need from you, you can't give? He frowns, confused. Then realization dawns, and so does desire. He swims closer. Tritus. Trust me, I may only be half human, but I'm all man. Carmen. You mean... Tritus. Let me show you. But as they touch for the first time, hands entwined, her legs against his tail, her eyes widen and not in desire. Suddenly she is struggling to breathe, gasping and staggering away from him. Carmen. My allergy. Take help. I'd... Gasps. Forgotten. Tritus. No, my curse. It has finally come to pass. The tragedy of their love overwhelms him, and he swims away, disappearing beneath the waves. 16. So this is where I live. April waved him inside. It's an in-law apartment, so I have my own entrance, and it's relatively private. Marcus glanced around. Looks like a great find, especially in this area. An open floor plan, excluding the bedrooms and bathroom. Not overly spacious, but cozy. Well-maintained, too. with gleaming hardwood floors and stainless appliances and marble-looking countertops. Once she had the chance to settle in, he suspected it would become much more welcoming than his own LA home, with its aggressively modern interior design. Served him right for not overseeing the process himself, of course, but he'd been overseas at the time and eager to come back to a finished house. Sorry about the boxes. April shifted from foot to foot. I haven't had time to put everything away or get art on the walls. The white marble console table in the entryway, she'd chosen stone rather than wood, no surprise there, didn't wobble when he rested a hand on it, its surface cool and smooth and solid under his fingertips. I'm impressed by everything you've managed to unpack in such a short amount of time. She pursed her lips, but her little hums sounded like doubt. By the time he'd followed her to the apartment, some of her confidence and her unabashed, intoxicating sexual aggression had faded. Right now, her gaze was darting around the room, seemingly cataloging all the space's flaws. This was as nervous as he'd ever seen her, and that included their first dinner together and their first encounter with paparazzi. Which was unfortunate, because the change allowed his blood to cool and his head to clear too. Enough that he remembered his resolution to discuss one last sensitive topic with her before they bared themselves to one another. Not that he'd assumed they would, and she could change her mind now or whenever she wanted. But he'd hoped, fantasized. I know it's not what you're probably accustomed to, she began. April. He shook his head at her, an eyebrow raised in gentle reproof. My parents are prep school teachers, remember? I grew up in a house not much larger than your apartment. Her face brightened slightly at the reminder, but the stiff set of her shoulders didn't entirely ease. That's right, I'd forgotten. She was anxious about his judgment. That was obvious enough. What wasn't, whether all her nervousness really stemmed from her half-settled home. They'd come to her apartment for a purpose, one she'd made clear. But now that the prospect of so much intimacy, so much literal and figurative nakedness loomed before them, did she worry he might judge her and find her lacking in an entirely different way? She wandered toward the kitchen area. Are you hungry? We could eat lunch if you'd like. I have some leftover pizza. Some leftover fried rice, too. Her shoulder lifted, and she opened the refrigerator and scanned the shelves. Sorry, I haven't done much cooking since the move. Not that I cooked much before then, either. He wasn't going to get a better opening than that. She didn't move from the refrigerator as he walked up behind her. Not even when he wrapped his arms around her from behind, looping them just above her waist. Her body was still within his embrace, stiff, although she didn't move away. After a few seconds, she relaxed, melting into him the way she had earlier. Ducking his head, he rested his chin on her round shoulder. I like to cook, which is good, because my job means I have to be careful about what I eat, how I exercise, too. And there it was. He might as well have been holding a piece of her stone countertop. No surprise there. April. He pressed a quick kiss to the newest bruise on the side of her neck. After those donuts this morning, I'll probably eat nothing but protein and vegetables for the rest of the day. I can't have leftover pizza or fried rice. I'm not especially hungry anyway. But... She was closing the refrigerator door and twisting out of his arms and moving away from him, and he didn't try to stop her. He just kept talking and hoped she was still listening. I don't expect anyone else to eat or exercise the way I do. It's a part of my job, that's all. He gestured to the shiny refrigerator. So if you are hungry and want pizza, have pizza. If you want fried rice, have fried rice. If you want to eat more donuts the size of your head, or another of those Cocrofenuts, she muttered, finally meeting his eyes again. Whatever the fuck those things are, you should do it, despite the very real risk that more caffeine might actually make you levitate. He tried to infuse each word with every bit of sincerity he could muster, every bit of reassurance. What I eat or don't eat is irrelevant. He shouldn't know why she'd turned cold in the cab after their day at the museum. But he did know, and before they fell into bed together, she needed to hear the truth. His body was a tool for his job. He intended to keep it strong and durable and flexible. If the attention he had to pay to food and working out would trigger anxiety for her, or make her uncomfortable in ways she couldn't get past, then they both needed to know that now. She'd paused several feet away from him, leaning a hip against the countertop. Behind those adorable glasses, her brown eyes were narrowed, assessing. It wasn't enough that he was telling the truth. She had to believe it, too. He intended to project earnestness and credibility using every trick in his actor's playbook. He kept his stance open under her scrutiny, his hands relaxed, his gaze steady in return. Before her, he stood calm and stalwart, the very exemplar of trustworthiness. Another long pause, and then she inclined her head and took a small step toward him. Fair enough. The sudden release of tension weakened his legs, and he propped his butt against the countertop for extra support as he cast her a sidelong glance. You mentioned lunch. Do you want to eat something? For the first time since they'd arrived at her apartment, a wicked edge turned her smile sharp, predatory. Jesus, he'd run past SFX fireballs on set that weren't as hot as April with that particular expression on her face. Best of all, her expression meant he'd done it. He'd navigated a verbal minefield without a script or character guiding his words. Him, of all people. And that gorgeous, incendiary device of a smile was his reward. Not food. Another step closer. Another. In other matters, I could be persuaded. His breath whooshed from his lungs. April. Her red gold hair spread over his thighs as he arched into her hot mouth and trembled. That particular image had brought him to orgasm numerous times over the past week. Almost as often as when he imagined the sounds she'd make as he licked her, how she'd buck in his hold and toss her head as he held her in place, how she'd tighten around his fingers when he sucked her clit, how she'd pulse and moan as she fell to pieces under his mouth. Just an hour ago, though, his cock had strained against the zipper of his jeans at the genesis of an entirely different fantasy. That one he could make happen, if she was willing. Right now, in her kitchen, with daylight pouring through her windows. He held out a hand. Come here. No hesitation. Her fingers intertwined with his, and she didn't pause or protest when he turned her and tugged until her back pressed against his chest. The counter behind him was hard and cold, but he barely felt it anymore, not given the heat and softness in his arms. The pressure of her generous ass against his growing erection turned his eyelids heavy, especially when she did exactly what she'd done on that sidewalk earlier. Tipping her hips, she rubbed up and down slowly, a caressing taunt. He ran his nose along her neck, sank his teeth a millimeter into her earlobe, glorying in her gasp and the clutch of her hands on his arms. His fingers flirted with the hem of her sweater. Can I touch you? Anywhere. He licked the rim of her ear. Anywhere? Really? Really. Twisting her neck, she pulled his mouth to hers for a brief, wet kiss, sucking his tongue until his vision turned white around the edges. When she faced front again, her head against his shoulder, he let his hands roam under her sweater. His palms stroked over her rounded belly, up her sides. Soft. She was so soft everywhere, full of curves and secret valleys. Her satiny skin was heating under his touch, even before he brushed a thumb along the swell of her breast, right above her bra. Her supportive, thick-cupped underwire bra, too thick for him to feel even a hint of her nipple, and too supportive and stiff to allow him to tug it down in a comfortable way for her. Fine. That could come off later. Her breasts weren't his primary goal right now anyway. He stroked downward again, trailed his fingers just above the waist of her leggings. Thank fuck for stretchy fabric. Her breathing hitched, the movement slight but definite under his lips on her neck. He mouthed and sucked and licked, one hand spread on her belly as the other slid beneath her leggings, slid beneath her smooth underwear, only to encounter slickness and heat between those trembling thighs. She let out a choked sound, and he paused. Okay? Yes! Her hips tipped, pressing her tighter against his hand. Please. Even with forgiving fabric, there wasn't much room to maneuver, but her warm, wet sex nestled perfectly into his hand. So perfectly. Carefully, he teased apart her hair and lightly stroked his fingertips along her folds, learning the intricacies of her by feel alone. She quivered beneath his touch, delicate and soft, and when he teased her entrance with his forefinger, she parted her legs wider, leaning more of her weight against him as her hands reached back to clutch his hips. But he slipped up again, exploring until he found it. Slow. He circled her clit gently, and her nails were gouging into his thighs now as she huffed out soft little noises. When he dipped lower again, she was even wetter, even hotter. This time he slipped a fingertip just inside, playing, rubbing. She arched against his hand and whimpered, and he smiled. Do you like something inside you when you come? Something to clench around? Her cheek was feverish under his lips. Unable to stop himself, he ground his stiff dick against her ass, and it made him burn even hotter. Or is the clit alone better? Her voice was a strangled whisper. Both. I want both. This time he didn't stop with a tease, but pressed a finger inside her. 2. Jesus, she was swollen and slick and so fucking hot. So fucking tight, too, even though her body offered no resistance whatsoever to the penetration. He hooked his fingers, rubbed. She exhaled shakily, then turned her face into his neck when his thumb found her clit again. By now, he was supporting both of them with the help of the countertop, grinding his jeans-covered cock against her in rhythm with her own rocking hips as she bit off moans with each circle of his thumb, each twist of his fingers. She began to stiffen against him, her flesh twitching under his thumb, around his fingers, and he tangled his free hand in her hair and urged her lips against his. She was too far gone for kissing, and he didn't give a fuck. As she panted into his mouth, he greedily swallowed every breath, every sound. Another circle around her swollen clit. Another. Then she gasped and arched and broke, sagging back against him as she squeezed his fingers and pulsed against his thumb and made low, keening noises. Gently, he stroked her through every twitch, every hitched breath. When she was done coming, he removed his hands from her leggings, turned her in his arms, and let her watch, eyes heavy-lidded, as he licked his fingers clean. A bit tart, earthy, which seemed appropriate for her. Perfect. The sunshine through the oversint window gilded her. She was flushed and dewy and languid, leaning heavily against him, and he wished he had enough talent to capture that look on film. Not that he wanted anything to puncture this private, idyllic bubble of a moment. With his thumb, he stroked a strand of hair away from her still damp temple. That was even better than I'd imagined. Her voice was husky, amused. You imagined this, making me come in my kitchen? The kitchen part was improvised. He chased the flush on her round cheeks with his lips, letting it warm him. But when you rubbed that amazing ass against me on the sidewalk, I wanted to get my hand into your pants and grind against you as you came around my fingers. She let out a breathy sound, and he drew back to grin at her. "So smug," she said, and he was almost certain that was meant to sound like a complaint. But there was too much affection in her tone for that. Too much satisfaction. "Where's your bed?" He ducked down to trace the plump peninsula of her earlobe with his nose, then with his tongue. "I want to see you spread out for me." She made that sound again. And yes, he would admit it. As she led him by the hand to her bedroom, his smile was definitely smug. Lavinia's server DMs, 8 months ago. Book Aeneas would never. "Hey, Elsie, you didn't reply to my messages yesterday?" Book Aeneas would never. "Which is fine, but I wanted to make sure everything was okay. It was the first day I hadn't heard from you in..." Book Aeneas would never. "Well, months, I guess. Anyway, if you haven't had time, I completely understand. But I just wanted to check on you." Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "Oh God, I'm sorry. Broke a glass and cut my leg last night. Ended up in the emergency room." Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "Before the stitches, they gave me the good pain meds, so I've been kinda out of it, sorry. Still am, I guess." Book Aeneas would never. "I'm so sorry you got hurt, Elsie. Are you okay?" Book Aeneas would never. Please, please tell me you had someone else drive you home, and have someone taking care of you now." Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "Taxi time, bitches!" Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "Not bothering friends so late, and no way I'd call my parents." Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "No worries, I'm fine now. Aeneas's confused boner week is taking care of me. Fanfic FTW." Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "Turgid, tumescent, throbbing, confused boners, FTW, really." Book Aeneas would never. "Elsie." Book Aeneas would never. "Shit. I wish I..." Book Aeneas would never. "Please be careful, and call someone if you need help." Book Aeneas would never. "I'll be checking on you whenever I can." Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. "Velvet over steel, mofos. Velvet over fucking steel." 17. Men lied. To themselves and to her. Cox didn't. Confronted with so much truth, veined, thick, glorious proof, even she couldn't doubt it anymore. He wanted her, as she was. April lifted her head and stole a glance at Marcus, currently kneeling between her thighs as she lay sprawled naked on her bed. For privacy, they'd drawn semi-sheer curtains across the windows, but some sunlight was still peeking through. Her room was aglow with it, every inch of her lit and exposed, and his erection had gone from impressive to painful looking when she'd spread her legs for him. Which was only fair, because the sight of him had her squirming restlessly. He was golden in the filtered sunshine, strong and lithe and honed, leashed energy vibrating in every movement. When he hunkered down lower and slid his hands slowly up her thighs, over every dimple and swell, his longer strands of hair in front swung down, shielding his eyes from her. They couldn't have made eye contact anyway, though. He was watching the path of his splayed fingers, or rather, her flesh, as it prickled and burned beneath his deliberate caress. To her disappointment, he didn't veer inward, toward the juncture of her thighs, but kept moving up, 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 past her hips, over the mound of her belly and the silvery pink stretch marks there, up her ribs, until he nudged the sides of her heavy breasts. But he didn't linger there either, instead finding and following the lines of her collarbones with his thumbs and trailing his knuckles lightly down the lengths of her arms. She left her palms turned upward and exposed to him. It was probably an unnecessary statement, given the openness of the rest of her body, but she'd wanted them both to know. She was choosing to trust him. He wasn't a stranger anymore. and she didn't intend for this to be a one-night stand. If he walked away now, if he turned a critical eye on her body, he would hurt her. Still, she lay there, the vulnerable, sensitive cups of her hands pale beneath the stroke of those golden fingers. His body a cage around hers, on hands and knees. He leaned forward and nuzzled into her right palm, pressed a soft kiss there. Then he trailed that sharp-edged jaw, ever so slightly rough at this point in the day, back up her arm, and rubbed into her neck until she actually giggled. She could feel him smile against her skin, and she was done lying still. His shoulders and triceps passed beneath her hands, his skin warm and smooth, every muscle obvious and delineated in a way hers were not and had never been. The light dusting of hair across his upper chest, dark golden and springy, she petted. His nipples she lightly thumbed to peaks, smiling herself as he arched over her and breathed out hard. Then she was stroking down his belly, solid and flat and bisected by more crisp hair. And suddenly he wasn't quite so leisurely anymore. He sat back on his heels, between her legs. Her exploring hands he nudged aside with a murmur of apology, something about how long it had been and how little restraint he had left. His own hands swept upward until he was cupping her breasts for the first time. They spilled out of his gentle hold, too big for containment, and he gave a little pleased-sounding hum. So soft. It was a murmur, as if to himself. With his thumbs he was circling her areally, watching the smooth skin furl in response. Then the pads of those thumbs were feathery on her nipples, brushing back and forth as her legs involuntarily parted further. Hunkering down again, he rubbed the near stubble on his jaw over the upper swells of her breasts. She gasped, and then his mouth was hot on her nipple, sucking, teasing, flicking, playing with the faintest hint of a tooth's edge as his fingers plucked the other. He switched and she shifted again, arched up against his mouth, greedy for more pressure. Breast play had never much interested her, to be honest, but the sensation was electric now, her lower belly turning heavy and liquid. He didn't linger, though, maybe because his breath was growing as short as hers. After a minute, he was dragging that jaw down again, down more, and then his breath teased through her coarse hair. When he parted her with his fingers, she squirmed, the cool air and anticipation both unbearable. He made a low, amused noise, and she wanted to smack him, but she wanted his mouth on her more, so she waited tensely. The bastard blew on her clit, a stream of cool air, and he was going to pay at some point in the future for that. She was trembling by then with the need to raise her hips to that teasing mouth, to fist her fingers in his hair and shove his face exactly where she wanted it. Then he licked her, unhurried and thorough, and she moaned instead, loudly. His arms were heavy on her thighs and hips, holding her in place as he settled down and got to work. His tongue was as strong and sensitive and agile as the rest of him, and God, his unrelenting patience as he flicked and sucked and nosed through her slickness. "Fuck," she whispered, delving her fingers through his hair, clutching his shoulders. "Marcus!" At the sound of his name, he sucked on her clit a little harder, and she couldn't stay still. When her hips lifted, he held her down, held her in place, forced her to accept his pace with the unrelenting strength of his arms. None of it hurt, nothing, but she wasn't going anywhere, not unless he wanted her to, even though she was so much bigger than him. The force of that knowledge whited out her brain for a moment, and she whimpered. He lifted his head for a moment, raising himself up on his arms enough to make eye contact, and she groaned at the sudden absence of that incredibly talented tongue. "Everything okay?" His mouth was wet with her, his pupils wide and dark. "If I do something you don't like, just tell me, or if you want me to stop." Okay, enough talking, back to licking. I'll let you know if I have any complaints. She lightly pushed at his shoulders and raised her hips again. Because God, please. In the meantime, for the love of... Even as a demigod, he'd never looked quite so self-satisfied. Say no more. Tangling her fingers in his hair, she let out a breathy, appreciative gasp at the darting flick of his tongue. Jesus, if he'd learned that swirling motion for a role, as he had so many of his other impressive skills, she was applauding his choice of parts and possibly nominating him for a retroactive porn award of some sort. He was sucking on her clit again, flicking it with his tongue, and his thumb was circling her entrance, pressing just inside and rubbing around and around, and she was rocking and arching against him, grinding against his mouth as her chin tipped back and her world became brightness behind her eyelids. Fuck! Fuck! And then, his mouth was gone. He was scrambling off the bed, reaching for his jeans, and she lay there and trembled in near orgasm and scowled at him with the full force of her displeasure. His hands were unsteady, too, as he smoothed the condom over his cock, and he winced apologetically as he caught her eye. Wasn't sure I could last long enough inside you for a third orgasm, and I want to feel you come around my dick. Humph. That was reasonable enough, she supposed, and she stopped glaring. Do you want on top, or... He flopped down on the mattress, his face flushed and eager and oddly young. I'd love to have you ride me, if that's good for you, so I can watch you above me. Her own face warmed at that, and the pleasure wasn't entirely sexual. She straddled his lean hips, and because she was apparently a vindictive bitch when sexually frustrated, she took her time about positioning him and sinking down on his cock. She lowered herself slowly, swallowing him inch by inch, eyes locked to his, hands braced on his thighs behind her as he stretched her wide. April, he protested, but he had no right to complain, and he knew it. She was so slick and ready, the penetration was nothing but pleasure for her, and she clenched around his thickness within her and smiled with her own brand of smugness as she slid down, down, down on him. By the time she was done, by the time she had his cock hot and hard and wholly within her, he was panting and hitching his hips against her weight, his blue-gray eyes dazed and frantic. But in that position, with her size, she had the power now. Leaning forward, she tucked her hair behind her ears and petted his dampening chest. Everything okay? Shit, she had to grind against him, just a little, because she was still so very close, and her eyes went half-lidded with the jolt of sensation. If I do something you don't like... Yes, yes. His smile was tight and pained, but genuine. I'll let you know. She forced herself to still. I'm taunting you, obviously. He huffed out a little laugh. Obviously. But I mean it, too, she told him. I know. I appreciate that. Each of his hard breaths lifted that flat belly, shifting her like an ocean's wave. Now let me. His thumb found her clit and rubbed slowly, and she closed her eyes entirely. Oh, yes. Leaning back again, she braced herself and began to rock on him. Not up and down, because she was too far gone for that. Back and forth against that agile, teasing thumb as his cock filled her and spread her wide. April. His other hand was squeezing her hip in a possessive hold. April. When he shifted beneath her, she cried out, the bolt of pleasure between her thighs unexpected. Despite her weight, he was lifting his hips beneath her in shallow, short thrusts, fucking her from below as she clutched his thighs, his lifted knees, anything she could take hold of. Fuck, he was so strong, so hard within her, swelling and somehow pressing deeper, rubbing her inside and out, and his thumb. The pressure burst, and she was making loud, harsh sounds, clenching around him again and again, heedless of anything but how fucking good he felt, moving inside her, still circling her clit, levering himself up to kiss her hard, before he fell back again and bucked his hips and shouted and shook. He kept his hand on her until the end, coaxing every last twitch from her sated flesh. When she slid to the side, reluctantly parting from him to collapse boneless onto the mattress, he cupped her cheek and kissed her softly and sweetly. He tasted like her. His fingers were still slick with her. That touch, that unhurried kiss, were a statement, she knew, made silently and immediately, before she had even a moment to wonder and worry. He repeated that statement after they both made quick trips to her bathroom, with the way he immediately climbed back into bed and cuddled close, encasing her with all four limbs, in a way she would soon find smothering, but welcomed for now. He was stroking her back in long sweeps, murmuring in her ear about how fucking hot it was to watch her riding him, how the sounds she made when she came pushed him into his own orgasm, just as much as the feel of her squeezing him. How next time he was going to make her fall apart with his mouth alone. They were all welcome words, but not his actual message. He didn't need to say it aloud. She heard anyway. This wasn't just a fuck. I love your body. I'm not going anywhere. Shark Foon. Interior, Oval Office, noon. Dr. Braden Finn stands with girl in bikini number 3 before the president, his tight swim briefs covered only by his white lab coat, both still splattered with the blood of his fallen, chomped-upon colleague. He's also wearing safety glasses and a look of grief and determination. The president is staring up at him, steely-eyed, elbows on her desk, fingers steepled. President Fulworth. You're wasting my time. This is no emergency. Braden.
Madam President, it is. You don't understand. The typhoon is so powerful, the sharks so enormous, nowhere is safe. Not our aircraft carriers, not our nuclear facilities, not even here, with the reflecting pool so close to the white.
President Fulworth, smiling coldly. The Mariana Trench is a continent away. You're dismissed. A gust of wind and the sound of breaking glass. A shark crashes through the Oval Office windows and bites the president in half, then gulps down the other half too, and disappears out the same window in pursuit of other victims. Girl in bikini number 3 lays a consoling hand on his arm. Girl in bikini number 3. You tried to tell her. Shaking his head sadly, he puts his arm around her and goes back to work. 18. In the end, April ordered yet more takeout for dinner. Steamed chicken and vegetables for Marcus, red curry with shrimp and rice for herself. And he accepted her invitation to stay the night. Cuddled together on the couch, they binge-watched an old season of his favorite British baking show until it was much too late, before finally stumbling back to her bedroom. There, they rested on their sides in her bed, naked, legs entwined, face to face in the blackout-curtained dimness of her room, only the distant glow of a bathroom nightlight illuminating their expressions. With one hand he held hers. With the other he played with a strand of her hair. For a first-time sleepover as a couple, the silence between them was surprisingly comfortable, not strained or full of unspoken tension and awkwardness. Still, she was going to break that silence and possibly make things awkward. The question might seem less fraught in the darkness, though. At least, she hoped so. Marcus?
Yes?
He sounded remarkably awake, given his efforts that day. Against her kitchen counter, of course. In bed. Then, just an hour or so ago, with him kneeling on the floor of her living room, her legs draped over his shoulders as she reclined on the blanket-covered couch, and clutched a throw pillow and moaned and came so hard against his eager, inventive mouth, she wanted to bronze his tongue. but only after she was finished with it, naturally. "Do you ever worry?" she began. She paused, brushed an exploratory fingertip along that elegant cheekbone, down that slightly battered nose, along that famously sharp jaw.
"Do I ever worry about what?"
The prompt was encouraging rather than impatient. The whorl of his ear was warm under her fingertip, the skin of his earlobes soft. She tried her best to memorize the feel of both, even as he turned his head to kiss her palm. Millions of people could recognize him under the blinding lights of a red carpet. But if she touched him like this long enough, maybe she'd be able to recognize him even in the darkness, by feel alone, in a way that made him uniquely hers. The possessiveness in that thought should alarm her. It was uncharacteristic, especially when it came to a man she'd known for only a limited time, and a man staggering under so much baggage, both openly stated and unacknowledged. For some reason, though, it seemed as if they'd known each other for years, as if he understood her instinctively, a feeling she found both impossible and irresistible. Their teasing back and forth that night had come so easily, their discussions about underproved dough and the relative harshness of the judge's critiques as comfortable as if they were longtime friends. Still, his work and his fame complicated his relationships in ways she'd never before had reason to consider. And now that she did have cause to think about those complications, she couldn't dismiss them without a discussion. She started again, this time determined to say what needed to be said. "Do you ever worry that I'm attracted to the character you play on television, or the person you pretend to be in public, rather than the real you?" He was quiet for a minute, the crease between his brows deep, despite the stroke of her fingertip over the spot. Shifting to his back, he stared up at the ceiling instead of meeting her eyes, although his hand didn't relinquish hers.
He
let out a long breath.
"I told you about how my relationships have ended in recent years."
She squeezed his fingers in silent response. His head turned and he caught her eye again.
"Normally, I would be nervous about that happening again. But you've been pretty clear from the beginning that the guy I pretend to be in public doesn't appeal to you. At all."
Well, no. She couldn't really argue with that.
"You don't seem interested in surfaces, really. More what lies beneath. Maybe because of your work, or maybe that's why you chose your profession to begin with. I don't know."
He rubbed a thumb over her knuckles.
"But it's one of the things I like most about you."
Stupidly, her face heated at his admission of affection, even in the darkness. She knew why she liked digging down deep, searching for stories, searching for contamination, rather than focusing entirely on surface beauty. Discussion of her childhood could wait for another day, though, when they'd been dating longer. She deflected with a bit of playfulness. "You're not wrong." After tiptoeing her fingers up his chest, she reached up to tug a silky lock of his hair. "That said, your surface is really nice." His smile gleamed in the dim glow filtering in from her bathroom nightlight.
"Yours is spectacular."
He turned on his side again, his knuckles trailing over the curve of her breast.
"You know, maybe—"
That much temptation was difficult to resist, but she managed to gently move his hand away. "I appreciate the compliment, but you didn't answer the rest of my question, Marcus." He flopped onto his back again with a sigh.
"Damn it, I'm no good at words, April."
Nope, she wasn't accepting that as an excuse. Instead, she merely waited and let the silence do the urging for her.
Just
His fingers tightened on hers.
hear me out until the end. And if I say something wrong, please let me explain myself."
Well, that seemed ominous.
"I'm not worried you're attracted to the guy I play in public, like I said."
He shifted his weight on the bed restlessly, lips pursed as he resumed staring at the ceiling.
"As to whether I'm worried you might be attracted to the character I play on Gates, rather than the real me.
His chest rose and fell. Once, twice.
Maybe,
he finally reluctantly said. He'd asked her to hear him out until the end, and that didn't seem like an end to her. So she kept waiting, even as her brain whirred with arguments and justifications and doubts. But she tried to push aside those thoughts, because formulating her response while he still spoke wouldn't actually let her listen to him. Really, actively listen. And when a man as reticent as Marcus, the real Marcus, shared uncomfortable truths, only a fool wouldn't give him every bit of her attention.
You, told me you write fanfic about Aeneas and Lavinia.
He licked his lips, a flash of tongue that sparked a response between her legs totally inappropriate for the moment.
I might have looked up some of your stories, and they're
sexual, she supplied, after he paused for a few beats. His little nod mussed his hair against her pillow.
A few of them.
Most of them. She wouldn't lie, and she wasn't embarrassed. Not about having written explicit content, anyway. Or at least on-page sex occurs in most of them, even if sex isn't the main... She couldn't resist. Thrust of the story, so to speak. He half groaned, half laughed at that.
Don't distract me, Whittier. This conversation is hard. Difficult enough as it is.
Damn it, he was right. Back to listening instead of dirty punnery. Finally, he raked the hair back from his forehead and kept talking.
Okay, so here's my point. In your fics, there's sex involving the character I play. And when you describe Aeneas in your stories, he doesn't look like the Aeneas of Wade's books. He's not dark-haired or barrel-chested. He doesn't have brown eyes. Instead, he's leaner, golden, blue-eyed.
He really had read her stories, evidently, which was both flattering and alarming. And she couldn't deny it. He's you, or at least he looks like you.
Yeah.
Letting go of her hand, he pinched his forehead between thumb and forefinger, eyes squeezed shut.
Now that we're dating, I think that could maybe be a bit, confusing for you. At least sometimes.
When he didn't add anything for a few moments, she shifted onto her own back and forced herself to think about what he'd said and offer him the most truthful response she could, untainted by her instinctive desire not to alienate him in any way. It can be disorienting. It was a low-voiced, hard-fought admission. I'm part of a private Lavinius server, and sometimes they post gifs of your, Aeneas's, sex scenes, and... He'd gone very still beside her. When we were naked, when your hands were down my pants and when you were inside me or licking me, I swear to God I didn't picture those scenes. But sometimes, when we're not actively in the moment, I get these flashes. She swallowed over a dry throat. Like, I've seen that before. Your ass, your chest, your expression. Things like that. Before he could respond, she rushed on. I'm not embarrassed that I've written fanfic, and I'm not embarrassed to have written about sex in those fics. But now that I know you, I don't think I can include any more explicit scenes in my Lavinia stories, because it'll seem to... He didn't try to help. Maybe because she wasn't sure he was still breathing. She had to find the words on her own, and she bit her lip as she searched for the right ones. Copper on her tongue, she chose carefully. It'll seem too intimate, now that I know you. Invasive. And the last thing I want to do is inadvertently picture you, Marcus, the man I'm dating, having sex with another woman. Even if I'm writing about Aeneas, a fictional hero. I may love Lavinia, but I have no desire to share you with her, even in my imagination. Shit, she was assuming a lot, way too much for this point in their relationship. She cleared that dry-as-sand throat. Not that we're exclusive.
I want to be exclusive, he interrupted. Just so you know.
She paused, blinking up at the ceiling in shock. You do?
Yeah, I do.
For the first time during their conversation, he sounded entirely sure of himself.
Do you want to be exclusive?
Her bitten lip hurt as she began to smile. Definitely.
Good.
There was that smugness again. Irritating, but flattering, too. In one short syllable, he'd declared her someone important in his life. Someone he wanted to himself with a possessiveness equal to her own. And yes, that was definitely good. Okay then, I guess we're exclusive now. She turned her head on the pillow to look at him, her grin now wide enough to make her cheeks ache. That was fast. He was looking at her, too, his mouth soft and curved.
I'm almost 40. That's at least 200 in Hollywood years. I don't have time to waste.
That only applies to women, unfortunately, not men. Her wrinkled nose expressed her disgust for that particular double standard. Your industry is sexist as fuck.
No kidding. You would not believe.
He stopped himself.
Hold on. We weren't done talking about,
Her smile faded. Whether I want Aeneas, not you? He was breathing again, and meeting her eyes, but he still hadn't reached out. Which meant she needed to keep talking because they were just beginning as a couple. An issue of trust could break them before they really began, so she had to be absolutely clear with him. You're an amazing actor. When he looked away from her, shoulders hunched in embarrassment, she touched his forearm. No, don't shrug that off, Marcus. Listen to me. Expression pained, he met her eyes again, and that was her cue to continue. I love Wade's version of Lavinia, above any other character in the series. I was so disappointed when Summer Diaz was chosen for the role. When his lips tightened, she clarified. Not because she's a bad actor, because her casting negated a lot of what I found important and appealing about Lavinia and her romantic and personal arcs in the books. At that, he nodded in understanding. The fact that I didn't transfer to another fandom once the show began airing is mostly due to you, I think. Not your appearance, although you're obviously gorgeous, but your performance. You're that good, Marcus. I can't believe you haven't won a bunch of awards. She scowled at the injustice, then got back to her point. This was the part she needed to get right, because she was telling him the absolute truth. She might find their situation confusing at times, but she had no doubts as to which man was lying in bed beside her. She had no doubts as to the identity of her brand new boyfriend. She had no doubts as to who and what she actually wanted. Millions of people have read Wade's books. Even more have seen you play Aeneas. They know him and they know his story. I know him. I know his story. I've written stories about him for years, and so have hundreds of others. And don't get me wrong, I still think he's great. I still think you're great in your portrayal of him. As she'd done earlier that day, she laid a palm over his heart, its beat unshielded by clothing this time. But I want to know you, Marcus Castor Rupp, not Aeneas. I want to know your story. I'm attracted to you. Because what's hidden, what's real, is always more interesting and important to me than appearances or performances. He was watching her so carefully, that line between his brows not completely gone. When he spoke, his voice was barely louder than a whisper.
I'm no brave hero, April.
Why he seemed to consider that such a damning confession, why he was staring at her with such pleading and anxiety, she had no idea. But she intended to remove that worried expression from his face, the sooner the better.
I don't.
His jaw worked, and each word seemed dragged from his throat unwillingly.
I don't always do the right thing, or the courageous thing.
At her snort, he actually jumped a little. So you're human rather than a fictional character or an actual demigod. She waved off that particular concern. How terrible and disappointing. Also, to be fair, Aeneas did some shitty stuff too. Like, for example, abandoning the woman he'd been sleeping with for a year without bothering to tell her goodbye. His brow unpinched a tad, even as he sprang to his character's defense.
The gods instructed him.
Blah, blah, blah. She rolled her eyes. His moral responsibilities didn't begin and end with the residents of Mount Olympus. He could have left a damn note at least. His nostrils flared as he exhaled.
Okay. You're right. That was shitty. But it was one of the bits included in both the Aeneid and Wade's books, so there was no way to play it differently.
Bond had made the same argument to her before, and he'd been equally wrong then. Of course, because your showrunners were always so very faithful to the source material they were given. He didn't bother arguing, probably because there really was no good counter-argument. Instead, he only grinned at her and took her hand again, interlacing their fingers.
No comment.
Oh, I think that's comment enough. She scooted closer to him. Closer again, until she was pressed along the lengths of his side. Softness against taut strength. Heat against heat. If you're still worried I don't know who you are, show me who you are. I'll prove I can differentiate the man from the performance. His voice choked to silence as her open mouth roamed along his shoulder, over the ridges of his ribs, down to that blessed divot at his hip, then in and down again.
I'll try my best.
Thank you. Now I intend to try my best, too. After that, her mouth was too occupied for further discussion, and once she was through with him, that worried expression was gone, replaced by dazed pleasure and appreciation, and a sort of panting beam in her direction.
April.
He reached for her afterward, dragging her up into his sweaty, trembling arms.
Jesus. California should declare your mouth a national treasure of some sort. A landmark? Something.
Smiling as smugly as he ever had, she basked in every well-earned bit of praise. Lord knew she wasn't going to argue with him. He might have mastered unicycling and chopping and emotive sniffing and swordplay, but she had her own particular set of skills when it came to swords. They deserved appreciation, too. Rating. Teen and up audiences. Fandoms. Gods of the Gates, E. Wade. Gods of the Gates, TV. Relationships. Aeneas Lavinia, Aeneas Dido, Lavinia and Dido. Additional tags. Alternate universe modern. Alternate universe high school. Competition. Fluff. Emotional sublimation through trivia domination. Jealousy. The author doesn't actually know a lot of trivia. She probably should have chosen another premise. Whatever. Too late now. Collections. Aeneas and Lavinia Week. Stats. Words, 1,754. Chapters, 1 out of 1. Comments, 34. Kudos, 115. Bookmarks, 8. Trivial concerns. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Summary. Dido and Lavinia don't like one another. More specifically, Dido hates Lavinia for dating Dido's ex, and Lavinia does her best to avoid Dido. But when trivia competitions call, a woman must answer. Notes. A response to the prompt, a showdown between Aeneas's two lady loves. Thank you to Book Aeneas Would Never, as always, for your insightful, patient, supportive beta services. Next round, their score now tied. A new question appeared on the screen. This movie won James Cameron a Golden Statuette for Best Director in 1998. Well, that was obvious enough. Lavinia managed to ring in first. Titanic! Ah, yes. Dido straightened into her class president stance. Eyes narrowed. The story of how true love never dies even after a lengthy separation. Lavinia rolled her eyes. Rose eventually had kids with another dude, Dido. She got over it. The unspoken message. Maybe you should too. She waited 84 years to say goodbye to Jack. 84 years, Dido retorted, hands on her hips. Lavinia threw her own hands in the air. Instead of waiting 84 years, maybe she should have moved her butt a bit to the side and shared the damn board with him in the first place. Ladies, the teacher in charge began. If he'd let her, she would have, Dido yelled, but he just turned into a popsicle without warning her. They weren't talking about Rose and Jack anymore, if they ever had been, and Lavinia took a deep breath. Aeneas was her boyfriend. She loved him. But the way he'd ghosted Dido right before junior prom, at his parents' demand, was cruel, and she wouldn't make excuses for him. She and Dido might never be close, but she knew the other girl had hurt then, and was still hurting now, truly. You're right. She met Dido's tear-bright eyes. But then he was gone, and he wasn't coming back, and she deserved to be happy again without him. I know he would want that, because he truly cared about her. Dido nodded, a jerk of her trembling chin. Maybe we can move on, the teacher prodded. Lavinia eyed Dido questioningly. The other girl nodded again, and even tried to smile at Lavinia. It was shaky, but genuine. I think we can, Dido said. The next day, when Aeneas saw the two girls huddled around the same cafeteria table at lunch, laughing together and sharing secrets, he turned on his heel and ran. 19. After April retreated to her tiny office/guest room with her coworker Mel, the women chatting about seam allowances and detachable panels and other topics that totally baffled Marcus, Alex turned toward him on the overstuffed couch. So you just followed your girlfriend home like a stray kitten and refused to leave her lap afterward? Alex raised one dark brow, clearly amused. Good move. Pathetic, of course, but effective. Well, he wasn't wrong, necessarily. Irritating, yes. Incorrect, no. As Alex knew all too well, after that first night with April, Marcus just never left San Francisco. Not for longer than a weekend, anyway. Not for the past months. He'd kept a nearby hotel room reserved in his name, paid for with his credit card, but he hadn't spent much time in the suite. If at all possible, he never intended to. Its availability was more a statement to April, a declaration that he wouldn't assume his welcome in her apartment, even though they were together now. Reassurance that if she tired of him, she could send him packing, and he'd have someplace to stay, even in the dark of night. So far, though, she hadn't seemed to mind his near-constant presence in her life and home. So far, he hadn't experienced a single moment of regret for the choice to stay there. Nothing was keeping him in Los Angeles, not until he picked another role, and he hadn't done that yet, despite the ever more anxious emails sent by his faithful agent. April's apartment was more comfortable than his house, if significantly smaller and less expensively furnished, and his filming schedule had kept him away from LA for months at a time before. The extended absence didn't bother him. The Bay Area, despite its painful associations for him, had always felt more like home than Southern California anyway. His current location also offered a certain amount of extra protection from paparazzi, who would travel north from LA for exclusive pics of a television star with his new girlfriend, but only grudgingly and for short periods of time. Most importantly, staying in the area meant he now knew April hit snooze 2 times every morning. He'd memorized how her hazy brown eyes finally, reluctantly blinked open in the warm glow of dawn as she stretched in bed, her hair tousled and her soft body shifting against his. He understood how the scent of her changed after one of her infrequent days on a job site, from roses in the morning to sweat and earth in the evening. He'd tasted her skin after one of those site visits, and after a lazy, shared weekend shower, and after she'd cried while reading a particularly bittersweet fic, and he'd erased her tears with his mouth. Staying meant he could spend his weekday mornings reading scripts and writing fics to post under a new name, before shopping for food and working out at the hotel gym in the afternoon. Staying meant making her dinner in the evenings, making her laugh, making her come. Any mockery he might receive he considered well worth the reward.
Can't say I blame you for settling in, Alex added. Looks like a very comfortable lap.
At that, Marcus narrowed his eyes at his friend. He hadn't missed the swift but appreciative glance Alex had given April upon meeting her earlier that afternoon, or the way she'd blushed and almost giggled upon shaking Alex's hand. She hadn't blushed and giggled when she'd met Marcus. He knew that for a fact. Clearly, he needed to find a less handsome best friend. That was the only sensible solution, especially since said best friend was staying overnight in April's apartment as their first joint guest, which now seemed an unwise decision. Alex's grin had only grown more obnoxious, and he held up his hands in feigned surrender.
No need to scowl at me like that, dude. I was stating an objective fact, not indicating any desire to climb into your lap of choice.
He snorted.
Besides, when it comes to female company, there's no room at the inn. I'm full up.
Excellent.
Lauren?
As if Marcus didn't know, Alex had been bitching nonstop about his assigned minder for weeks via text and email and occasional phone calls. At some point, Marcus expected a carrier pigeon to arrive at April's apartment with a note strapped to its ankle reading, "God damn it, Lauren is such a fucking dour millstone." Or maybe a telegram instead.
Lauren says 2 drinks max. Stop. Which is unfair because she's so short. I could just rest my beer on her head. Stop. Who else? I'm surprised she let me visit you this weekend without requiring hourly reports as to my good behavior.
Alex flopped back against the sofa and glared in the direction of the front door.
RJ and Ron directed her to keep watch over me anytime I'm outside my home, and the stupid woman is too stubborn to acknowledge she's being exploited.
That was a new line of argument.
How so? Today is her first day off in weeks. And you know I don't sleep well, so I tend to leave the house at odd hours, and I'm required to let her know when I do, which means she doesn't sleep well, and...
Alex had crossed one ankle over his opposite knee, and his foot was jiggling, jiggling, jiggling. Not surprising, given his ADHD and accompanying tendency to fidget, but the movement seemed especially agitated today.
She looks tired.
Marcus raised his eyebrows.
Does she? She considers you a good influence, apparently. At least in the company of your girlfriend. That's why she finally took time off.
More glaring into space.
She'd better be sleeping today.
How to say this?
Alex, have you considered that, maybe you're feeling... Enough about the stubby but persistent thorn in my side,
his friend interrupted, willfully ignoring Marcus's interjection.
Did you see the email and group chat earlier today?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Marcus had seen both the email from their showrunners and the messages flying back and forth among their Gates colleagues. Kara. Yet another fucking email about our goddamn non-disclosure agreements and warnings not to share or malign the scripts or face grave repercussions. Kara. Is it one of you bitches leaking scripts and blabbing about how this season sucks like a Hoover that gets off on dust, or... Ian.
I think the finale's great.
Alex.
Of course you do. Your character arc didn't get brutally slaughtered.
Alex.
Unlike the tuna population in your vicinity.
Kara. Ha 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 ha. Summer. Con of the Gates is coming up, and the thought of answering questions about this season and what happens to Lavinia and Aeneas just... Summer. Gah! Peter.
I heard Ron and RJ intend to back out of their panels at the last minute, citing prior commitments.
Kara. Prior commitment to not getting their asses reamed by fans who saw those leaked scripts, maybe. Maria. But no one realizes the leaked bits are real yet. Maria. All too real. Peter.
I know it wasn't me or Maria showing people those scripts.
Peter.
Was it one of the rest of you, or the crew, or...
Marcus.
For the sake of our careers, hopefully the latter.
Ian.
How do you know it wasn't Maria, Peter?
Ian.
Oh, that's right. Your mouse is surgically affixed to her ass, so if she told anyone, you'd know.
Maria. Did you watch The Human Centipede again, Ian? Peter.
Mercury poisoning, Maria, remember.
Peter.
Hallucinations from all the tuna.
Maria. Oh, yes, very sad, really. Ian.
I mean, you kiss her ass all the time, dipshits.
Ian.
There are hour-long YouTube compilations of all your interviews together where you're making puppy dog eyes at her, and it's embarrassing.
Maria. More embarrassing than watching YouTube compilations of your colleagues in your free time? Kara. After Ian stopped replying, the rest of the discussion had largely involved the press junket for the final season's premiere and everyone's upcoming con appearances. But it had left him wondering.
Please tell me you didn't leak those scripts,
Marcus told Alex. It wasn't a far-fetched notion. Alex tended to make decisions in a heartbeat. Then he'd leap with both feet, shaky ground be damned, only to find himself bruised and bloodied and unable to explain afterward why he'd made the jump at all. He wasn't self-destructive exactly, just impulsive.
Executive function issues,
he'd drawled to Marcus after that last fateful bar fight, aping nonchalance over FaceTime, despite his swollen shut eye and scraped cheek and shaking hands.
You're not the only one whose brain works a little differently than most. I didn't leak those scripts.
Alex's smile was a little too wide and pleased for Marcus's comfort, despite the firm statement.
That said, I was so intrigued by the stories I've been beta reading for you.
Shh, Marcus hissed, waving a frantic hand.
Not here.
The women were talking in the other room, and it sounded as if they were running the sewing machine Mel had brought over, but they could easily overhear a conversation in the living room if they wanted to, which would be disastrous, utterly disastrous. Alex's smile vanished, but he obligingly lowered his voice to a whisper.
You still haven't told her?
Marcus shook his head.
You don't trust her?
His friend mouthed. In the months he'd spent in her home and her bed, there had been no revealing blind items in blogs, no new intimate details about him or his life in the tabloids, no tell-all interviews on entertainment television shows. Her coworker Mel, for all the woman's enthusiasm about Gates, didn't seem to know a thing about him other than the basics: his name, a few of his roles, his status as a one-time local. All April had told her, according to Mel, was that he was kind. Given the circumstances, given the way he'd doubted April and concealed crucial information from her, he'd had to fight a wince at that description. No, Marcus hadn't spotted a single sign that she would ever betray him to anyone, which he should have known from the moment he found out she was Ulcie. But he hadn't had sufficient faith in his own instincts or her, and now he was paying for it. Leaning closer to Alex, he spoke in a bare whisper.
I do trust April. Then why haven't you told her?
His friend's brow furrowed.
If you're serious about her, of course I'm serious about her,
he snapped, as quietly as he could.
But if she found out I kept something so important from her this whole time...
She has trust issues, April had written about Lavinia. Major trust issues.
I don't know if she'd forgive me. I'm not willing to risk it.
A lie of omission wasn't quite as heinous as an outright falsehood, he'd repeatedly informed himself. Plus, he'd basically stopped corresponding with her as Buccaneus would never as soon as they'd begun dating, so it wasn't much of a lie, and surely no one would blame him for...
Dude!
Mouth pinched, Alex shot him a chiding look.
Dude! I don't blame you for tossing aside my advice last time, but... Dude! I know. Just...
Shoulders slumped. He sighed.
Just tell me what you were going to say, but leave out the beta reading, okay?
After one last tight-lipped stare of disapproval, the other man obliged.
I was reading Gates' fanfiction the other night, since you told me about April's online alter ego on AO3,
he said, with a hint too much sarcasm,
and I was intrigued. So, I read a few Cupid Psyche fics, too. They were amazing. A vast improvement over the actual scripts, honestly, especially this last season.
Oh, God. Marcus thrust a forefinger in the direction of April's guest room, where her co-worker, whom neither of them knew well, could probably hear every damning word his friend had just uttered. Rolling his eyes, Alex waved off the silent rebuke.
They're playing some sort of horrible folk music now as they sew. They can't hear anything.
When Marcus listened closely, he heard the acoustic guitar and off-key wailing, too. It was awful, in an objective sense, but also good in that the music drowned out Alex.
What kind of stories did you read? Marcus asked, out of morbid curiosity.
His friend winked.
Only ones rated E for explicit.
Of course, of course. Alex's head tilted and his brow creased.
I'm not entirely certain why so many fans seem convinced I'm a bottom and in desperate need of getting pegged by Psyche, but...
He lifted a shoulder.
Maybe they're right. So, I wrote my own Cupid Getting Pegged fic, only with an original character as my pegger-in-chief, because I thought it would be creepy to involve our coworkers, even tangentially. My pen name is Cupid Unleashed.
Marcus pinched his forehead and groaned.
I chose only the best tags. Porn without plot, smuttity smut smut, half-human disaster Cupid, bottoms up, the peg that was promised.
Elbows akimbo, Alex leaned back and rested his head on his linked hands.
So far, I've received over 100 comments and 400 kudos. Someone named Softest Boy Cupid dubbed me the Bottom Whisperer, and I think it was a compliment.
Okay, now Marcus was jealous as well as worried. None of his fics had reached anywhere close to 100 comments, probably due to a critical lack of pegging.
In between all the lube and mutual orgasms, I included lots of pointed commentary about how Cupid had changed too much over the years to ever abandon anyone he truly loved, no matter what Venus and Jupiter told him to do.
Alex grinned.
It was very satisfying on a variety of levels. I think my next fic will be a modern AU, where Cupid is starring in a popular television show, one which the incompetent, overprivileged showrunners irretrievably fuck up in the final seasons, and he meets a woman who helps him get over his resulting depression by...
Marcus sighed.
Pegging him. Pegging him.
Somehow his friend's smile gleamed even more brightly.
How did you guess?
Marcus rolled his eyes.
I'm glad you enjoyed writing your story, but Alex, you need to be careful. If anyone found out, Lauren knows.
Marcus's groan was so heartfelt, it actually hurt his throat.
She caught me working on it one day, and I told her if she wouldn't let me have fun in real life, I could at least have a good time in fiction. She must have read the story once it posted, because she said she hoped Cupid's partner used less lube next time.
Alex pursed his lips in thought.
For such a humorless harpy, it was quite a good comeback. I was impressed. Alex.
Jesus fucking Christ, his friend's career was done.
Don't worry.
Alex waved a dismissive hand.
She won't say anything to anyone.
Gulping air, Marcus forced himself to speak slowly, precisely.
You told me part of her job was to report to Ron and RJ about what you do off-set, especially anything objectionable. Writing fan fiction critical of your character arc is more than objectionable. It's grounds for firing you and potentially actionable in a legal sense. Believe me, I know.
When it came to his own fanfic transgressions, the email earlier that day had only strung his nerves that much tighter. The prospect of imminent doom didn't appear to inspire so much as a single fidgety twitch in his best friend, however.
Well, she caught me a week ago, and I haven't heard a peep from Ron and RJ.
Still sprawled back against the couch cushions, Alex shrugged.
I didn't think that was the sort of thing she'd report. Guess I was right.
The drone of terrible folk music and the buzz of the sewing machine stopped, and both men looked toward the guest room. Moments later, Mel and April emerged, smiling.
I think we almost have it done. Just a few more pieces to attach and one more fitting. We're leaving the sewing machine here, but it shouldn't get in your way, Alex.
Mel bumped shoulders with April.
Then it's time for My Chemical Folkmance's new costumes, exclusively designed by April Whittier.
April snorted. Tim Gunn taught me well.
I'd be happy to talk to one of the show's costume designers if you two wanted some insider tips or tricks for cosplaying Lavinia.
Arms crossed, Alex drummed his fingers against his biceps as he glanced toward Marcus.
Who do you think is the best bet? Marilyn? Gita?
April smiled at her guest. Thanks, Alex, but Marcus already offered to talk to someone for me. I told him I didn't want to cheat. So far, she'd refused to show Marcus her sketches or her costume in progress, saying she wanted to surprise him when it was done. Secretly, he hoped the outfit was tight. Very tight. But he hadn't said so, because she would look gorgeous either way, and he wasn't a complete jackass. He turned to Mel.
We're going to grab dinner soon. Do you want to join us?
By now, she and Pablo had visited the apartment several times for sewing purposes, and Marcus had met the rest of April's closest colleagues at least once, after joining them for lunch at a restaurant near their office. To their credit, they'd treated him pretty much as he'd have expected them to treat any boyfriend of April's, despite the occasional cell photos taken of them by other customers as they ate. He liked her coworkers, and he liked the way April seemed comfortable in their presence, still herself in every essential way. Plain-spoken, practical, confident. A couple of weeks ago, she'd even stopped looking surprised every time they texted her about socializing outside of the office. In her colleagues' company, he hadn't said much, to be honest. Mostly he'd eaten his lettuce wraps and listened. But every word he had uttered had been his and his alone, rather than lines from a character he'd scripted long ago. It was a self-administered, low-stakes test of sorts, one measuring his nerve, his willingness to grow and change. He wanted to be a man she could respect, not just privately, but in public, too. More importantly, he wanted to be himself whenever cameras weren't rolling. It would take time, effort, but so had everything else he'd achieved over almost 4 decades. And no matter what he'd been told as a child, he wasn't and had never been lazy. Just unsure, or not quite brave enough to do what was necessary. Thanks for the invitation. I wish I could say yes. Mel wrapped one of her many, many scarves more securely around her neck. Saturdays are my date nights with Heidi, though. Another time? The assumption, he wasn't going anywhere, so they would have plenty of occasions to eat dinner together in the future. He smiled at her, pleased.
Of course.
Once they'd all said their goodbyes to Mel and she'd disappeared into the dusk, April headed toward the master bedroom to gather her purse and a sweater, while Marcus finger-combed his hair in the entryway mirror above the console.
Should have played Narcissus instead of Aeneas,
Alex muttered. Marcus raised a middle finger in his direction. When April reappeared in the living room, Alex beamed at her and proffered his elbow with a courtly flourish.
To your chariot, my lady?
Her cheeks turned rosy, and she made a weird, choking noise as she accepted his arm. Okay, thanks. Marcus glared at his best friend, who merely raised a cocky brow in return.
Tell me, April,
Alex was saying as they exited her apartment.
Would you say that Cupid is a bottom? Because I'm very intrigued by the fanfic community's interpretation of the character, especially his proclivity for being pegged.
And there it was. She was giggling again, even as she blushed harder. Giggling! And the back of Alex's stupid head should have caught fire from the force of Marcus's scowl. Oh, he's definitely a bottom. A bratty one, I'd say. She sounded restless but thoughtful. Or maybe a switch? Then, after a squeeze of Alex's arm, She let go of him and held out her hand for Marcus instead. He interlaced their fingers immediately and swept past his friend, allowing a surge of triumph to puff his chest just a tad as he stared meaningfully at Alex.
"Bratty is about right, April," he said,
and pretended not to see his friend's own raised middle finger in response.
"You have him pegged, so to speak."
Rating. Explicit. Fandoms. Gods of the Gates, E. Wade. Gods of the Gates, TV. Relationships. Cupid, original character. Additional tags. Alternate universe, modern. Porn without plot. Smuttity smut smut. Half-human disaster Cupid. Bottoms up. The peg that was promised. Actor Cupid. Stats. Words, 3,027. Chapters, 1 of 1. Comments, 137. Kudos, 429. Bookmarks, 40. Taking him down a peg. Cupid Unleashed. Summary. Cupid has a hard day on set. Off-set, things get equally hard. By things, I mean his penis. Notes. Thanks to Aeneas Loves Lavinia for the beta. You're the best, dude. Also, any resemblance to current worldwide television hits is entirely unintentional. No, wait. The opposite of that last one. Robin's hands on his bare chest were small but hot, and so very soft. What happened today? You seem tense. She was straddling him now, her solid, welcome weight keeping him in place. Maybe he could move if he tried, but he didn't. No, he wanted that sense of helplessness right now, that sense of safety. More than that, he wanted to forget, to drown in pleasure until he couldn't think.
"The usual," he sighed. "As I've said before, the showrunners were incompetent from the very beginning. The only things that saved them were the talented crew, my fellow actors, and the books. But now that we're past the books, everything's gone wrong."
She was frowning down at him, concentrating, concerned. "How can I help?"
"Take me,"
he said, and she got up on her knees and began to move over him, only to halt at his next words.
"No, take me."
She bit her lip, even as her cheeks bloomed with heat. "Are you sure?"
"You bet your ass I'm sure."
He grinned up at her.
Or, more accurately, my ass.
When they laughed together, he was certain of two things. First, she was going to peg his brains out that night. Second, by the time she was done, he would no longer care that his character's entire arc had been torpedoed in the final season for no damn reason. 20. What do you think? April gazed up at Marcus from her couch the next evening, nose crinkled in concern. Is it terrible? I've only begun tackling book canon recently, and I'm not sure my writing voice is particularly suited to it. After Alex had left for the airport and April had disappeared into the bathroom for a shower, Marcus had retreated to her little office. He'd sat at her desk for a good half hour, listening as his text-to-speech app read the draft of her most recent fic aloud to him, once and then a second time. For those few minutes, he'd allowed himself to become Book Aeneas Would Never again, beta-reading his friend Ulcie's writing to check for character consistency and plot holes, and any other tarnished spots he could help her buff to a gleam. As always, he'd jotted a few nearly indecipherable notes to himself as he listened. The familiar routine had settled around him like the fur-lined cloak he'd worn in Gates's wintry first season. Warm, comforting, so heavy his shoulders hurt. In one sense, her request was helping them reclaim parts of their relationship she'd never know they'd lost. But even in that welcome moment of reclamation, he couldn't entirely be honest with her. If he gave her exactly the same feedback as his fanfic alter ego would have, in exactly the same way, she might grow suspicious. She might recognize him as her longtime friend and writing partner. Besides, The version of him she knew now hadn't spent years helping with her fix and writing his own. He wouldn't be as familiar and comfortable with the revision process as Book Aeneas would never, both in general and with her, which meant he couldn't be as helpful to her for that reason, too. If they kept doing this for months or years to come, if she kept asking him to read and respond to her stories, maybe he could slowly transform into the writing companion he'd once been in a credible way. A way that wouldn't set red flags flapping. But not now. It was a bitter note on his tongue, noticeable even amid so much sweetness. Because this moment was sweet. And so was her story.
I think you underestimate yourself, he told her. There are a few words that are a bit too modern.
Damn it, he needed to make this plausible.
Or at least the scriptwriters never had us say them, and we should probably look up when they came into common usage. Okay, for instance. But otherwise, I think you managed to capture the feeling of the books.
Her expression smoothed. Oh, good. I wanted to figure out a way I could keep writing in this fandom without it getting, weird, especially if I included explicit content. Which she had, very ably and descriptively. That particular content had necessitated some explicit readjustment of his genes in her office because, damn. In the past, when she'd written about an Aeneas who looked like him, he'd avoided beta-reading sex scenes, a stipulation Elsie had accepted without demanding an explanation. By mutual agreement, she'd excised those bits before sending him her drafts, noting any major developments he'd missed in a dry author's note of a sentence or two. But at the beginning of this fic, she'd described a dark-haired, stocky Aeneas, thick with muscle, eyes as richly brown as fertile soil. Book Aeneas, not show Aeneas, not Marcus in any recognizable way. So yes, he could and would read those bits now, and do so without discomfort. Well, without the old familiar type of discomfort, anyway. Which reminded him.
Also, during one of Aeneas's love scenes with Dido, Kara and I were told that the word you used for,
Eyes bright behind her glasses, she raised her brows in amused inquiry as he squirmed.
You shouldn't use the word pussy,
he finally forced out.
It's anachronistic.
In all her modern AU fics, that term was more than acceptable, but not in canon-compliant stories given the time period involved. Wade had used a different word instead. One Marcus was even more reluctant to utter in case April found it offensive. She pushed her frames up onto the bridge of her nose. So I may need to cross the C-word Rubicon, is what you're telling me.
If you want a canon-compliant term that's less euphemistic than, wetness or heat or things like that.
Shit. He was getting hard again, his gaze involuntarily drifting down to the flirty hem of her soft, swinging nightgown, which only reached mid-thigh when she stood, and rucked up even higher when she sat. When she shifted her legs like that? Oh, that was deliberate. Her saucy wink only confirmed it. The rest of his feedback could wait. He tackled her on the sofa, maneuvering them both as she giggled. Finally, a giggle he'd elicited, so Alex could just fuck right off. Until she was flat on her back, and his hips had fallen between her open, round thighs, and his hand was sliding between those thighs beneath her nightgown. Use that word again, she whispered in his ear minutes later, as he pressed his open mouth against her neck and moved above her, inside her. The first one. Say it. She was tight around him, trembling, so wet now he could hear every thrust. When he raised himself a bit higher above her and ground against her sex, she gasped and closed her eyes. He told her the absolute truth, then, hot into her ear, his teeth on her earlobe.
I love your pussy. Love it. When you're at work...
He managed to slip a hand between them, down low, because he wasn't lasting much longer, and shit, the sound she made when he rubbed her clit.
When you're at work, I fist my dick and think about filling your pussy with my fingers, my cock, my tongue.
She arched beneath him and rocked, pushing against his fingers, fucking herself on his cock. Then she broke with a sob, shuddering, her sex convulsing around him as he bucked into her and gripped her hip and groaned. Afterward, they lay panting on the couch, and she ran a hand down his damp spine. That was an inspired performance worthy of the Academy's recognition. The award for Best Initial Foray into Dirty Talk goes to Marcus Castor Rupp. Hooray! With a huff of amusement, he angled his head so he could press a row of soft kisses down her sweaty neck.
If I was inspired, you deserve all the credit.
Yes, he was definitely fine reading her sex scenes now. In fact, he was going to encourage her to write more of them. The sooner, the better. Later that night, over a belated dinner, they talked more about her story.
My only other concern, at least upon first reading, is whether Aeneas is a bit too...
Marcus waved his forkful of spaghetti squash, searching for the right phrase.
He may be a bit too emotionally aware for a man of his background and time period.
She nodded thoughtfully, twirling strands of pasta around her own fork. I can see that. There was no offended snap in her voice, no hurried defense of her writing choices and characterization of Aeneas. As she chewed, though, she was blinking down at the table, no longer smiling.
I'm sorry.
Reaching across the table, he covered her free hand with his.
April, I'm sorry. I should have said that more gently. Besides, what do I know? Nothing.
At his touch, she looked up. You did say it gently, and you're completely right. I just... Her mouth trembled, but she pressed her lips tight. What you said, it reminded me of things my former Lavinius server friend used to say. The guy I told you about.
The one who has dyslexia, too,
he said slowly. Her obvious grief twisted his heart. Her unwitting insight into his lie twisted his gut. Yeah. Her shoulders, now slumped, hitched upward a millimeter. He kind of acted like a dick at the end, but we were friends for a couple of years before that, so it's hard to just get past it. I miss him.
I'm sorry.
The words emerged ragged, and God willing she would never know how much he meant them.
I'm so sorry, April.
She stared down at her plate for another few moments before raising her head, eyes glossy, and offering him a faltering smile. Thank you, but it's okay. I'm okay, and none of what happened with him is your fault. As small as he'd once felt in front of the disappointed, disapproving gaze of his parents, as guilty and wrong, this was somehow worse. Even as a child, he'd been able to cling to a thin thread of conviction. I'm trying my best. There is nothing more I can do. That fact, that he was offering everything he had, everything he was to them, and it still wasn't enough, would never be enough, had rended something inside him. It had shadowed him for so many years, too many years. Now he had to acknowledge a worse feeling, a guilt that wasn't helpless but fully earned. I could do something more, but I won't, because I'm scared I might lose everything. His palm was getting sweaty. After one last squeeze of her hand, he let it go and disguised his distress by busily straightening the napkin in his lap.
How did you start writing fanfic? What drew you to it?
She considered the topic for a minute, the pinched sadness leaving her face as his distraction served its purpose. Please don't take what I say next the wrong way, but I mostly started writing fanfiction out of sheer spite. Your showrunners fucked up Lavinia from the beginning, and I was so pissed. I wanted to fix what they'd done and put back everything I loved about her and her relationship with Aeneas. Well, he couldn't blame her for that. So I took what was best about the books, Lavinia, the contours of her relationship with Aeneas, and what was best about the show, that would be you, Marcus, and mashed it all up into gloriously fluffy, smutty fics, and it was pure pleasure. Especially once I found a community on the Lavinia's server and... She trailed off. A good friend and writing partner. Another wrench in his chest. If he could, he'd meet her tale with his own, as a sort of apology. He'd tell her how a young woman in full, impressive Aeneas regalia had mentioned Gates' fanfiction at a convention, and he'd been curious and bored enough that night in his hotel room to find some and start reading. Only to discover that some of the stories, the best ones, echoed and expressed insights about his character and the show that he hadn't shared with anyone but Alex. Only to find he could use modern technology to make reading so much easier than he remembered. That night, for the first time, he read something other than scripts of his own volition. Without pressure, without stakes, for sheer enjoyment, about something he valued, about something where he was the expert for once. It was life-altering, triumphant in ways he couldn't fully express, to discover that he could read and love it, entirely for himself and no one else. But even in the best fics, there were aspects of his character other authors missed. It was his compulsion to share his own insights that eventually drove him to write his first one-shot, as Book Aeneas would never. No one knew who the fuck he was, or cared whether he misspelled the occasional word or dictated instead of typed. He did it for himself alone. He'd expected crickets or criticism, not kudos, not support, despite his shoddy editing. And then, somehow, he was part of a community. Somehow he enjoyed writing, and it was yet another proud reclamation of himself for himself. Somehow, he'd found Ulcie, April. Somehow, through fandom, he'd discovered who he was. His own interests, his own talents and possibilities, after decades of pretending to be someone he wasn't, believing he was someone he wasn't. But he couldn't share any of that with April. If they stayed together, such a crucial part of his history would remain forever sealed, and she'd never hear that particular story. Across the table, she was finishing their late dinner as they sat in comfortable silence. When she looked up and saw him studying her, her lips curved. She stretched out her leg to tease his bare ankle with her big toe. It tickled a bit, as she very well knew, and he snorted and shook his head at her. Unapologetic grin wide, she shrugged and turned back to her remaining garlic bread. "If you're still worried I don't know who you are, show me who you are," she'd told him. And he couldn't. He couldn't! Although, last night, he'd lain awake in her bed long after she'd fallen asleep, his arm possessive around her waist, and wondered. Whatever lay between them, he was holding it in his hand and squeezing as hard as he could, keeping it close and safe and tight in his grasp, hoping all that effort and pressure would transform them into a diamond, as she'd once explained to him. Brilliant, hard to damage. Maybe what they had wasn't rock, though. Maybe it was water. Maybe the harder he squeezed, the less he actually held. But he didn't know how to open his fist. Not when it came to April. Not when it came to his career and his public persona. Not when he knew precisely how it felt for that outstretched hand to remain empty. Always empty. "Marcus?" April's gaze was gentle, concerned. "Are you?" Then, as if he'd summoned her with his earlier thoughts, a horrifying possibility, his cell rang, and Deborah Rupp appeared on the screen.
"It's my mother. I can call her back later," he told April.
Much later. Possibly never. She waved her fork dismissively. "It's your choice. I certainly won't be offended if you want to talk to your parents." He didn't. so he let the phone ring itself to silence while they both watched. A few seconds later, there was another chime. A voicemail. His mother had left a voicemail. With a simple tap of his forefinger, he could delete it without listening. Instead, he lifted the cell to his ear and listened, consciously straightening his shoulders and letting the back of the chair brace him against whatever he might hear. Marcus, Madame Fourier saw you a picture in one of those trashy magazines at the grocery store. She told us you've apparently been in San Francisco for weeks, visiting your new girlfriend from Twitter, according to the article. She was obnoxiously pleased to know more than we did concerning your whereabouts and activities. We had assumed you were back in Los Angeles or on set somewhere. He couldn't quite decipher his mother's tone. Was she hurt he hadn't informed them of his proximity or visited in the past months? Aggrieved that her former colleague had been gifted an opportunity for gloating? Or was she merely stating facts? Call us at your earliest convenience, should you find yourself so able. Well, that was definitely sarcasm. After he'd heard it all, he deleted the message, as he probably should have done when his instincts first urged him that way, and pushed the phone away a few inches. Then another few inches. More, until he couldn't reach farther across the table, and April laid a light, warm hand on his forearm. Marcus? So low, so sweet. Would she still be so sweet if she knew everything? He shook his head, shook the thought away. Their hidden history on the Lavinia's server didn't matter, not right now. This part of himself he could show her. This story he could tell, even though it gathered and thickened in his throat in a way that made speaking difficult. Really, the outlines of the situation were so simple. It was stupid to struggle so hard for words.
I hadn't told my parents I was in the area. But one of the teachers at the school where they used to work saw an article about us and informed my mom. She wants me to call her back.
She'd want him to visit, because he always had to come to them. From the doorway to their kitchen, he'd make himself small and watch them dance. Do you want to call her back? April's voice was absolutely neutral. She'd taken off her glasses at some point, scooted her chair closer, and those brown eyes were soft and patient, full of affection and trust he didn't deserve.
He cleared his throat. They hate the show. Did I tell you that?
Silently, she shook her head.
They've hated all my roles, I think, but especially Aeneas, because they both taught classical languages, and they feel like the show slaughtered Virgil's story.
His hand wasn't entirely steady when he reached for another sip of water.
Which it did, of course, but I still didn't.
Her knees were abutting his now, nudging softly, a reminder of her closeness. His voice cracked.
I didn't expect them to write op-ed articles about the pernicious influence of the show, and how it promotes a disastrous misunderstanding of foundational mythology.
That particular piece had run in the nation's most popular newspaper, and after his computer had read the text aloud to him, he'd regretted his choice. If he'd read it himself, in print, maybe he could have pretended he'd gotten it wrong somehow, mixed up the letters, misunderstood as he so often did. In his parents' articles, they never mentioned their son or his role on the show, not once. But of course, the names made the connection obvious, and he could have predicted the public reaction, the tittering about how such learned parents had birthed a son like him.
I thought it would be different. As an adult, I mean. I thought being around them would feel different someday, once I had a career and friends and something outside them. But it never does. And April.
He turned to her, and her eyes were glassy again, for him, and he couldn't bear it but couldn't stop himself either.
April, I'm so fucking angry every time I see them.
When she took his hand, the desperate force of his grip must have hurt. She didn't complain, didn't move away.
I hate it, he spat. How they despise all my roles, and how they wrote those articles and will probably write more, and how they looked at me like I was dumb and lazy and worthless. Even though I swear to God I tried and tried as hard as I could, and I was just a fucking kid and they were teachers. How could they not have known?
Later, he'd wondered whether their prep school discouraged kids with special needs, or whether his parents were just too stubborn to admit that their child, the product of their genes and guidance, could prove flawed in such a fundamental way. Whether the shame of it had blindfolded them, plunging them all into darkness. It didn't matter, though. Not really. Either way, they'd never seen him for what he was, what he could become, what he had become, and what he would never, ever be. They still didn't. His cheeks were wet, and she was blotting them with a napkin, and he was too lost to feel embarrassed.
I know they love me, and I love them, but I don't know how to forgive them.
A lifetime's worth of hurt spilled over them both, and she waited patiently and held his hand securely in hers and dried his tears. And if he were a warrior like the man he'd portrayed for so long, he'd have pledged his fealty, his life to her right then, laid his sword at her feet, relieved. She was easing him upward, guiding him to the couch, and tucking him into her body once they were seated, his head on her shoulder, his arms as tight around her as he could make them without hurting her, his face buried in her rose-scented neck.
I don't know how to forgive them,
he repeated, whispering into that soft, secret hollow. Her fingers were combing through his hair, stroking him. He closed his eyes. When he didn't speak for a while, she laid her cheek on his head. We can talk about that if you want, or I can simply listen. Or we can stay like this if silence would help. There was no judgment in her voice, no impatience, no disdain at his weakness or his ingratitude or his tendency to feel more than was comfortable sometimes. He hadn't known. How could he have? Nothing in his past, amid all his successes and ill-fated relationships, could have predicted the dizzying relief of laying his heart before her, unshielded, only to discover that she'd protect it for him. So he could talk. Finally, he wanted to talk about it. Wanted to listen. He took a shuddering breath against her throat.
Tell me what you're thinking.
I think... Still tunneling her fingers gently through his hair, she paused before continuing. I don't think forgiveness is something that can be owed. Against his face, he could hear her labored swallow. He could feel it. Especially if that forgiveness hasn't been earned. Even if the person who hurt you is also someone who loves you. Her fingers stilled, her warm palm cradling his skull. You can choose to offer it, but you don't owe it to anyone. Not even your parents. She was cupping his face, lifting it from her shoulder, meeting his eyes, her own suddenly fierce. She spoke faster now, with more certainty. If you don't want to see them, don't see them. If you don't want to talk to them, don't talk to them. If you can't forgive them or don't want to, then don't fucking forgive them. She nodded, either in emphasis or to herself, he wasn't sure which. If you do want to forgive them, that's okay too. If you want to talk to them or visit them, I'll support you however I can. There's no right or wrong answer here, Marcus. Just whatever answer would make you happiest. That had never been the point, not with his parents. For decades, the three of them had been bound by expectations and obligations, rather than any particular regard for something as inconsequential as his happiness, or even theirs. But if he shed those strangling tethers, if their bond became something he could choose or not choose as he desired, he didn't know what that would feel like. Whether his anger and hurt would fade into insignificance, finally. Whether forgiveness would come more easily, or whether he'd find himself confident in his decision not to offer it.
I've never...
He pinched his mouth shut and thought back, scrolled through decades, searching. But his instinctive claim was correct.
I've never talked to them about how they made me feel back then, how they make me feel now. Instead, I just pretended to be someone else. It seems wrong not to forgive them for things I never said hurt me.
She was back to picking her words with care. Do you want to talk to them about it?
I don't know,
he finally said. Shit, so much unguarded emotion was exhausting. Head muddled by fatigue and uncertainty, he was resting on her shoulder again, curled against her side, her body a bulwark in a gale. Her fingers were playing with the hair at the nape of his neck now, her other arm warm around his back. When it came to his parents, he truly had no idea how to proceed. All he knew, none of his characters, none of his artifice had ever offered him this kind of shelter, this kind of comfort. Only April. Despite the dread and shame curling in his gut then, he wasn't telling her about Buccaneus would never. He wasn't confessing his lie of omission. This circumscribed openness might not be everything he wanted. She might never know all of his story. But what lay between them was more than he'd ever had before, more than he'd ever dreamed he could grasp, and he wasn't risking it. No, he wasn't risking it. He was squeezing tighter. Lavinia's server DMs 7 months ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Are you going to next year's Con of the Gates? Buccaneus would never.
Attending events as a fan isn't really my thing.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Because you don't like crowds, or... Buccaneus would never.
Something like that.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Okay. Buccaneus would never.
It's just...
Buccaneus would never.
Meeting my online friends in person doesn't seem like a great idea to me.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. You're shy? Buccaneus would never.
Sometimes.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Because please know, you don't have to be nervous around me. I don't care what you look like, or whether you're awkward face-to-face, or whatever. We've been friends for a long time now, and I'd love to meet you in person. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. For coffee? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Or dinner? Just the two of us? Buccaneus would never.
I wish I could. Please, please believe that.
21. After a day full of documents, April came home to yet more documents. Not lab results from soil samples this time, or reports from consultants in which they misinterpreted data or used the wrong screening levels to draw their conclusions, but television and movie scripts. Actual Hollywood scripts, each containing a role Marcus's agent thought he might like, or a role already offered to him before he even caught his first glimpse of the story. Some he'd have to audition for, others he wouldn't. Some would offer a substantial paycheck, others not much above scale. Some boasted big names as co-stars or producers or directors, and others counted on the story itself as the main draw. His agent, Francine, had her preferences, of course, but she mostly just wanted him to choose something and have it hit the public before his post-Gods of the Gates recognizability began to wane. Or so he'd informed April over their dinner of mustard-roasted salmon and garlicky mashed cauliflower. During the afternoon, he'd baked some sort of savory flatbread, too, for her sole enthusiastic consumption. That salmon was fucking incredible. So was the rest of their meal. He'd shopped for the food, paid for the food, washed the dishes, changed the sheets, and even run a load of her laundry, hung some pictures where she'd indicated she wanted them. If he never chose another role, she was planning to keep him as a house husband. Maybe that should be a joke, but it wasn't. And as her mother kept hinting, maybe April should be alarmed by how quickly he'd moved into her home and become a familiar, essential presence in her daily existence. Instead, it seemed natural, as if he'd been in her life for years, although she'd met him only weeks ago. She trusted him. Somehow, even after such a short time, she trusted him. As his scripts proved, they wouldn't always have this sort of time together either. Soon he'd return to LA or report to some international location for filming, and they might not see one another for weeks or months at a time. So if he wanted to stay, she wasn't showing him the door. This alignment of their lives, their schedules, wouldn't last forever, and she intended to appreciate every minute of it.
I hoped you wouldn't mind if we talked through my choices.
Using his phone, he forwarded one of the relevant emails to her from his post-dinner spot on the couch.
Normally, I would have had something lined up months ago, but I couldn't seem to decide, and I figured I could use a break once we finished filming Gates. Francine's right, though. I need to pick a project soon. I could use a sounding board.
You hoped I wouldn't mind? She opened up her laptop on the cleared kitchen table and eyed him over the top of her glasses. Marcus, we've been over this before. I'm an incurably nosy bitch. Of course I want to see your scripts. He snorted and kept scrolling through his messages for more scripts to send.
I tried talking to Alex about it, but he's no help. He just keeps telling me to launch a line of hair care products and be done with it.
To be honest, for a man whose vanity was much less all-encompassing than he pretended in public, Marcus did spend a lot of time on his hair, even on days when he wasn't doing anything important. Better to withhold comment. As her laptop booted up, she hummed happily, eager to get started, and even more eager to spend time together. This past week, she'd devoted 2 evenings to writing and revising her one-shot for Aeneas's Sad Boner Week, another to working on her Lavinia costume, and yet another to sketching possible performance outfits for the folk trio formerly known as My Chemical Folkmans, which was now, due to Mel's successful lobbying efforts, the Indium Girls instead, despite Pablo's initial protest that 2 of the 3 band members were not, in fact, female.
No worries.
Kay had waved off that concern.
The contradiction will only add to our mystique.
It'll change again next month, Heidi had whispered near the staff refrigerator later that day. Whatever you do, Whittier, don't design the costumes around the band name. The nights April told Marcus she wanted to work on her various hobbies, he didn't quibble. Other than giving her an occasional lingering kiss and offering tentative but useful advice on her fic, he'd mostly left her to her own devices. Instead of pouting, as some of her exes would have done, he'd amused himself listening to audiobooks or simul-binging yet more baking shows with Alex via FaceTime.
Claggy sponge!
Alex kept gleefully shouting, his voice loud and all too clear through the cell phone's speakers.
Claggy goddamn sponge!
After the evenings they'd spent apart, she'd rewarded Marcus's patience at bedtime. He'd seemed more than satisfied with the trade-off. So satisfied, in fact, that he insisted on returning the favor, and by the time she was satisfied, he was hard and hot and ready to climb aboard the good ship April for another naked, mutually enjoyable voyage. Despite all the sex, though, she'd still felt guilty. It was past time they had an evening together, especially doing something that mattered to him.
Okay,
Marcus said after a few more minutes.
I've sent you the 3 main contenders.
Yes, he had. There were 3 new messages in her inbox, complete with attachments. But before she could open them and satisfy her curiosity, she needed to know more. For the moment, she moved her laptop aside so it didn't block her view of her boyfriend. Now that Gods of the Gates is almost done, what's your next step? Where do you want your career to go? What sorts of roles are you looking for, and why are these your 3 main contenders? For most of a decade, he'd been fitting movies and television roles in between seasons of filming Gods of the Gates, choosing his projects from the limited selection that both interested him and would work timing-wise. The absolute freedom he now had to pick whatever role he wanted, no matter when and where filming would occur, was a recent development. Sometimes she got the sense that all that freedom disoriented him a bit.
I don't think so.
He lounged back against the sofa cushions, his smile suddenly sharp-edged with challenge.
You like figuring things out. So do the work, Whittier. You tell me why these are the 3 roles I'm considering.
It felt like avoidance to her, as well as a genuine dare. But he knew her all too well. She loved shit like this. A mystery, a test of her insight, an invitation to discover stories within stories. Not to mention the carnal promise contained within that lazy, inciting smile. She raised her brows, meeting his insolence with her own. If I get it right, what's my reward, Castor-Rupp? At that, the tension broke and he snickered. Once he'd recovered himself, though, he looked her dead in the eyes. Then he slowly scanned her, all the way from her haphazard ponytail to her curling toes, pausing at a few key spots in between. Her heavy, unbound breasts, nipples pebbling against thin, soft cotton. The lavish swell of her hips and belly. Her dimpled thighs, caressed by the brush of her lounge pants when she shifted under his stare. The juncture of those thighs, where he'd settled and teased and explored so many nights now. A flush burnishing his cheekbones, he stretched magnificently on the couch. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly how he looked. All his training for various roles and all his acting experience had taught him body awareness the likes of which she'd never witnessed before. As he stretched, his thin T rode up his flat belly, his biceps straining the sleeves. He arched his spine, his head thrown back in a way she recognized from their more intimate moments. Not that this moment lacked intimacy. He relaxed back into the sofa with a satisfied purr. Her labored swallow caught his attention, and that knife-sharp smile returned.
Your reward?
Now displayed full length along the couch, he folded his hands beneath his head and blinked heavy-lidded blue-gray eyes at her.
For each role you analyze correctly, I'll take off a piece of clothing. And if you get all 3 right, you can have whatever you want. Anything.
Twirling a loose strand of hair around her finger, she eyed him consideringly. She knew for a fact he was currently wearing 3, and only 3, items of clothing. The perfect number for her purposes. It would take so little effort to get him naked. Even less to ride that handsome face of his once he was hot and needy and stretched out beneath her. Game on, she said. She had to skim, of course, and she didn't read the scripts all the way to the end. Later, if he wanted her to read every word, she would. For tonight, though, for this particular challenge and discussion, that kind of intense scrutiny wasn't necessary. He watched her as she read, his steady attention on her a caress rather than an irritant. Whenever she took a break and glanced around her screen, she met his eyes and had to fight her own flush at the heat in that stare. She kept waiting for him to grow bored, to produce his fancy headphones and listen to his latest audiobook. But he didn't. He just lay outstretched and waited for her judgment. The scripts varied so widely, she didn't think she risked confusing them. Still, she typed a few notes to remind herself of what she'd read and concluded. By hook, by crook. TV series set in Victorian NYC. Dramatic mystery suspense. Slow burn romance. Central characters. Semi-reformed thief, female, and former prostitute, Marcus, who combines street smarts to find murderer targeting victims too marginalized to garner sufficient police attention. Audition required. $2 to $3 signs. X's and O. Indie film, dramedy. Ophelia, O, for reasons, ends up living with various ex-boyfriends as roommates. Jack, Marcus, whom she left and has missed ever since, is romantic endgame. No audition required. $1. In theory, there was a second movie script competing for Marcus's attention, but that was blatant misdirection on his part and not worth her note-taking efforts. She pushed aside her laptop. You lied to me, Marcus. He jerked on the couch, paled.
April.
Sitting up in a rush of movement, he pressed his lips together.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have.
His words faltered as he stared at her, stricken. That seemed like an overreaction to a harmless bit of deception, but she already knew Marcus was, well, sensitive. To his own emotions, but also hers. Alex might, in an epic example of pot-kettle fuckery, call him a drama queen, but she didn't consider her boyfriend's vulnerability a weakness. If he ever decided to shed the masks he used to protect himself, she would be more than willing to serve as a different sort of shield for him. She'd happily guard his tender spots from the unkind scrutiny of outsiders. For his own sake, but also because, selfishly, she wanted him to need her. More than that, she wanted him to love her. She could admit it, at least to herself. It's okay. Moving over to the couch, she settled beside him and pressed a comforting kiss to his cheek. Luckily for you, I don't mind trick questions.
Trick questions.
He let out a shuddering breath.
Yes.
Once he'd relaxed against her, she poked his arm. Despite what you said, you gave me 2 main contenders, not 3, you cheater. His face brightened at her declaration, a sun unshadowed by clouds once more, and that expression alone was enough to tell her she was right. Still, he lifted an arrogant brow, his composure now restored in its entirety.
Maybe, maybe not. Let's hear your reasoning.
Turning to face him, she tucked one leg beneath her and let loose. No way you're choosing Julius Caesar Redux. You love ancient Rome, but not enough to work with that director. Even I've heard the rumors about him, which is saying something. Her lip curled. Besides, that script is shitty, and you don't need to take roles simply to get a paycheck anymore. You can pick a project befitting your talent and intelligence.
Befitting my...
His mouth worked.
My talent and intelligence.
He seemed stuck on that phrase, but she had a challenge to win, so she wasn't lingering. It wasn't a very convincing trick, honestly. If you want to fool me, you'll have to do better than that. She shook her head at him. You're too good for that movie, in every possible way. It's not a contender. Your agent shouldn't even have sent it to you. He stared at her then, blue-gray eyes wide and unexpectedly solemn. When he eventually spoke, his voice was quiet.
I told her not to send me any more projects from that director, no matter how much his films make at the box office. Nothing else from that screenwriter either, because the script was a misogynistic piece of shit. Just like you said.
Score 1 for Team Whittier. Licking her forefinger, she traced an invisible tally mark in the air. When he didn't move, she indicated his clothing with a jerk of her chin. Make like a dancing firefighter on a Vegas stage, she said, and strip. His grin was slow as he straightened on the couch, and so was the peekaboo tease of his tea rising, then rising more until that hard chest came into view. Finally, his bared muscles shifting with impressive fluidity under that hair-dusted flesh, he yanked the shirt over his head and flung it in her lap. When she gathered it in her fist, it was still warm from his body heat. She licked her lips with deliberate care, knowing his eyes would follow the movement. 1 down, 2 to go. Sitting back, he rested a hand on her knee, traced the oval of her kneecap.
I can't wait.
There was a smile in his voice, even though his face was downturned, his eyes on his fingertips circling, circling, circling. The indie movie. When she pressed her thighs together, he glanced up and slanted her a wicked grin. It's a limited commitment, more so than the TV series. That probably appeals to you. It's cleverly written. It's a chance to show your emotional range. It'd also be one of the few comedic roles you've taken, and your first since you became as famous as you are. His finger had strayed to the inside of her knee now, teasing the thin skin there through the flimsy barrier of her lounge pants.
Why haven't I accepted then?
It's not much money, but I'd guess that isn't your main concern.
No.
It was another near purr, languid and sultry. Those strong hands urged her to her feet and stood her between his legs where he still sat on the couch. Without warning, he tugged down her wide-legged pants, his palms hot as they skimmed down the sides of her thighs, her calves. She was still wearing panties, but she suspected that state of affairs might not last much longer, given the way he slipped a thumb under her waistband and stroked along her belly. No. Oh. When he settled her on his lap, positioning her so she straddled his hips, that bulge in his jeans pressed right there, where she was aching and growing hotter. The cast is such a large ensemble, you might not get enough chance to shine. I also wasn't sure Ophelia had much of an identity outside her exes. He hummed in agreement and palmed her ass, rocked her against him.
2 points for Team Whittier.
Her patience was nearly exhausted. She wanted his mouth, then she wanted his dick, and she didn't want to wait longer than necessary for either. Then take off your fucking jeans, she told him. His eyes flared, and he didn't hesitate further. Shifting her off his lap for a moment, he tugged down his jeans in a single swift movement before kicking them aside. Then he was touching her again, dragging her closer, his possessive hands on her ass urging her back astride him. With only 2 thin, soft layers separating his cock from her sex, each upward hitch of his hips lit sparks behind her half-closed eyelids.
1 more to go.
His voice was a rumble now, a deep vibration against her shoulder. Her chin tipped back, and he mouthed her neck. The television show. Shit! His hands were sliding under her shirt, stroking up her back and circling forward, and if she didn't finish her analysis right now, she clearly never would. And if she didn't finish, she wouldn't win. And if she didn't win, she couldn't watch him strip naked before she rode that smug, sexy face of his. Well, she probably could, but it would feel even better knowing she'd won. More tricks, Castor-Rupp? She took one last moment to appreciate his hot tongue teasing that spot beneath her jaw, the pressure against her swelling clit. So be it. When she rose to her knees on the couch, he groaned at the loss of friction, then groaned harder when she reached down and pushed him back against the cushions, sliding her fingers beneath the top edge of his boxer briefs. Raise your hips, she told him, and he obeyed long enough for her to yank the fabric just below his firm, gloriously round ass. His cock bobbed against his ridged belly, hard and thick and wet at the tip. She didn't touch it yet, even though she could, even though she wanted to. He shook his head at her chidingly, but his voice was hoarse.
That's cheating, Whittier. You didn't earn that yet.
I didn't cheat. She stared down her nose at him, cheeks aflame with lust. Unless I'm mistaken, you're still wearing your boxer briefs. That cocky smirk should be illegal.
So I am. Not, however, in the intended manner.
And not for much longer, she told him. Lie down. At the flick of her finger, he stretched out full length on the couch once more. This time, when she straddled his thighs, she did so with her fist tight around his burgeoning cock, and apart from a few semi-frantic rolls of his hips, he didn't offer any more distractions or interruptions. She gave him a firm stroke before speaking again, and he jerked beneath her and grew even harder in her hand. I saw Francine's note about where the television series showrunners hope to sell it. The same cable channel as Gods of the Gates. If they succeed, that should ensure a decent budget, and I'm sure your involvement in the show would help them make their case. The role has action sequences, but a strong emotional core, too. I suspect you like the way they gender-flipped the characters, compared to the norm." She licked her palm, stroked him again as he bit off a loud moan. "I spent the longest with that script because I was looking for telltale signs the show intended to shame sex workers. I couldn't find any." With her free hand, she stroked up that flat belly and over his chest as he squirmed between her thighs. "My guess? You were drawn to the role because everyone, even the female lead, dismisses your character as just a pretty face and a fuckable body at first, but there's much more to him. It's a smart script, Marcus, the best of the lot. Good money, too."
"So why?"
He was arching beneath her and gasping now, to her infinite satisfaction.
"Why haven't I auditioned already?"
Her hands stilled. Damn it, she'd hoped he wouldn't ask that. "I don't know," she said slowly. "I couldn't quite figure it out." After blowing out a hard breath, he managed a wry tone.
"If you do figure it out, let me know, because I have no idea, and I was hoping you could tell me."
"Okay." This deserved her full attention, and his too, so she removed her hands from his body and placed them on her own thighs. "Do you have any theories?" He subsided down into the couch again.
"I don't want to leave you, of course, but the audition would only keep us apart for a day or two, so that's not it. Not all of it, anyway. And I don't want to stop acting entirely, so that's not the issue either."
Reaching up, he tucked a swath of her hair behind her ear.
"I haven't been able to make myself audition for months now, and I don't know why, even though it feels ungrateful to waste these opportunities. Foolish, too."
"It's not foolish." She laid her palm over his heart, as she'd done before. "There's no right or wrong answer here, just—"
"Whatever makes me happiest,"
he finished, a slight smile lightening his expression.
"I hope that's true."
She rolled her eyes. "Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie to you." He winced then, his flinch sudden and violent, and she hurriedly scrambled off his lap. "Did you get a cramp?" She scanned him, but couldn't see an obvious issue other than his flagging erection. "Where are you hurting?" He squeezed his eyes shut.
"No,
Her cell rang, cutting him off, but she ignored it. "What can I do to help?"
Please, answer your phone."
When she didn't move, he shooed her away.
"I'm fine. I just need a minute."
Preoccupied with his mostly naked, possibly hurting state, she didn't check the screen display before answering her cell. It was a mistake. "Hi, sweetheart. So glad I caught you at home tonight." Her mother's voice rang through the connection, bright and cheery. Too bright and cheery, which meant Mom was anxious. Probably because her daughter hadn't been answering her calls regularly. "Hi, Mom." Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Yes, for once we decided to stay in and relax instead of going out. Marcus was shooting her a quizzical look as he tugged his boxer briefs back around his hips, no doubt wondering why she was lying to her mother. She and Marcus hadn't spent an evening out since Alex's visit, partly to avoid paparazzi, and partly because they both seemed to be natural homebodies. Apparently, he hadn't noticed her rejecting Joanne's calls. Her mom cleared her throat. "You're still seeing your young man?" April bit back her instinctive, petty response. "Do you need a fainting couch or smelling salts? I know you must be shocked." "Yes." It was polite and the best she could manage. Her mother didn't ask for more details, thankfully. "In that case, I'm issuing an invitation for 2. Your father and I would love to have you both here for my birthday lunch, if you can make it. The first Saturday in July, just the 4 of us." The air in the apartment had turned damp and chilly against her exposed legs. April wrapped her free arm around herself, curling inward as she dropped her chin to her chest. There was no good way to refuse. If April said the exact date didn't work, another would be proposed, then another, until it became clear the date wasn't the real problem, and she'd have to address issues she wasn't ready to raise yet. make declarations she'd wanted to consider further before meeting her parents again. When April was a child, her mother had worked so hard to make birthdays special. She'd arranged dizzying spreads of gifts, parties that included everyone in April's class, streamers and balloons, and one year a petting zoo in their backyard. Even cake, whatever type April requested. "One cheat day per year, sweetheart," Joanne always said. "Make the most of it." April should be willing to attend her mother's celebration, despite everything, in recognition of all those other birthday parties, if nothing else, because Mom really did care. Mom really did work hard and want what was best for her daughter, and hope for her daughter's happiness with each phone call, each visit, each reminder of what health and beauty and love required. Marcus's arms wrapped around her from behind, warm and hard and supportive, and she swallowed past the obstruction in her throat. "Hold on just 1 second, Mom." Muting the phone, she stared blankly into the kitchen and asked him, "My mom wants to know if you can come to her birthday lunch the first Saturday in July. They live in Sacramento, so it'll be a half-day trip." No hesitation.
Of course. I'll put it in my calendar later.
Before he could say more, she unmuted the phone. "We'll be there. Just email me the details and let me know if we can bring anything." "Perfect!" There was an awkward pause, which her mother eventually filled with yet more cheery chatter. "Nothing too exciting is happening here, although your father and I are considering spending a weekend in Napa next month. He got some new clients, and they recommended this vineyard." No. April was done talking about her father. That much she knew. "Listen, Mom, I need to get to bed early, so I should let you go." Marcus's hands, stroking up and down her chilled arms, paused. "Talk to you soon." How her mother managed to fill absolute silence with hurt, April would never understand. Even from 2 hours away, the guilt of it dragged her head lower. "All right. Love you, sweetheart," Joanne finally said. After another swallow, April stated the truth. "I love you too." She couldn't disconnect fast enough. When she turned in Marcus's arms, he was staring down at her, forehead creased, and she didn't want questions from him, not now. Her hands were unsteady, and she fisted them. "I won, right? With the final script?" He slowly nodded. "Then get naked," she told him. "After that, I'm claiming my reward." As he removed his boxer briefs, she stalked toward the bedroom, flipped the light switch, and waited for him to follow. Once he did, she greeted him by stripping off her shirt and tossing it in a corner, then tugging down and kicking away her panties. He inhaled sharply and bit his lip, but his brow didn't smooth. "I don't want to talk about the call right now," she told him. "I will later, I promise." He nodded again, this time with more certainty.
Okay.
In mute defiance, she planted her fists on her hips and stood there absolutely naked, the overhead light at full brightness, so he couldn't possibly fail to see her for who and what she was. Every curve, every roll, every freckle, every stretch mark, every inch of her bared and his to take or leave. He took his time studying her, then stepped closer. Closer again, until their legs tangled and the crisp hair on his thighs rasped against her sensitive skin. The stroke of his knuckles down her neck was careful, tender.
What do you need, April?
All this evening, they'd been discussing wants, not needs. But at this moment, for her, maybe the two were the same. "As my reward, I want you to fuck me with all the lights in this room blazing." She tipped her chin higher, refusing to break eye contact. "I want you to look at me the whole time. Can you do that?" Against her belly, his renewed desire began to make itself known, and the hardening of his cock felt like triumph, absolute victory, over a foe she'd been battling and battling for decades now. He laughed, even as his hands rose to cup her breasts.
Of course I can do that. I've done it before, and it would literally be my pleasure to do it again.
Then he hesitated.
Only...
Victory slipped from her grasp, and she had to stiffen her legs to keep upright. Yes, she managed to say, her sinuses burning with tears she would not shed in front of him. His hands left her breasts, and she bit back her sob. Then he was cradling her face, his thumbs caressing her cheeks in gentle arcs as he pressed his lips to her forehead, her temple, her nose, her damned traitorous mouth which was trembling. Neck bowed, forehead to forehead, he made his own request.
After I fuck you, can we make love? With the lights still on?
When she surged up on her toes to kiss him, he took that, correctly, as a yes. As it turned out, what she wanted and what she needed weren't precisely the same thing. That night, fortunately, he gave her both. Rating, explicit. Fandoms, Gods of the Gates E. Wade, Gods of the Gates TV. Relationships, Aeneas Lavinia. Additional tags. Alternate universe modern. Angst and fluff and smut. The saddest erection ever. Ghost Lavinia. Eventual happy ending. Even though they're both dead at the end, but together, which is what really counts, right? Aw, man, you're all going to hate this, aren't you? Collections. Aeneas's Sad Boner Week. Stats. Words, 2,267. Chapters, 1 of 1. Comments, 39. Kudos, 187. Bookmarks, 19. Love lifts him up where he belongs. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Summary. Aeneas has spent 20 years getting hard to a ghost. The love of his life, long dead. Lavinia, who vanishes whenever he attempts to touch her. Then, one day, she doesn't. Notes. Special thanks to my new beta, smiley face. At night, she appeared before him once more. A bit more translucent than she'd been in life, but otherwise entirely, heartbreakingly herself. All sharp angles and features, lopsided smile and lank brown hair dusting her shoulders. The sweetest sight imaginable. For 20 years now, he'd watched her float around their bedroom, clad in the same thin, short nightgown she'd worn to sleep one night, curled in his arms, never to wake again. Until she did, as a ghost. His ghost. His wife. His beloved. As always, it felt both perverse and completely natural how his body responded to the sight. If he could, all of him would rise to meet her, on whatever plane she still inhabited. But for now, only one part of him could. She smiled shyly at his condition. So shyly no one would suspect how she talked him through stroking himself some nights. Her eyes bright and hot on him as he gasped and heaved and spurted against his belly. They couldn't touch. At the attempt, she'd vanish immediately, and sometimes she took days to return. When she did, she looked shaken, ragged, eyes bleak. He didn't know where she went, and she wouldn't talk about it. But after the third time, after he spent a week despairing that she might not be able to return at all, he no longer reached out to her. Tonight, though, something was different. As he lay in bed, awash in want, in grief, in love, his breath stuttered. She reached out for him, as she hadn't done for 2 decades. Her long, gentle fingers caressed his cheek. They were warm. 22. I'm still thinking about how I want to tackle Aeneas's inconvenient boner week. April readjusted her rearview mirror for the 1000th time. Yesterday, it occurred to me that maybe I could go back to modern AUs without things getting weird, as long as I kept using Wade's version of Aeneas rather than yours, which admittedly makes him 1,000,000 times less hot, but sacrifices sometimes have to be made for the greater good. And by the greater good, I mean explicit fucking in my fix. Marcus snorted, but she kept rolling before he could formulate a better reply. Speaking of explicit fucking, I should show you my friend Top Me Aeneas's latest magnum opus, One Top to Rule Them All, which is sort of a sexy mashup of Gods of the Gates and Lord of the Rings. She took the Mount part of Mount Doom very literally. The closer they got to Sacramento, the chattier April became. And yes, she was funny, and yes, he wanted to hear whatever she had to say. But this wasn't a happy type of chatty, or even the overly caffeinated cocrofinut type of chatty. Instead, it was the type of chatty where she seemed to want to fill any possible silence, leaving no space for extended thought. As she talked, she was paying sufficient attention to the highway, but she was also fiddling with the climate settings, the music selection, and the angles of the air vents, restless as she drove in a way Marcus had never witnessed before. This was anxiety, plain and simple. In passing, sometime during their first month together, she'd told him her father was a corporate lawyer, her mother a homemaker. At the time, he should have wondered why she'd failed to add more detail, but he hadn't, which was a mark against him, obviously, but also a testament to how deftly April could turn a subject away from anything too uncomfortable. Also an indication that maybe, just maybe, she handled other people's messy emotions and history better than her own. Still, if she wanted to chat, he'd chat. If she needed distraction, he'd provide it. He'd give her anything she wanted or needed, something he'd been trying to prove to her in earnest for the past month, ever since she'd stood naked and shaking in front of him, beneath the stark light of her bedroom, and asked him to fuck her as a reward. Her reward. She didn't understand yet, but she would. He loved her, and she was his reward. Touching her was a gift to him. That night, he'd finally understood just how effectively she'd managed to shield her own vulnerabilities, despite all her seeming openness and the wattage illuminating them both. The next morning, he'd been determined to learn more, to understand her better. When he'd woken in darkness, an hour before her alarm was due to sound, she was already awake. At his movement, her head had turned toward him, and her eyes weren't heavy-lidded with sleep, as they should have been following such a late night. She was fully alert, thinking so hard he was surprised he couldn't hear the friction. "Tell me," he'd said, and gathered her into the crook of his body, an arm under her neck, the other stroking her arm, her hip, her flank, as he eased her into the unfamiliar role of little spoon. "Tell me about the call." The sheets smelled like them, like sex and roses and everything he'd dreamed of. "My parents." Unexpectedly, she laughed, the sound jarring in the pre-dawn stillness. "The irony, Marcus! The fucking irony!" "I don't understand." He nosed the crown of her head, pressed a kiss there. "They're going to love you. Love you. They'll approve of you more than they ever approved of me." She paused. "But not just the real you. The fake you, too. The public you. Even if they saw the difference, I don't think they'd count it as important. Maybe my mom would. Not my dad, though." The thought hadn't occurred to him before, but my parents would have killed to have you as their child instead of me. Maybe that should have hurt, but somehow it didn't. The knife's edge of his grief had blunted since he'd shared it with April. Since he'd realized he had a choice in how his relationship with his parents would proceed in the future, if it proceeded at all. Since she'd told him he didn't owe them forgiveness or anything he didn't want to give. Besides, how could he begrudge some alternate universe version of his parents for adoring and admiring April when he did the same? Thus the irony. She wiggled closer. All your best qualities, everything that makes you remarkable. That's not what my father cares about. He's all about appearances, surfaces, and selling himself to clients. We're estranged, but my mother is absolutely loyal to him, and she has her own... As she hesitated, her breathing became a bit ragged. She has her own concerns, so things can get complicated. When she'd fallen silent after her pre-dawn confession, he hadn't pushed her. Instead, he'd asked her what she needed from him, and she'd whispered into the darkness. They'd made love slowly, and not just because she was already tender and slightly sore from their night together. Without urgency, in the dim coolness of her bedroom, in the shared warmth of her bed, he covered her, moved over her, took her beloved face between his hands and made certain, absolutely certain, she saw him seeing her. Because that was what she'd needed. Yes, he was beginning to understand her now. It had taken him longer than it should have, but he would make up for lost time today. She hadn't asked for his help because that wasn't her way. He was helping anyway. If she needed space from her father, Marcus could give her that space, and she'd already told him how to do it. Her father cared about appearances. That being the case, there was literally no one better suited to occupy his attention and keep him away from April than the well-groomed golden retriever. He had his character, he had his script and plenty of motivation. As soon as they arrived at her parents' house, he'd be ready for action. It shouldn't be much longer, either. The traffic was moving steadily, so they had maybe 20 more minutes to go. April kept glancing in her rearview mirror, as if longing to turn back, but she also kept driving. After chatting about several more of the latest Lavinius fics, most of which he'd already secretly read, April fell silent. Not for long, though. "I saw you looking over the scripts again yesterday," she said, adjusting the fan speed up another notch, then back down again a moment later. "Did you make any decisions?" Discussing his career might help distract her a bit longer, but there honestly wasn't much to report.
Nope.
Some of his options no longer existed, not after such a long wait. Others he still couldn't make himself commit to, despite all logic and common sense. When she made a sort of encouraging hum, he willingly elaborated.
"I fully understand how lucky I am to have access to those kinds of scripts, and I'm grateful. I really am. I don't take my ability to make a living from acting for granted, and I appreciate the opportunities and experiences I've had more than I can easily express."
"I know you do." She flashed him a quick smile before turning back to the road. "When you talk about your work, your gratitude shines through every word. It's endearing as hell." Her regard, her affection, settled softly within his chest, as it always did. With her, he was always warm, always full.
"I think there are some great scripts in that stack, but I'm just—"
When he paused, she didn't try to fill in the words for him. Finally, he made himself say it.
"I'm not sure I want any of those roles."
None of them felt quite right. Worse, he didn't know which Marcus should show up for an audition. The real him? Some iteration of the man he'd played in public for almost a decade? If he wanted to change his narrative, this was his best chance. He shook his head. No, it wasn't a matter of if. He did want to change his narrative. It was more a matter of how. It was also a matter of courage. And as he'd told April before, he was no Aeneas when it came to bravery. "So those roles aren't what you want. That's okay." April reached out to squeeze his knee. "You have time and you'll get other offers. Once the last season of Gods of the Gates starts airing and you're back in the international spotlight, Francine's inbox will probably be flooded." Maybe so. But by then, he'd have ensured a long, long gap between projects. Unwilling to pursue the topic further, he turned toward April as much as the seatbelt would allow.
"Speaking of fame, how are you feeling about Con of the Gates? Are you ready for all the attention you're going to get?"
The convention was coming up next weekend, and they'd decided to make their semi-official debut there as an acknowledged couple. No more avoiding the paparazzi, at least for that weekend. Instead, they would enter the premises proudly and together. He couldn't wait. He wanted to show her off, and she seemed both amused and pleased by his eagerness to do so. When not occupied by the cast's group panel, an individual Q&A session, and various photo op stints, he intended to have her by his side whenever possible. Although, of course, she had her own commitments, some more recent than others. "I think I'm ready." The rapid drumming of her fingers slowed. "I've already set aside what I want to pack, and my Lavinia costume is totally done other than a bit of hem work." His mouth opened. "And no, you still can't see it." Her grin was just a tad evil. "You'll have to wait until the cosplay contest just like everyone else, Caster-Rupp." Oh, he loved when she called him that. It meant she was feeling saucy, and saucy was a million times better than anxious. Since talking about the con seemed to relax her, he would ask as many questions as necessary.
"What about the session with Summer? How do you feel about that?"
Only days ago, the moderator for Summer's Q&A session had unexpectedly dropped out. The con's organizers, obviously aware of both April's love for Lavinia and her current online notoriety as his girlfriend, had promptly invited her to moderate the session instead. After some thought, she'd agreed. Marcus had already introduced the two women via a quick FaceTime chat to smooth over any potential awkwardness. Afterward, Summer had sent him a text. "Not that you needed my approval, but I like her. She seems confident, too, which will help. But take care of her during that con, Marcus. It's hard on all of us. But I don't think you can understand what it's like to be a woman in the spotlight. Especially a woman who's not used to it, and especially a woman who might not be the sort of girlfriend the press and public expect you to have." It was kind and thoughtful and totally 100% Summer. Which was why, when Ron and RJ had fucked over Lavinia and Aeneas in the final season, Marcus had grieved not just for his own character's arc, but also for his devastated colleague and friend. Because of how closely they'd worked together over the years, she and Kara were probably the two cast members who saw him most clearly. But neither woman had ever betrayed that knowledge to the press. Not a single time. Maybe he and all three of his favorite women could have dinner together during the convention. Maybe in their company, with their guidance, his path forward in his career would be clearer. Their advice couldn't be worse than Alex's suggested hair care products and slogans, after all. Try Castor for hairstyles that laster. Or, for extra hold hairspray, hairstyle had a Rupp night, let Marcus hold you. "I'll be fine moderating. I don't mind public speaking." April raised a shoulder. "I should be receiving Summer's bio and the questions sometime this week, so I can familiarize myself with what I'll need to say ahead of time." He forced himself to ask the next obvious question.
"When are you seeing your online friends? Have you set a time?"
Last week, while April was at work, he'd logged on to the Lavinius server in invisible mode and spotted her announcement from the night before. At long last, unapologetic Lavinia Stan had told everyone she was also the Lavinia fan dating Marcus, and he was honestly surprised the entire internet contained enough bandwidth for all the squeeing that had occurred. "This means you're going to the con, right? Right?" Top Me Aeneas had asked, once the furor had somewhat subsided. "We need to get together. OMG, we have to! Lavinia's powers, activate!" Millions of crying face and heart eyes emojis later, arrangements had been made. But he wasn't supposed to know about those plans, at least not in detail. Even though he did, and even though he would have given last year's paycheck from Gates to join them as Book Aeneas would never. He was still writing, and Alex was still beta reading the stories, and Marcus was still posting them under his new pen name, Aeneas Loves Lavinia. So far, though, they hadn't received much traction, which was understandable but disheartening. And it was inexpressibly lonely to loiter outside the community he'd helped found, looking in. April was worth it, though, 1,000,000 times over. "Sunday morning, we're all meeting for breakfast. I may visit the vendors with Top Me Aeneas afterward, unless one of the panels looks particularly enticing." Flipping on her turn signal, April exited the highway and decelerated down the ramp. We're almost there now. 5 more minutes. Her fingers weren't drumming against the steering wheel anymore. Instead, they were gripping the leather so tightly her knuckles had turned white and knobby. Somehow, the sudden silence was even worse than that anxious chatter. Her lips were a thin, pinched line, her cheeks pale, her chin truculent and upturned. Unexpected rage licked a trail of fire up his spine. He wasn't going to make April talk about a subject that obviously upset her, but he could act on her distress anyway. Her father wasn't getting anywhere near her. Marcus would make fucking sure of that. He hoped Brent Whittier had a stick or a chew toy available, because the well-groomed golden retriever had come to play. Lavinia's server. Thread. So, FYI, I'm that woman. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. And by that, I mean, on Twitter, I use the handle @Lavinius5ever, which, as you may recall, is also the handle used by the fan Marcus Castor-Rupp asked out on a date, which makes sense, since I'm that fan. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Yes, he's wonderful and makes me very happy, and no, I can't tell you much more than that. But I wanted you to know, so now you do. Heart emoji. Top me Aeneas. Oh my sweet Jesus. Lavinius OTP. Holy shit! Lavinius OTP. Holy shit! Mrs. Pius Aeneas. This is the day foretold by our elders. The day a Lavinius fan got to touch MCR's jawline and find out if it will, in fact, cut your fingers with its sharpness. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. No stitches yet. No promises for the future, however. Top me Aeneas. This is why Aeneas in your fix is Wade's Aeneas now. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Yeah, I didn't want to write a man with my boyfriend's face and body getting it on with another woman. Even Lavinia. I'm selfish like that. Smiley face. Lavinia is my goddess and savior. You have to tell us. Lavinia is my goddess and savior. Does he really smell like musk and clean sweat and man? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Kind of, especially after he works out. Top me Aeneas. Legs spread, crotch up gif. 23. The night before she visited her parents for the first time in a year, April had lain sprawled and wakeful next to Marcus, determined to reach some sort of verdict. Sometime after 2 a.m, clarity had arrived. When it came to her mother, the land beneath her feet was contaminated. She could either continue living with a soil cap, a thin veneer of pleasantness over profound damage, or dig out the problem. The process wouldn't be easy. It would cost her, maybe more than she realized. Then again, she'd never been much interested in surfaces. It was time to dig and dispose. Luckily, she'd thought, before finally, gratefully falling asleep, I'll have Marcus by my side, holding my hand, reminding me when I forget that I'm not the contaminant, even if my parents wouldn't agree. Only she'd been wrong. Completely, humiliatingly, gut-churningly wrong. Marcus wasn't by her side, not even for a minute. He wasn't holding her hand. Instead, he was chatting with her father at the opposite side of the open-plan first floor, laughing, sharing workout and nutrition tips, some of which Brent repeated to the house at large, his tone genial enough that outsiders wouldn't understand just how pointed his commentary was, and whose flesh those verbal arrows were intended to pierce. Marcus's support and affection had never faltered before, and she'd counted on both as a bolster today. More than that, she'd relied on them as proof, to her parents and herself, that everything they believed, everything she'd been told for 18 years, was wrong. Marcus's fingers intertwined with hers, the way he beamed at her, would announce her triumph more clearly and loudly than words. I'm fat and he wants me. I'm fat and he doesn't need me to change. I'm fat and he's proud of me. Now she was just another big girl the hot dude didn't want near him, at least not in public, which was precisely what her parents expected, and what her mother had warned her to expect, too, in all those concerned phone calls April had stopped answering. Honestly, she didn't give much of a fuck about what her father thought or believed, not anymore. But when she'd pictured this conversation with her mother, she'd imagined Marcus nearby, his proximity a silent reminder that she was desired and appreciated, that her happiness was worth painful conversations and setting hard boundaries. Instead, she was doing it alone because, of course she was. Of course. As the two women had set the table, her mother had already whispered of her unease, brows puckered over warm brown eyes. Are you certain this isn't a publicity stunt, sweetheart? It just seems so unlikely. That anxiety was real. So was the love in that familiar gaze. They only made her words sting more. When April had defended the genuineness of her relationship with Marcus, her mother's unstated but clear disbelief stung too. Now, as they put the final touches on their celebratory gourmet spa lunch, as her mother called it, the two of them were treading yet more of that same contaminated ground. I saw a few pictures in the tabloids. Joanne checked the doneness of the pan-roasted salmon, then transferred the fillets to a platter. I'll send you some links for foundation garments. They'll smooth things out a bit, so you'll feel more comfortable when the paparazzi take candid shots. Foundation garments have literally never made me feel more comfortable, April replied, trying to keep her tone wry rather than bitter. Quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. Her mother laughed. You know what I mean. Oh, April did know. Physical comfort meant nothing if discomfort would help deter the censure of loved ones and strangers alike. Joanne had learned that the hard way. During her first year of marriage, she'd gained 50 pounds. Then promptly lost it again, once she realized that above a certain weight, her husband wouldn't invite her to socialize with his colleagues, wouldn't dance with her in public, wouldn't touch her in private. It was a one-time mistake, never repeated. Brent still bragged about how his wife lost all her baby weight within a month of giving birth. And since Joanne hadn't wanted to risk failure a second time, April had remained an only child. She'd been born small and remained slim until puberty. Then the number on the scale started creeping upward week by week, until, finally, her mother pulled her aside to share the story of that first wedded year and the lessons to be drawn from it. Boys care about these things more than we girls think, and I don't want you to be blindsided like I was. Joanne's hand was soft and cool and tender against April's flushed, wet cheek. Sweetheart, I'm only saying this because I love you, and I don't want you to get hurt. That was the common refrain. Always. I love you, and I don't want you to get hurt. It was far, far too late to avoid hurt. But at least that story had confirmed what April already suspected, already feared. Her father had stopped bringing her to the firm's family events. The only photos of her around the house dated from before puberty. At her older cousin's wedding, when her maternal grandmother urged him to dance with his daughter, he'd simply pretended not to hear. He was ashamed to be seen with her. Yes, it hurt. Badly. Yes, she'd eventually seen a therapist about it. But honestly, the man was a dick in so many ways, it was relatively easy to cut ties with him. They didn't talk. They barely saw one another outside afternoons like this, and even then, her mother remained a constant buffer and mediator. Spending time in his disapproving presence still made her nervous, but it didn't devastate her. Her mom, though, was sweetness, inextricably swirled with a toxin Joanne didn't and would never recognize as harmful. In ridding herself of the taint, April would most likely lose the sweetness, too. Still, she'd told Marcus he had the right to set parental boundaries for the sake of his happiness, and she needed to follow her own advice. Joanne's love for April didn't justify the harm she'd done, and April's love for Joanne couldn't save their relationship. Not unless things changed. Not unless April spoke and her mother actually listened. Today, she was speaking. The rest was up to her mother. Spoonful by spoonful, Joanne was dolloping low-fat yogurt dill sauce onto the plates. Still talking, still worried and loving and hurtful. "Have you considered surgery for your problem?" Her mother always stumbled over the word, as if fatness were an obscenity. "It might make things easier, especially with a man like Marcus, and you know how concerned I am for your health." April could hardly forget, given the frequency of her mother's reminders. "I could come and help you recover afterward if you wanted." When her daughter didn't respond, Joanne tried a different tack. "But I know that's a big step. If you're not ready, maybe you could try his diet and exercise routine instead. It could be something you have in common, like it is for your father and me." Growing up, April had wondered what kept her parents together. Joanne, fluttery and well-intentioned and cheerful. Brent, confident and self-absorbed and dickish. Married almost 40 years now, yet still strangers in a very real way. A couple that never seemed more distant than when they stood beside one another. Well, now she knew. Burpees and lean protein had saved their marriage. It would be kind of hilarious, if only her mother didn't always look so afraid every morning when she stepped on the scale, and every evening when she stepped on the scale, and all those other times during the day she stepped on the scale too. After leaving for college, it had taken April 3 years to stop weighing herself after every meal. Another decade to throw away the scale entirely. Her mother was twisting lemon slices to garnish each plate, which meant lunch was almost ready. They were running out of time, and April was running out of courage. She couldn't wait until after the meal, as she'd planned. They were doing this now. "Mom." She placed a hand over her mother's, stilling those skilled, perfect movements. "I need to talk to you for a minute, in private." Joanne's forehead crinkled. "We're about to eat, sweetheart. Can't this wait?" "I don't think so," April said, and nudged her mother toward the privacy of the guest room. Joanne's birthday lunch wasn't the right place for this, but it was a conversation that needed to occur face to face, and April wasn't sure when she'd return to her childhood home. She wasn't sure if she'd return. It all depended on what happened next. After living with a man like Brent for decades, her mother was exquisitely sensitive to the potential displeasure of loved ones. She was already twisting her hands anxiously, already half ready to cry, which was part of the reason they'd never had this conversation before. Reducing Mom to this state made April feel like a monster. It made her feel like her father. "What?" Her mother started at the click of the door, even though April had closed it behind them as quietly as possible. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Okay, she didn't need Marcus. In the end, she was always going to have to do it on her own anyway. "After today, I don't want to see Dad again. Ever." Any minute, Brent would wonder why his wife wasn't serving him with sufficient speed, and this conversation would end. April didn't have time to prevaricate. "Being around him brings me nothing but anxiety, and I'm not subjecting myself to that anymore." Her mother gulped at that first firm statement, eyes going glassy and terrified. For years, she'd lamented the estrangement between father and daughter, coaxing April in phone calls to visit for his birthday and send him Christmas gifts, before whispering, her tone meaningful, that he'd asked how she was doing. April didn't believe it, and even if he had, was that, a passing thought as to her general welfare, really enough to indicate his grief at her distance and his desire for greater closeness? Was that really enough to make him an actual father? No, it wasn't. Now April was declaring her independence, cutting him out of her life entirely, and all her mother's worst fears were coming true, and it was horrible, horrible, to be the person to inflict that necessary blow. "Sweetheart!" Her lips trembling, Joanne reached toward April. When her daughter continued speaking, though, she dropped her hand and fell silent. "From now on, our relationship won't include him." Her mother would exploit any seeming uncertainty, so April didn't offer any. "If you can't visit me without him, I'll understand, but I won't see you either then." Late last night, April had formulated different versions of this conversation. "He doesn't love me," she'd tell her mother. "Maybe I still love him a little, only because it's hard not to love your father. I definitely don't like him, though. I'm done." But that would have invited her mother to insist, of course Dad loved her. Men just showed it differently, and April simply needed to understand, accept, deny her anxiety, deny what she needed, even though her chest felt wrung dry, emptied, at the prospect of seeing a man who was supposed to love her no matter what, but didn't. He didn't. Her mother did, which only made the rest of this conversation worse. "How our relationship will look after today is up to you." Acid was climbing April's throat. Bile. "Not just because I won't see you when he's present, but because things need to change between us, even without his involvement." Joanne was openly crying now, her knees collapsing beneath her as she sank onto the edge of the bed, her spine bent as she huddled in on herself. And at one time, April would have cut out her own heart to prevent her mother from looking like this. In some ways, she had. That ended now, even if she felt monstrous and unclean. "I don't want to talk about my body with you ever again." No matter how her voice shook, she had to make her boundaries clear, absolute and unmistakable, so their violation couldn't be mistaken for confusion. "I won't discuss what I eat or don't eat. I won't discuss how I exercise or don't exercise. I won't discuss how I look or don't look. I won't discuss test results or medications. My weight, my health, and my clothing are all off limits." Joanne's eyes were red-rimmed now, her lips parted, her head shaking in mute befuddlement or denial or some other emotion April couldn't parse through her own grief. "I know you worry about me. I know you want to help, but that doesn't change what I'm telling you." Salt was stinging her eyes, blurring her vision, and she slapped away the tears and kept standing, kept talking. "Please believe me. The next time you bring up my body, I will end our conversation. I'll walk out the door or hang up the phone. The next time you send me links to articles about weight loss or exercise, I'll block your messages." For once, she was glad of her mother's timidity before the assurance of others. It meant April could get out this next part before the weight of her own love dragged her under and drowned the words that needed, at long last, to be said. "If that's not enough, if you can't stop, I'll cut off all contact with you." Despite her mother's gasp, despite her own crying, April maintained eye contact as best she could. "Because you hurt me, Mom. You're hurting me." Her mother sobbed out loud then, hands fisted at her sides. "I love you." At that, April had to bow her head. After swallowing back more acid, though, she raised her chin once more. Maybe her words cracked, but they were certain. They were honest. "You love me, but you still hurt me. When I talk to you, when I see you, I end up half convinced that who I am, what I am, is wrong and abhorrent and needs to be fixed." "You're not abhorrent," Joanne whispered, face crumpled and lined. "I never, ever thought that." The raw truth in that declaration drove April to reach for her mother's hand. Joanne's fingers were slender and cold and unsteady. So fragile, April couldn't squeeze too hard for fear of breaking them. Still, her mother needed to realize. "But that's how you make me feel." Everything she'd scripted in her head last night, she'd said. All but the last bit. And the voices of the two men were getting louder, closer, so she needed to say it now. Dad will never, ever understand how he's hurt us. Even if he did understand, he'd never acknowledge it. April gave her mother's hand a gentle shake. But you are not him. Please, Mom. Please think about whether you want to keep hurting me, now that you know you are. Her mother's tears were silent now, their trails glinting in the sunlight through the window, her pain etched in lines around her pale mouth. I only wanted to help, she whispered. April pressed a kiss to the back of her mother's hand, the skin there more papery and thin than she'd recalled, lightly freckled, despite sunscreen and spot-reducing hand creams. In her mind, her mother was still young and glamorous, sheathed in slender, form-fitting dresses, makeup perfect, as she left on her husband's arm for his firm's holiday parties, calling out last instructions for the babysitter until Brent got impatient and yanked her out the door. But she wasn't young anymore. Neither was April, really. They were running out of time to fix this, to fix them. The only way forward was honesty. It doesn't help, Mom. It only hurts. Then the guest room door was opening, and the amiable man-to-man chuckles of Marcus and her father stopped abruptly. Brent frowned but didn't move closer to his wife. Joanne? What? I think we'd better go, April said. Somehow Marcus was right there beside her, his hand resting warm and strong on her shoulder. She instinctively stepped away from the contact. I'm sorry to miss lunch, Mom. I left your present in the den. In her peripheral vision, she could see Marcus staring down at her, brows drawn, hand frozen in midair. But he didn't matter now. Her mother was still sitting on that bed, still hunched, narrow shoulders shaking as she wept silently, so as not to embarrass anyone with her heartbreak. Bending down, April kissed the top of her mom's head, inhaled the powdery scent of flowers, maybe for the last time. When you've had a chance to think, call me. She was wetting her mother's hair, so she lifted her face after one last inhalation. I love you, Mom. With her father blustering protests and demands, her mother crying, and Marcus trailing silently behind her, April gathered her purse and left her parents' house. Her eyes might be blurry, but her back was straight. Good thing, too. This hellacious day wasn't over yet. Once they were 5 minutes down the road, she was having Marcus pull over. Her mother wasn't the only person who'd hurt her today. She didn't intend to let it happen again. Rating: Mature. Fandoms: Gods of the Gates E. Wade, Gods of the Gates TV. Relationships: Aeneas Lavinia. Additional tags: Alternate Universe Modern, Angst and Fluff and Smut. Arranged marriage. Lavinia has body image issues, for obvious reasons. Stats: Words, 1,893. Chapters, 1 of 1. Comments, 47. Kudos, 276. Bookmarks, 19. Untouchable. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Summary. Lavinia knows exactly why her husband doesn't touch her, doesn't kiss her, doesn't bed her. Possibly, however, she may have made a few assumptions along the way, ones Aeneas intends to correct. Notes. Thank you to my fabulous beta, Book Aeneas Would Never. He's been helping me work on emotional heft in my fix, so whatever such heft this story has belongs rightfully to him. At night, the irony choked her. Somehow having a beautiful husband, having a husband she'd grown to love, had made her married existence so much worse, so much more painful, than if she'd simply married Turnus instead. Turnus, her fiancé before fate and parental interference had broken the engagement. Turnus, all brown curls and bluster and righteous anger and wiry strength. Turnus, who would have bedded her in darkness, fucked her from behind whenever possible, and avoided looking at her face the same way he'd avoided looking at her face since meeting her. But at least he'd have taken her to bed, unlike her actual husband. Her husband, golden in the sunlight. Her husband, smooth muscles and features polished to perfection. Her husband, polite and attentive and distant as the moon overhead. For Aeneas, evidently, no amount of darkness was sufficient to disguise whom he'd married, whom he'd have to fuck. For him, she was more than simply homely and awkward and everything else her father had ever told her. She was untouchable. So ugly he couldn't abide a fingertip's worth of contact. Or so she might have gone on believing forever, until she got drunk one night. Very, very drunk. For the first time ever. At Dido's bachelorette party, drowning her stupid envy over how Aeneas's ex, now Lavinia's faithful friend, had managed to get over the man and move on in a way Lavinia never could as his wife. When she came home in a cab, he met her at the end of their driveway, forewarned of her arrival by Dido's text. When she staggered, he tugged her against his side and supported her with a strong arm around her shoulders. When she looked blearily up at him and slurred, "Don't have to touch me. No, you don't want to. Made that clear enough." He stopped dead on their front sidewalk, still holding her, brow furrowed in confusion. Then, when she repeated the horrible, humiliating truth, he glared at her with eyes blazing like the stars above and spat out his own truth.
"I have wanted to touch you every minute of every day for months now," he said. "What the actual ever-loving fuck are you talking about?"
24. April had shrugged away his attempted comfort in her parents' guest room, so Marcus didn't try to reach out to her again. Instead, he silently accepted her keys, passed her the tissue box and a bottle of water, set the GPS to her apartment's address, and began driving them home. She didn't want him to touch her. That was her right, and no doubt she had good reason to distance herself from him. He simply didn't understand what that reason was. And he might not be allowed physical contact, but he could still steal glances at her as he drove. At stop signs and red lights, and when he needed to wait behind someone making a left turn. In fleeting glimpses, he scanned her tear-stained countenance for some hint of what he'd done wrong and found nothing. Nothing. Her face was speckled stone, impervious. His confusion and anxiety ballooned by the moment, filling his skull until he wondered how his ears hadn't popped from the pressure. Without warning, she pointed to the right. "Pull off here." They'd reached a little park, not too far from the freeway, and he obediently turned into its lot. "Pick a space without anyone else nearby, please." The farthest corner of the lot offered spots with the most privacy, and he chose the last space on the end. Within moments, the car was parked, and the hum of the engine went quiet. But he kept his hands clutched tight on the steering wheel. Because he was nervous, and because he needed to keep them away from her until she was ready to be touched. He studied her blotchy face and the balled-up tissues in her lap, his jaw aching with tension, his need to offer comfort overwhelming but stymied. She didn't speak. Not one word.
"April,"
he finally said, her name a gravelly plea.
"I don't know what happened with your mom, and I don't know how I fucked up, but I obviously did. I'm sorry."
He'd thought he understood. Her father was an asshole, and being in his company upset her. If Marcus offered himself as a human barrier, then she could spend time with her mother and escape the visit home unscathed. Simple as that. Only she'd emerged metaphorically bloodied instead. And Jesus. Evidently he hadn't helped at all. Best he could tell, he'd hung her out to dry instead. His skin fucking crawled with shame at having inadvertently abandoned her in need. It was the absolute worst feeling. The worst. Had he simply not listened hard enough? Or had she told him less than he'd realized? Less than he needed to support and protect her? And if so, how could he have failed to notice such a glaring omission? After another torturous silence, she finally responded to his apology, her words blunt and abrupt and startlingly loud in the hushed confines of the car. My father despises fat people, including me. My mother wants to save me from the judgment of people like him, so she constantly advises me about my body. She pressed her trembling lips together. I told her today I would no longer visit her if the two of them came as a package deal, because I have no desire to see him ever again. Then I said I would cut off contact with her entirely if she didn't stop discussing my body. Metal in his mouth. He'd drawn blood somewhere, lip or cheek or tongue, and it felt right. Blood should be spilled in response to what she'd just told him. That motherfucker. There were assholes, and then there were... He didn't even know what the right term for her father was. Even then, even ravaged by tears, her cheeks blotched with distress, April glowed in the sunlight through the window. How her father couldn't see her beauty or value, how he'd turned away from the daughter who should have been his greatest pride, Marcus had no idea. And her mom. Her mom! In some ways, that was almost worse, wasn't it? In the end, a dismissal by her malignant asshole of a father might be easier to shake off than the inadvertent slights of her mother. Brent wasn't worth a moment of April's time or a single one of her tears. But Joanne wanted to protect her daughter. Joanne had the best of intentions. Joanne loved her daughter, loved her sincerely, but hurt her anyway, again and again. The thought of April growing up like that gutted him. Fuck, he wanted to hold her, needed to hold her. Instead, as he tried to find the right words, he fisted the steering wheel so hard he was surprised he didn't pry the leather free. But when his mouth opened, she held up a hand. Let me get this out, please. More copper spilled over his tongue, but he nodded. I wanted you by my side today, holding my hand, to show them I don't need to change how I look to have a good relationship, and to support me as I had a hard conversation with my mom. She rubbed her bloodshot eyes and sighed. I really needed my boyfriend, not the public version of you. But I didn't tell you any of that, so you don't have to apologize. It's fine. Amid the upheaval of the afternoon, her near-instant forgiveness was graciousness he hadn't expected, and wasn't certain he even deserved. Maybe she hadn't told him enough before the visit, but he should have asked what she needed from him, not assumed. His failure roiled his stomach. But this wasn't about him, not at its heart. He had to remember that. He didn't speak until she met his eyes again. His hand was an inch from hers, but he didn't close the distance.
May I?
When she nodded, he let out a slow breath and interwove their fingers, placing their joined hands on his thigh. With his free hand, he reached over and swept away a stray tear from her jaw, keeping the pad of his thumb gentle and light on her salt-stained skin. She didn't flinch or edge away, thank fuck. His incipient nausea eased as the dread, his fear that this afternoon would end their relationship, that she'd never forgive him, drained away with each arc of his thumb.
April.
Bowing his head, he lifted their tangle of fingers to his cheek and rubbed, kissed her knuckles.
You'd said you and your father were estranged, and you seemed anxious about the visit. So my goal today was to keep him as far away from you as possible. Since you said he was all about appearances, I figured the best way to do that was to be...
Not yourself. Shit. She looked tired. He hoped she'd let him drive them the rest of the way to Berkeley. I get it. Well, now I do, anyway. He'd make it up to her. When she saw her mother again, if she saw her mother again, he'd do whatever she needed, be whatever she needed. And in the meantime, he'd give her all the love he could. He'd give her love because she deserved it, and because he couldn't help it. He was so fucking smitten with her. His adoration spilled from him like water from a fountain or blood from a wound. He exhaled love with every breath. It floated behind him with each step, bright as fireflies in the dark of night. Most of all, he'd give her love because he wanted to earn her love in return. And to do that, He needed to make absolutely certain she understood why he'd disappointed her, and just how sorry he was for doing so.
Within 2 sentences, I could tell your dad was a dick, which I'd already guessed since you're estranged, but it wasn't hard to see why.
He sighed.
Your mom seemed genuinely affectionate with you, though, so I thought it was safe to leave you two alone while I kept him away. I'm so sorry.
Her hands were icy and he chafed them, trying to lend his warmth. She watched, her exhaustion visible in her boneless slump and painted in dark circles beneath her eyes. She is genuinely affectionate. That's not the problem.
I know that now. I'm sorry,
he repeated, his voice raw.
If I'd had any idea she was badgering you like that, I never would have abandoned you.
No need to apologize. Her jaw cracked with her yawn. You didn't know. I didn't tell you. As she sagged against her seat, she began shivering, even though it wasn't actually cold in the car. Emissions be damned, he promptly turned on the engine and set the thermostat as high as possible, flicking her seat warmer onto its hottest setting too. She didn't protest. He cradled her face in his hands.
April, I swear I'm nothing like your father. In general, because he's an asshole, but also...
When he trailed off, shifting in discomfort, she filled in the rest. You don't care that I'm fat. Nuzzling her cheek against his palm, she closed her eyes again. Which I should have known from the beginning, given the way we met. On the Lavinius server? What did that have to do with her size?
Given the...
He paused.
On Twitter, yes, given the way we met.
Shit, he'd almost forgotten. Almost revealed exactly how long they had known one another. Jesus, as if the afternoon somehow required even more drama and conflict. He brushed his lips over her forehead, then her nose, before giving her a brief, gentle kiss on the mouth.
I love your body exactly the way it is, April.
I believe you. Her faint smile lightened his heavy heart. Even an actor of your talent couldn't fake how you look at me, especially when we make love. Lustful and love-struck and speechless. That was how he felt when they made love, and how he probably looked, too. April's body was perfect exactly as it was. Brent Whittier could go fuck himself.
I had no idea that was the crux of your estrangement with your father.
After one last tender stroke of her hair back from her forehead, he shifted fully back into his own seat and put the car in drive.
I knew it was an issue with some of your dates, but not with him. I really am sorry.
At first, she didn't respond. Tipping back her head, she closed her eyes. His guess, worn out by all the upheaval, she'd be asleep within 30 seconds. Then, when they were almost out of the parking lot, she seemed to register his words. Her eyes blinked open, and she put a hand on his arm, stopping him from pulling out onto the road. He braked, then turned to her again.
What's wrong?
Was she still too cold? Did she want to get out of the car and sit on one of the park's sunlit benches together? Marcus. Her brow was pinched. How did you know I'd been fat-shamed by dates before? His hard swallow seemed to echo in his ears. Fuck. Fuck! Some of her exes had been assholes to her because of her body, but she'd never told him that. At least, she'd never told Marcus that. In fact, she'd only ever broached the topic of dickish dates once in his presence. Namely, when she'd posted about fat-shaming on the Lavinius server, and he'd read the post and responded, as Bon. He opened his mouth, pinched it shut again. The choice lay before him. He could lie. He could say he'd deduced the existence of horrible exes based entirely on that whole gym and buffet misunderstanding from months ago. Or he could come clean. At long last, he could stop hiding the truth from her. He knew which choice a good man, a good partner for her, would make. But he also knew something else with a certainty that sickened him. If he'd told her the truth entirely of his own volition, he might have had a chance to salvage things. Only admitting his lie of omission now, after he'd been caught, that was the part she wouldn't be able to forgive. April, who cared only about the truth beneath all the pretty lies, was never going to trust him again. And he couldn't blame her. He didn't. But he still needed to explain, to try, because he loved her, and she deserved the truth. No matter whether she still loved him after he told her. No matter whether she'd ever loved him to begin with. Marcus? She didn't sound sleepy anymore, not in the slightest. Dropping his chin to his chest, he tried to ignore the acid climbing his throat and breathed shallowly through his mouth. If his sudden nausea got any worse, though, he'd have to open the car door to spare her upholstery. Without a word, he backed up, until they'd reached the far, empty corner of the lot once more. With every inch he reversed, April straightened in her seat, grew more alert, her gaze sharp as a blade against his throat. Then they were parked, and he was almost out of time. One last look, while she still trusted him. One last stroke of her cheek. One last moment, hoping that maybe, despite everything he knew about her, she would accept his heartfelt apologies, and they could still have a relationship. Her skin was icy, and now, so was his.
I'm Buccaneus would never,
he said. Lavinia's server DMs 6 months ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I feel bad. Well, kind of not. Buccaneus would never. 3 question marks. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I was a bit snippy with Aeneas Fan 83 just now, in her thread about the historical inaccuracy of non-white people in the show. But honestly, Bon, does she think POC were a Victorian invention? Buccaneus would never.
I'll look at the thread in a minute, but I have faith that if you were snippy, she deserved it, especially since her take is total bullshit.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Thank you! Buccaneus would never.
I'm here to defend your snippy honor whenever needed.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. To be fair, I was already upset before the whole POC wouldn't have been in Europe, even though there is a shitload of contemporaneous proof they totally fucking were conversation. And I probably took that out on her. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. And, just to be clear, even if there weren't people of color back then in Europe, and there were, our show featured a fucking Pegasus, so sit down with your hot racist take on historical accuracy, lady. Buccaneus would never.
Another excellent point.
Buccaneus would never.
So what was already upsetting you before you saw the thread?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. It's kind of a long story. Buccaneus would never.
You don't have to tell me. Ignore the question.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. No, it's okay. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Without going into too much detail, I met a friend for dinner, and she disappointed me. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I thought she accepted me the way I am, but... Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. She wants to fix me, improve me. Buccaneus would never.
WTF?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. She had to speak up, Bon, out of concern. Buccaneus would never.
I'm certain you already know this, but you don't need to be fixed or improved. You're perfect just the way you are.
Buccaneus would never.
I'm so sorry. That must have hurt.
Buccaneus would never.
I don't have a ton of friends. Maybe 3, and they're all co-workers. But they would never do that to me. You deserve better.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Given how kind and funny you are, I'm shocked you don't have an enormous circle of close, loyal friends. But quality over quantity, right? Buccaneus would never.
Honestly, I'm still surprised sometimes to have any friends. I didn't growing up.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Being a kid is so awkward. Book Aeneas would never.
Yes. Anyway, I'm forever grateful for the friends I do have. Definitely including you, Ulcie.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I feel the same. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Thanks for listening, as always. Book Aeneas would never.
Anytime.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I don't let everyone in, and it hurts to do it and be disappointed. Book Aeneas would never.
I'm an expert at disappointing others, sadly.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Well, you've never disappointed me. 25. April was crying again. With hurt, yes, but also rage. So much goddamn rage! Marcus was Book Aeneas would never. At one time, that would have been her most fervent wish, to have the two most important men in her life somehow merge into one, to not have to choose between them. But now, all this time he'd pretended they'd met as strangers at a restaurant. All this time he'd fucking lied to her.
April, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
When Marcus tentatively reached out to dry her tears again, she slapped his hand away. Why? That single syllable was so choked with betrayal she could barely understand herself. Why didn't you say something? He raked a hand through his hair, gripped it in his fist so hard he must have ripped some out.
I wanted to, April. Fuck, I would have done anything to let you know.
Jesus, what bullshit! Exactly how gullible did he think she was? Anything. She laughed, a horrible scraping sound. Anything except tell me? Such a small slip-up he'd made. So easy to dismiss, to explain away. If his stumble hadn't involved something she couldn't second-guess or doubt. She'd decided months ago not to mention being fat-shamed on dates to Marcus. It was a very deliberate, very conscious omission, one intended to spare her pride. She'd told herself that part of her past didn't matter, really, not when he did love her body exactly the way it was. If she hadn't caught that damning little slip, would he ever have told her? And how long, precisely, had he known the truth? Did you know who I was when you asked me out on Twitter? Her tone had hardened now, turned colder, as her tears dried. He frantically shook his head.
I had no clue who you were, I swear, not until you told me at dinner.
That blank look of shock when she'd shared her fanfic name. Those initial probing questions about Marcus, about himself, and how she felt about him on the Lavinia server. All those conversations where he pretended to know almost nothing about fanfic. You've been keeping this a secret from our very first date, she whispered. From our first fucking date! He grabbed the back of his neck, squeezing hard.
April, you have to understand.
Oh, how wonderful! She'd never used that voice, rich with sarcasm and disdain, on him before. Not even once. It made him flinch, and she was savagely glad. Yes, please tell me what I have to understand. I can't wait to find out.
If anyone knew I was writing Fix-It Fix in response to the show, if anyone knew the things I said about the scripts on the Lavinia server.
He sounded so sincere, each word a heart-wrenching plea. A hell of a good actor, as always.
I could have lost the role of Aeneas. I could be sued, potentially, and no one would want to cast the guy who—
Enough! She didn't need a lecture on how grave the consequences could have been, or how grave they could still be. Of course his showrunners would be unhappy, maybe even his colleagues, but he'd lied to her, and she wasn't letting herself be dragged off topic. She held up a steady hand. I get it, Marcus.
I don't think you do.
His lips tightened, just for a moment. A flash of anger. When Marcus was never, ever angry at her. At least, not until he was caught in a lie.
Not really.
Ignoring that attempted feint, she cut to the most crucial, most hurtful part of this absolute shit show. I also get the real issue here.
The real issue?
It was almost a growl. You don't trust me. She sat back in her car seat and laughed again, and the sound was just as horrible, just as sharp as before. We were friends for over 2 years online, and you've been living with me for months, and you don't trust me. She'd been so sure of him, of them, and from the very beginning she'd been building a relationship on quicksand. The anger had faded from his expression, and the desperate shake of his head must have hurt his neck.
No, April, no, that's not...
She bit her lip, her cold, calm facade cracking. I would never have told anyone, not a soul, not my coworkers, not our friends on the Lavinia's server, not my mother, no one. The honest fucking truth, and she hoped he recognized it.
I know that.
He flung his hands in the air, his own voice breaking.
Do you honestly think I don't know that?
The air seemed simultaneously too thin and too thick to breathe, and she wanted to fling open the car door and run. Instead, she stayed and faced him dead on. Right, of course. Her lip, now bitten red and raw, stung as she gave him a mean little smile. Except for one problem. If you knew that, if you trusted me, you would have said something. He clawed at the seatbelt as if it were strangling him, finally stabbing at the release to fling it free. The violence of the motion didn't seem to satisfy him, though, and his chest heaved with labored breaths.
I was scared.
It was a blunt, rough statement, unvarnished enough that her desolate sneer faded despite her best efforts.
When we met in person, I was cautious about sharing something so damaging, and I think that's understandable even though you may not agree. Then I knew I could trust you, but I didn't.
Jaw clenched with frustration, he seemed to search for words.
I didn't trust that I'd say the right thing when I explained. I didn't trust that I'd be enough to make you stay once you knew I'd been hiding something so important all this time, from that first date.
His brows had drawn together, a mute plea for understanding.
I love you, and I was terrified you'd leave me.
Her sudden inhalation removed all the remaining oxygen from the car. Dizzy and sick, she stared at him. I was scared. I love you, and I was terrified you'd leave me. Even desolate and enraged, she couldn't dismiss the naked honesty in the admission. Couldn't pretend to herself that he was playing her, misleading her, wheedling for her forgiveness through strategic, manipulative vulnerability. At long last, he was letting her see him without any barriers, any artifice, any deception between them. And it was too late. Too goddamn late. Outside the car, children shrieked in a game of keep-away from across the park's expansive grassy field. The sound was distant, almost inaudible over the ringing in her ears, the subtle creak of her seat as she sagged into it all at once. Her voice wasn't angry or disdainful anymore, but still thick, still despairing. For months, you've known much more about me than I realized, and you kept that information from me. It's a horrible violation of trust. You realize that, right? It was disorienting, sickening. Every conversation they'd had, every moment of their relationship, she'd now have to revisit and question. When had he lied? When had he simply not told her the truth? When had he used his knowledge as Bond to further his own purposes as Marcus? He'd definitely pumped her for information about Marcus as Bond. She knew that for certain. And then he'd cut off contact on the Lavinia's server, just like that. When Bond stopped, she inhaled through her nose, exhaled a hitching breath through her mouth. When you stopped writing me on the server, I told myself I'd done something wrong, or you'd finally seen me and realized I wasn't anyone you could want. You were my... Her sob shook her shoulders, and he bowed his head. She sniffed back more tears. You were my best friend, and you just left, with no good explanation, only some dumb excuse that was obviously untrue. You lied to me as Marcus, but you lied to me as Bond, too. You abandoned me. Tipping her head back, she stared at the gray fabric of her car's ceiling and waited until she could speak intelligibly again. You hurt me, lied, and violated my trust because you were scared.
I'm so sorry.
He sounded agonized, helpless in the face of her despair. Your public persona. Fretfully, she rubbed her forehead. You said you've wanted to drop it for years, but you haven't. For the same reason, I assume. Because it's too hard, and you could lose everything, and you're scared. Too scared to pick your next role because you'd have to decide which version of you would show up on set. The statement didn't require an answer, and he didn't give her one. Instead, after a deep breath, he squared his shoulders.
Can you forgive me?
The question was gruff, his eyes glassy as he met hers. She opened her mouth, then pinched it shut, once, twice. When she continued staring at the ceiling, silent, he spoke again.
You don't owe it to me. I know that. My love doesn't buy me absolution, and I didn't say it to sway you. I said it because you should know. No matter what happens between us now, you should know that you're loved, even if you don't forgive me.
Her cheeks were already tight with salt, and she was crying again, still. He loved her. She believed that. And in some ways, in many ways, he really was such a good man. So good she'd almost believed they could make it work against all odds. But she knew the answer to his question because she knew herself. She didn't want to say it, but she would. She had to. No, she finally said. I can't forgive you. He made a raw, wounded sound, and that only made the tears come faster. Rolling her head to the side, she finally looked at him again. He was a blur through her flooded eyes, his expression indistinct, and maybe that was for the best. She knuckled away the wetness from her chin. I want to go home. His love for her didn't buy him forgiveness, and hers didn't mean she'd offer it. Which meant this would be their last time alone together. Ever. When he reached for her hand, though, she didn't pull away. Her fingers were trembling and cold, and so were his. He pressed a tender kiss into her palm, then carefully placed her hand back into her lap. He clicked his seatbelt and put the car in drive.
When we get back to Berkeley, I'll pack my things.
Her breath hitched again, hard. But she didn't argue. Gods of the Gates, A Howl from Below, Book 2. E. Wade. Build a pyre, Dido told her sister, Anna, as the wind snapped the sails of Aeneas's fleet and speeded him away and away and away. Upon it, place all the possessions of our life together, our bridal bed, the clothing he once wore, all the weapons he abandoned, as he abandoned me. Once she too was a weapon, a sword, shiny and sharp and lethal. The Berber king Iarbas had found her so, when she'd arrived in North Africa, and begged from him a small plot of land, a place of refuge before she resumed her travels. Only such land as can be encompassed by an ox hide, she'd pled sweetly. His agreement had come after the amused, tolerant laughter of his men, his wise advisers. Silly woman, silly request. First, she honed her blade until a fingertip's pressure could quarter a man where he stood. Then she took that smelly hide and cut it into such fine, thin strips that she could encircle a substantial, fertile hill. There she'd settled, she and her subjects, before expanding her rule outward and outward again. A ruler, a queen, respected and beloved by her people, by Aeneas. Amidst her fevered passion, her people had grown restless. So had he. When the pyre was built, she climbed atop and lifted the sword he'd once presented to her while kneeling, the blade laid flat on both his palms. The flat no longer interested her, only the point. Her lips, mouthing final words no one would hear, stilled at the sight of him. Another demigod, equally a trickster. Cupid. His wings folding gracefully behind him, he glided to a halt atop her mountain of grief. Watched her, sorrow in his expression. "Have you come to increase my devotion?" Her laugh was the screech of metal, cold and terrible. "It has already driven me to destruction. What more do you intend?" "No, betrayed queen." His voice was low, resonant with determination. "I come to free you." She tried to laugh again, but it emerged as a helpless sob instead. "I was poised to free myself." "Not like this," he told her. "Not like this." The arrow he loosed into her breast then wasn't sharp or hot. It was blunt and cold. Lead. And for the first time since she'd caught sight of Aeneas aboard his ship, brown curls caressed by the breeze as he neared her shores, she was once more a blade. So much of one, she had no need of the sword still pointed toward her heart. Not anymore. The thought of Aeneas brought only disgust, not lust, not frenzied longing. Cupid inclined his golden head. "Thus we are both freed. You from a doomed love, I from the selfish dictates of my treacherous mother." With a flick of his wings, he gathered her up and deposited her at the base of the pyre. "I must return to Psyche." His hand reached to steady her, but she needed no assistance. "You know what you must do." She did. She did. She would don the mantle of her reign once more, guarding her people from threats without and underneath. Human transgressors, and those who'd crawl from the depths of Tartarus through the gate that gaped within her city walls. As Cupid became a gilded smudge on the horizon, Dido took a torch and set fire to her life with Aeneas. 26. Marcus's house key still worked, even though it felt like it shouldn't. Somehow, over the past months, April's small in-law apartment had become his home instead. A place that was theirs, not just hers. A place he wouldn't have to leave, not ever. He'd let himself wallow in that fiction, until he almost forgot it was fiction. When his front door opened, the frigid air conditioning within hit him like a slap, and he shivered. Inside, the chill tightened his lungs, but he hadn't taken a deep breath in almost 24 hours anyway. April had shunted him aside, rightfully, of course, rightfully, nearly a day ago, and he was still short of air, still claustrophobic in a trap of his own making. Nevertheless, he forced himself to walk inside and shut the door behind him. Lock it, set the alarm, because his home was filled with valuables, even if he currently felt worthless. His keys and wallet went on the console by the door, in a hammered bronze bowl. His shoes belonged in the entryway closet. His broken heart? Well, he couldn't organize that away. He shoved his shaking hands in his pockets and contemplated the airy expanse of the first floor, all open floor plan and high ceilings and sunlit windows and impeccable furnishings. White walls and metallic accents and minimalist low-slung furniture. He'd never really felt at home anywhere before meeting April. Not even here. His throat ached. He headed to the kitchen for a glass full of chilled, sparkling water from the dispenser in the refrigerator door, his footsteps faintly echoing in the Spartan space. The cheap water bottle he'd bought at a gas station had warmed during the trip from Berkeley to Los Angeles, and he'd left it in the car. He didn't need any unnecessary reminders of today, however inconsequential. Every time he let his mind wander, April was crying again. In another age, he'd have knelt before her then, prostrated himself, anything that would serve to appease at least a small corner of his endless, ever-unfurling self-loathing. He'd wept too, of course, but not until he'd left her home, because damned if he'd cry in front of her. Not like that. It would be inadvertent manipulation, because she cared about him. He knew it, even if he also knew he didn't deserve it. If she ever forgave him, if she ever took him back, and she'd do neither, he didn't want her to do so out of pity. Never seeing her again would hurt less. Probably. Maybe. He sipped his water, the carbonation an irritant to his already raw throat. Beneath his palm, the polished concrete countertop was smooth and cold. Laying his phone on top of it, he idly scrolled through recent messages on his cell. Texts from Alex about the optimal thickness of hot water crusts for savory pies, as well as complaints about Lauren's dampening disregard for both British baking shows and pegging. An obscenity-laden screed from Kara via DM, something to do with the upcoming awards season. An email from his father, which Marcus deleted without reading. A half-dozen more emails from his agent, which he kept but didn't open. A missed phone call from Summer. The cast chat had been active the last few hours, too. Active and on edge, probably because of the upcoming convention. Kara. Surprise, surprise, motherfuckers. Kara. Ron and RJ officially backed out of Con of the Gates, citing a too-heavy workload. Kara. Too heavy workload, my sweet ass. Alex. I'm assuming they mean the workload for their Starfighters project, since they were nowhere to be found on our set this last season. Alex. Except in front of the cameras, naturally, for special features and interviews highlighting their genius and dedication. Maria. Well, they certainly weren't working on our scripts. Ian. They were around plenty, whiners. Peter. More tuna hallucinations, poor Ian. Peter. It's a shame everyone will miss Ron and RJ's session. The art and science of failing upwards as cishet white guys. Ian. Fuck you, Peter. Ian. You're a has-been. Ian. And since you've never been on a successful show before, you have no idea how things work, especially off on your stupid little island. Alex. Is tuna rage a thing? Like roid rage, only smellier and less articulate? Maria. Fuck you, Peter? Maria. Oh, Ian, I'm so sorry. Maria. I'm afraid Peter requires a certain level of... Maria. How should I put this? Maria. Personal hygiene? Yes, personal hygiene. Maria. When it comes to his lovers. Maria. I'm pretty sure anyone who smells like the catch of the day is disqualified, sadly. Kara. Ooh. Kara. The rare and elusive Piscine burn. Kara. Fight, 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 fight. Ian. That's right, Maria. Ian. I suppose you would know all about Peter's requirements for sex. Summer. Stop right there, Ian. Maria. No, go on. I'd like to hear this. Alex. Ian, Peter might not have an IV tuna drip and muscles upon muscles, like some sort of steroid-induced pecs inception, but he will fuck you up, my dude. Alex. And so will I, to be clear. Peter. Thank you for the kind offer, Alex, but there would be nothing left of him by the time I was through. Peter. And that's only if Maria doesn't get to him first, because she would transform him single-handedly into a fine pink mist. Peter. So please, Ian, finish what you were saying. Kara. It's my fucking birthday up in this bitch.
Kara, no tuna is safe tonight.
Peter.
Ian?
Alex.
Yo, Ian.
Kara. Ian, come back. Maria. He swam away like his beloved fish. Maria. Which are vertebrates, unlike him. Summer. Oh, wow! High fives. Kara.
Ichthyology shade, I love my goddamn life.
If Marcus could have smiled, he would have. Instead, he drained the rest of his water, set the glass in his deep, wide sink, and prepared to remove his suitcases from the car and literally unpack his relationship with April. After several trips outside, he set the luggage on his California King bed and unzipped everything, determined to empty every compartment, every pocket, every dark hiding place. Dirty clothing goes in the hamper. Clean clothing goes in drawers or on hangers. Toiletries go in the bathroom. Tech goes in either my nightstand table or my office. If he kept repeating the next steps to himself, he couldn't think beyond the moment. Couldn't remember. It was all so easy. Mindless. Mindless was good. One armful at a time, minute by minute, everything settled back into place. Clothing, toiletries, tech, emotions. His life restored to its state pre-April. If he didn't know better, he'd think he'd never left at all. Then he saw it, carefully tucked inside a pocket, cushioned from damage with newspaper. I changed my mind, she'd told him one Saturday, as they'd stood on the cliffs above the Sutro baths and watched the tide roll in. I thought you were a diamond, and then I thought you were gold, but none of that was quite right. Not once I knew you better. After squeezing his hand, she'd let go of him and gone digging in her oversized purse. I'll be glad to hand it over. The setting sun sparked in her hair as she shook her head ruefully. It's heavy as fuck. You'd think it would be easy to find for exactly that reason, but... He'd help her, only he had no idea what the hell she was talking about.
I'm sorry?
I got you a gift, she told him cheerfully and kept digging. He stared down at her, speechless. The last time anyone had given him a present with no ulterior motive, no special occasion or achievement to celebrate, well, that had never happened before. Not once in his memory. There it is. Lifting her head, she smiled with satisfaction and put something extremely heavy in his palm. It was wrapped in newspaper, but vaguely round. Open it. The sheets of newspaper crinkled as he carefully unfolded them, revealing stone. The most beautiful stone he'd ever seen. It was a rich, intense blue, speckled with white, veined in what appeared to be gold. A polished sphere, cool in his cupped hand. It's lapis lazuli. With a fingertip, she tapped the stone. When we went to that gem and mineral warehouse the other weekend, I picked it up, while you were in the bathroom. He'd have appreciated anything she gave him. Movie tickets, one of those fossilized pieces of feces, coprolites they'd seen in the warehouse, a soda, whatever. But this was gorgeous, as lovely as the woman who'd gifted it to him. Then she kept talking, and his heart swelled to fill his entire chest and push up into his throat. Lapis is a metamorphic rock. The original rock is subjected to intense heat and pressure, and then this. She laid her palm on his chest, over his expanding heart, her touch reverent. Beauty. He'd bitten his lip, unable to respond directly to the implied praise without weeping.
Those veins in the rock aren't actually gold, are they?
Nope. She lifted a shoulder, the movement a bit jerky. Pyrite. Fool's gold. Sorry. Shit. She thought he was criticizing the gift, and nothing could be further from the truth.
Gold couldn't make this any more beautiful than it is.
Tipping up her chin, he kissed her with all the adoration one man's overfull heart could contain.
Thank you. I love it.
Maybe she hadn't said the words, but he'd recognized the gravity of her offering. It wasn't just a sphere of stone, but her heart. It had felt like her laying her heart in his palm, despite all her fears. When it came to bravery, April possessed more than her fair share. When it was much too late, he'd been brave too. He'd told the truth, all of it. He'd exposed his heart to her without artifice or omission and told her, "This part of me is pyrite, not gold." And once she knew, she didn't want him. He was a liar, valuable only to a fool who mistook him for something more. And now that she was gone, he was no longer more to anyone. He was no longer a sphere of rich, speckled blue, polished and beautiful, but substantial too, weighty in his palm, then and now. Now he was a speck of a man, one of the sunlit dust motes that sparkled and floated inside her car, glinting and aimless and adrift. Yes, he was angry that she'd dismissed his concerns about his career with such blithe disregard, but he was angrier at himself. Still. Always. He never learned. He never, ever learned. His phone buzzed from the top of the dresser. Another text from Alex, who'd apparently received Marcus's own message at long last.
"Dude, I'm so sorry," read the bubble on the screen. "I'm coming over."
Marcus exhaled. Thank fuck. He needed his best friend. And he needed something to both puncture the silence of his house and quiet the cacophony in his head. Alex could do all of that easily, with a single rant about unrealistic judging expectations in televised baking competitions. Especially if he brought... Another incoming message.
"I know it's not your usual thing, but want to get drunk? I can pick up booze on my way there." "Yes," Marcus wrote back. "Please."
He didn't unwrap the lapis sphere. Instead, he placed it, still swathed in newsprint, in the back corner of his closet, behind the shoebox containing a pair of hiking boots he'd never managed to break in. There, it couldn't taunt him with what he'd lost, and it couldn't remind him of what he'd never truly had. April was done hiding, which meant, unfortunately, that she was going to Con of the Gates tomorrow, less than a week after her breakup with Marcus. Public scrutiny and potential humiliation and her own misery be damned. She didn't fool herself. It wasn't going to be comfortable. After all those tweets and blog posts and articles, too many people knew her face now. They knew her body. There would be no hiding in a crowd, and no hiding the fact that she and Marcus hadn't attended the con together. Cynics would roll their eyes and say they'd recognized a publicity stunt from the start. The unkind would laugh instead. "So much for his white knight ambitions," they'd crow. "Even such a gifted actor couldn't pretend to want a woman like that for long." Whatever. If they judged her, fuck them. And even if she'd wanted to hide, like hell she'd let her Lavinia costume, the product of hours of dedicated effort by Mel and Pablo, languish in a closet out of cowardice. And there was no way she'd ever skip her long-awaited gathering with her closest Lavinia's friends. They'd notice her distance from Marcus and wonder, of course. Hopefully they'd be kind enough not to ask. Or, failing that, smart enough to ask with a fresh tissue box nearby. After tucking the last of her clothing and travel toiletries into her suitcase, she zipped it shut and rolled it just inside the apartment door. Afterward, she sat on her couch beneath a blanket and listened to a podcast. She tried to pay attention, but she kept thinking Marcus would find the topic interesting. Not so much because he paid special attention to unsolved serial killings, but because he was as hungry for knowledge as anyone she'd ever met, his innate curiosity matching her own. Fuck, she missed him. When she realized she hadn't registered the last 10 minutes of the podcast, she turned it off. In the gathering darkness of her living room, throw pillow held to her chest, she sat and stopped trying not to think about it, about them, about her life without him. So quickly, or maybe not that quickly, now that she knew he was gone, Marcus had made ample space for himself in her daily life and thoughts. But he wasn't everything, and he wasn't all that mattered to her. Her work and her costume and her upcoming meeting with her Lavinius friends were proof enough of her non-Marcus interests. So were her dinner plans with Bashir and Mimi next week. She wasn't lost. She wasn't. Even if his absence from her home, her bed, her arms, left her hollow-eyed and aching down to her joints some days. Even if she watched British baking shows while she ate takeout for dinner, because claggy sponges and underproofed dough reminded her of him. Even if she loved him, and he loved her in return. When she shut off her bedside lamp way too late at night, she still saw him behind her eyelids, face crumpled and stricken and adoring as she railed against him in her car. Eyes wet, but too honorable to use his tears or his love as tools to force her forgiveness. Sometimes, as she turned onto her side and flipped her pillow yet again, she wondered if the conversation would have gone differently under other circumstances, if she hadn't still been raw and chilled and exhausted from that long-overdue confrontation with her mother, still on edge from the proximity of her father and Marcus's abandonment of her at her parents' house. He'd blasted the heater for her, warmed her seat, cupped her face, apologized earnestly. But her rage and hurt had still been lingering just beneath the surface, much too easy to access. The slightest scratch to her composure would have unearthed all that volatile emotion, and he'd provided much more than a mere scrape. With his deception, he'd gutted her. With her sharp words, by withholding her forgiveness, she'd gutted him right back. That was clear enough. If the devastation in those expressive eyes hadn't told her so, his body language would have. On the way out her door, he'd moved like a man broken, cradled into himself and guarding against further jolts. 5 days had passed since then. Out of respect for her stated wishes, he hadn't called or emailed or DM'd. That first night, he'd only texted her once. 2 simple words he'd already told her. Ones she knew he meant sincerely.
I'm sorry.
Scared. He'd been scared. So he'd hurt and misled her. She couldn't blame him for that. But she couldn't seem to forgive him either, not when she remembered the wrenching pain of Bond's sudden, now explicable, estrangement. Not when she considered all those months he'd pretended ignorance when it came to reading and writing fan fiction. All those months he'd failed to acknowledge the intimate knowledge he held of her, born out of years of friendship. All those months he'd secreted that same advantage, the understanding of who and what he really was, out of her reach. No wonder she'd felt as if she'd known him for years. She had. But not all of him. Not enough of him. She didn't hate him. She wasn't angry anymore. She was just tired. The warm, bright spotlight of his love was gone, and the shadows left behind were fine. She was fine. Absolutely fine. Or she would be, if she could convince herself she'd made the right choice. Lavinia's server DMs, 5 months ago. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. What do you do when you feel down for no good reason? Book Aeneas would never.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I'm getting my period soon. Nothing is wrong, but everything is wrong. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I hope you're not squeamish about things like that, because if so, too late, sucker. Book Aeneas would never.
Since approximately half the humans on this planet either have gotten or will get periods, I've always found that particular brand of squeamishness ridiculous.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. So you're the type of guy who would buy his girlfriend tampons at the grocery store? Book Aeneas would never.
This is not a hypothetical. In past relationships, tampons have been procured, back rubs have been dispensed, bloodstains have been removed from sheets and clothing.
Buccaneus would never.
And in case you were worried, my manhood has nevertheless remained intact, despite what some men seem to believe.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Well, I'm certainly glad you reassured me about your intact manhood, Bon. Buccaneus would never.
I'm so sorry you're not feeling well, Ulcie.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Thank you. Heart emoji. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Also, thank you for distracting me from my woes via our discussion of tampons. I had not anticipated that particular conversational tangent. Buccaneus would never.
I try to maintain a certain air of mystery.
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. You're a constant surprise, my friend. A riddle wrapped in a mystery inside a grocery store with Playtex in your cart. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. You never answered my question, though. What do you do when you feel down? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Do you drink tea, take a bath, watch a terrible movie, read, eat a pint of ice cream, have a glass of wine? Buccaneus would never.
At various times in the past, all of the above. But these days, I mostly...
Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Yes? Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Bon? Buccaneus would never.
I mostly talk to you.
27. After approximately 10 seconds of sharing a hotel suite with Alex, Marcus remembered exactly why they were no longer roommates. His best friend was many things: ridiculously loyal, sharp as a sword's edge, sympathetic in the face of his friend's abject, self-inflicted misery, a good distraction from said misery, which was why Marcus had suggested sharing a suite in the first place. What Alex wasn't? Restful. Marcus had been hoping for a nap before the evening's events began. His first photos with fans were scheduled that night, following Alex's Q&A session, and the participants paid plenty for the privilege. He wanted to look fresh for them. He wanted to feel fresh for them. Since Alex had talked non-stop during the lengthy car ride from the airport, all through their check-in process, and down every single hallway leading to their suite, though, all hopes of a nap were likely to die a much-lamented death in the near future.
Don't know why Lauren's so worried.
After flopping face first onto his queen bed, Alex propped himself on his elbows and began tapping on his phone.
I didn't do anything particularly objectionable to the fan. I only suggested that if she didn't have anything better to do with her time than insult total strangers, she should occupy said time by going and fucking herself. It's not my fault she went straight to the tabloids, and it's certainly not Lauren's either. Ron and RJ aren't going to fire her over something as minor as that.
Marcus frowned.
What did the fans say to you? Not to me.
Alex's finger stabbed at the screen with unwanted force.
To Lauren.
Ah, that explained things, at least somewhat. Lauren's appearance could best be termed unconventional. She was short and round. Very short and very round, with comparatively skinny legs and bright eyes and sharp features, and a near-constant frown. She reminded Marcus of a small, plump bird, honestly. A cute one. But he could see how strangers with ugliness inside might look at her and see only ugliness outside.
Don't ask me what that fan...
It sounded like an epithet, spat that way in Alex's most cutting tone.
Said to her. It was vile and hurtful, no matter what Lauren claims. I don't care if she's used to hearing things like that. It's not happening in my presence. Not if I can help it.
Alex shoved a rough hand through his hair, his scowl thunderous. Nope, no nap occurring anytime soon.
I'll go get us some ice,
Marcus offered.
Do you need anything while I'm out? Nope. I'm going to plot out a fic where Cupid's arrow makes a horrible, insulting woman so eager to fuck herself that she can't eat or drink, just masturbate, and then she dies of masturbatory malnutrition.
He paused, thoughtful.
Or maybe she'll just pass out and learn her lesson. I don't usually kill people in my stories.
That was Marcus's cue.
Okay, I'll be back soon. Try not to get fired while I'm gone, please. No promises,
Alex muttered, and bent over his phone again. The conference hotel was built around an atrium that rose to skylights far above. The hallways on each floor opened to that central square and looking down on the madness below. According to the hotel map on the inside of the door, the ice machine was located on the exact opposite side of his floor's square, as far away as possible. Fine, he could use a few minutes of quiet. The door shut behind him with a bang. Bucket tucked under his arm, Marcus wandered to the other side of the hallway and glanced idly down at reception. Most of the Gates cast and crew in attendance at the con should be arriving shortly, so he checked for familiar faces. The chances were infinitesimal, with thousands of people crowding the hotel. Still, there she was. Tiny, but recognizable down below. Almost at the front of the check-in line, suitcase by her side, waiting patiently as the discreet lobby lighting set her hair ablaze. He'd desperately hoped she'd come, prayed she wouldn't. But he'd known what she'd decide to do in the end. April wasn't a woman to abandon her responsibilities, and she'd agreed to moderate Summer's Q&A session and meet her friends from the Lavinia's server at the conference. She wouldn't skip the event even if she wanted to. And maybe she wouldn't mind being near him again. Maybe her gut hadn't been seething with almost constant nausea since their confrontation. Maybe she didn't find herself sleepless and replaying their last conversation in her head, searching for what she could have said differently, regretting the choices she'd made weeks and months before. She might be fine. On his less selfish days, he even hoped she was fine. He was not. After that horrible car ride, he no longer visited the Lavinia server, even invisibly. Seeing her name, her avatar, turned his lingering nausea acute. Even writing fanfic evoked too many memories now. Of Ulcie's careful, cheerful beta reading comments. Of April's glee at particularly smutty stories. Of the community he'd helped create, and then lost. April hadn't posted a story on AO3 since he'd left. He didn't know if he'd had the heart to read it if she did. The sources of joy and meaning in his life seemed to be extinguishing one by one, and he had only himself to blame. No wonder his stomach was roiling, his head throbbing daily. From his spot far above, he watched her take her turn at check-in. He watched her wait as they ran her credit card and checked her ID. He watched her accept her room key card and head for the elevators, where she passed out of his sight. Then he trudged down the halls to the ice machine, filled the bucket, and tried not to remember why his life had become as cold and hard as the ice rattling with each step he took. Moments after he returned to the room, though, his own wretched, unceasing heartbreak dulled in the face of fresh disaster. This time, in the form of a single, terrible email.
How long does it take to get ice? Alex asked as the door swung shut. Did you personally trek to the Arctic tundra and cut the cubes yourself?
He was still on the bed, still hunched over his phone, still evidently determined to fill every spare moment with conversation.
The machine is on the other side of the...
Marcus sighed.
Never mind. I'm sorry I took so long.
A quick check of the bedside clock dashed all remaining hope of a nap. The two of them had, at best, 10 minutes to rest before heading downstairs for their first scheduled appearances.
Fuck, Alex groaned. I have a new message from Ron. The subject line is inappropriate behavior and possible consequences. As if I don't know what horrible things they could...
Abruptly, his mouth slammed shut, and his brows drew together. As Marcus watched, concerned, Alex scrolled down. Then back up again, apparently rereading the message, and down a second time. His breathing changed, becoming rough and fast, until he was blowing out air like that maddened bull Ron and RJ had incorporated into the 4th season for no good reason. Red flags of color stained his cheeks, which was never, ever a good sign.
"Those motherfuckers," he whispered. "Those cruel motherfuckers!"
Alex was going to tell him all about it anyway, probably at an uncomfortable volume. So Marcus took his friend's phone and slowly, painstakingly read the message for himself. Unacceptable rudeness to a fan, in violation of behavioral expectations, blah, blah, blah. Contractual obligations, blah, blah, blah. Nothing too surprising or untoward, and nothing that would elicit the sort of reaction Alex... Oh. At the bottom of the message, Ron had added a less legalistic addendum.
P.S. I suppose this is our fault for saddling you with such an ugly minder. Tell Lauren to put a bag over it if she has to, but stop letting her face get you in trouble. Although, that doesn't fix the rest of her, right?
Ron had added a crying laughter emoji to the end. They'd also CC'd Lauren. Those cruel motherfuckers indeed. Shit. Marcus needed to fix this, or at least buy them some time, without giving his friend's phone back, if at all possible. They didn't have many minutes left before Alex's first scheduled event, but he couldn't go on stage in this state, and he certainly couldn't be trusted to send a professional, non-career-ending reply to such a casually cruel message, not until he'd had time to calm himself. What were their reasonable options?
Listen, Alex, why don't we take a walk before... No time!
Color still high, his friend got to his feet, put on his shoes with 2 quick shoves, and prowled toward the suite's door.
Let's get going. I have a Q&A session to attend. You can keep the phone for now.
Marcus slipped the cell into his jeans pocket, as close as possible to his crotch, where retrieving it would require the sort of intimacy he and Alex didn't share. Which was... good? So why did Alex's relinquishment of the phone only make Marcus more nervous? Down the endless hallways they marched, Marcus offering smiles to fans, and blaming Alex's upcoming session for their unwillingness to pause for selfies. Alex, uncharacteristically, didn't say a word. He just looked straight ahead and strode down the corridors, every movement efficient and forceful. Mere minutes ago, on his way back from the ice machine, Marcus had contemplated watching the first few minutes of Alex's Q&A session from the wings of the stage, then escaping back to their room for a long-awaited, well-deserved, unconscious respite from both his misery and Alex's endless talking. Now, he wasn't going anywhere. Not when they reached Alex's assigned hall, not when the moderator and conference organizers greeted them with effusive courtesy, not when they were both ushered backstage and shown seats neither of them used. After another minute of silence, Marcus tried again.
I know you're angry, but don't worry.
His friend's voice was cool, in contrast to those livid stripes of color on his cheekbones.
I'll be fine.
Which was somehow both more and less reassurance than Marcus had hoped to receive. When the moderator announced Alex, he nodded once at Marcus and strode onto that stage as if he were entering a boxing ring. This was... Marcus moved closer to the edge of the curtains, until he could see his best friend pacing with a microphone in hand, rather than sitting next to the moderator. That smile, gleaming through his shaggy beard, was wild and sharp and familiar. It usually preceded something apocalyptic. This was very, very bad. Lauren had been given a special seat at the end of the front row, and she was watching Alex carefully, her brow furrowed even more than usual. Perched on the edge of her folding chair, she appeared poised to do something. Throw herself in front of him, maybe, or yank him from the stage. Despite her evident worry and Marcus's own concerns, however, the session proceeded normally. Maybe Alex's answers were a bit crisper than normal, and maybe his high color never faded completely, but he was charming and intelligent and everything the showrunners wanted him to be in public. At least, until the final question of the session. The woman in the third row was nearly shaking with nervousness, but she stood and stammered out her query anyway. What can you tell us about the final season?
Your question is about the final season, correct? You're asking what I can share about it?
Alex's grin burned even brighter under the stage lights. And Marcus knew. Somehow he just knew.
Thank you for such a fantastic closing question. I'd be delighted to answer.
Marcus was already moving toward the center of the stage, already attempting to formulate some excuse, any excuse, to pull his friend away, but it was too late. He was too late. So was Lauren, who shot to her feet at the first sign of trouble. All they could do was stop and watch and listen, horrified, as Alex endangered his entire goddamn career in a towering rage.
As you know, cast members aren't allowed to say much about episodes that haven't aired yet.
His anarchic, fury-filled beam in place, he stopped pacing and spoke clearly and distinctly to the cameras capturing his every word for live streams worldwide.
However, if you're interested in my thoughts about our final season, you may want to consult my fan fiction. I write under the name Cupid Unleashed. All one word, capital C, capital U.
Other than a few scattered gasps at the announcement, there wasn't a sound from the audience. Not one. Arms wrapped around her torso, face screwed up in horror, Lauren dropped back into her seat and hunched in on herself. With a courtly flourish, Alex set down his microphone on the seat he'd been provided but failed to use. Then he raised a forefinger and picked up the mic again.
Oh, he added breezily. Those stories will also give you some insight into my feelings about the show in general.
Lauren had covered her face with both hands, her head bowed. A long pause as his smile improbably broadened.
Also, fair warning, Cupid gets pegged in my fics, delightedly and often. It's not great literature, but it's still better than some of this season's.
He winked at the audience then, allowing them to fill in the word for him. Scripts.
Well, never mind about that.
Because of the live streams, because of the cell phones recording his session, there could be no denying his words later, no way to spin them except as he'd intended them. Provocation, deliberate and pointed. There was a faint whimpering sound then, and if Marcus had to guess, he'd say it originated from Lauren. Alex waited another moment, head tilted in thought. Then he smiled one last time.
No, that's everything.
Another little bow.
I'm done.
He strode off stage to the sound of shocked murmuring and stopped next to Marcus, his body exuding unbelievable heat. Eyes clenched shut, he was once again heaving out breaths like that bull, ready to scrape the ground and charge.
Alex.
When his friend didn't respond, Marcus tried again.
Alex.
This time, Alex managed to focus on him.
You really are done, unless you find a way to do damage control immediately.
He laid a careful hand on his friend's shoulder.
I'll be back in the room as soon as the photo sessions are finished. But you need to call your agent and your lawyer and anyone else in your camp who can help. Right now.
Alex's eyes closed again, and his shoulders finally dropped. He nodded.
I know,
he said, his voice resigned but not apologetic.
I know.
Lavinia's server. Thread. WTAF is up with this season's scripts. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. There are so many issues. So many. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. I still don't understand why the showrunners moved the story from ancient Rome to quasi-medieval Europe. Yes, I know what Bon will say. Mrs. Pius Aeneas. Trying to ride the coattails of Game of Thrones. Unapologetic Lavinia Stan. Exactly. But even 1,000 years later, people weren't saying stressed out. Even I, a woman who does not dabble in canon, know that. Book Aeneas would never.
Thank you for saying it so I didn't have to, MPA.
Top me Aeneas. Even apart from all the anachronisms, the dialogue just seems so much more Rudimentary than in the first 3 seasons. Book Aeneas would never.
That's not a coincidence. 1 book per season, 3 books.
Book Aeneas would never.
The showrunners never understood the characters. They relied on the books and the actors. Now the books are gone, and the actors will do their best to sell what they're given, but they can't simply make up plots and dialogue.
Book Aeneas would never.
At least, that's the rumor. I don't know for sure.
28. April skipped Alex's Q&A session, scared she might see Marcus there. Afterward, though, she couldn't avoid hearing about it.
He just announced it,
a guy with stylized wings on his tee said to a circle of his friends, looking shocked but titillated. Cupid gets shit done, no diaper needed, the shirt read.
Without any prompting. And apparently his fix all include pegging?
Edging behind a large potted plant, April listened to the 4th iteration of this conversation she'd encountered in the last 10 minutes, hoping to glean some piece of information, anything, that might mitigate her worries for Alex. A young woman with Psyche's trademark circlet on her head crinkled her brow. Pegging? Another fan, her t-shirt emblazoned with a map of the underworld, beckoned the first woman closer and whispered in her ear for a minute. Oh. The Psyche fan blinked. Oh. At her expression and pinkening face, they all laughed.
Filming for the final season's done, right?
Another of their friends, a 40-something man with a plastic sword strapped to his hip, sounded highly entertained.
At this point, can they still fire him?
Cupid T snorted.
Maybe not, but they can sue him. I'd be shocked if they didn't.
When the group began moving toward one of the halls for their photo sessions, April didn't follow, and she didn't attempt to eavesdrop on any more conversations. They all contained the same basic information, and they all offered her one inevitable conclusion. Alex was fucked. She was now glad she'd missed his session, and she did not intend to watch any of the countless YouTube clips uploaded within minutes of the incident. If Alex was sometimes an asshole, he was also loyal and funny and entertaining. She liked him, and she had no desire to watch him throw away his life's work in a fit of what, according to onlookers, seemed to be total, mysterious, grinning rage. Which didn't mean she wasn't looking up his fanfiction immediately. If anyone in the Gates universe needed a good pegging, Cupid was definitely that character. As she began edging toward the elevators, she drew more than a few stares and whispers, as she had from the moment of her arrival earlier that afternoon. Even after a couple of hours at the hotel, and despite her mental preparation, all the attention still disoriented her. Some of her fellow con attendees merely looked or took pics and videos from afar, and she could live with that. But the people who approached her with comments and queries and entirely too much familiarity for her comfort, she wanted to hide from them. Not because she was shy, or ashamed of herself or her appearance, or her former relationship with Marcus. Because she was grieving. Because speaking Marcus's name hurt. Because the winks, the innuendo, the excited questions were streams of salt poured into wounds that hadn't even begun healing. Is that? A woman in a Dido's Vengeance Tour, 1000 BCE, T hissed, elbowing her friend. That's the fan Marcus Castor-Rupp was dating. We should ask her. April walked faster. Suffice it to say, some time alone wouldn't come amiss, even though this was only the first night of the con. Thank fuck she hadn't accepted room-sharing invitations from the Lavinius crew, even Top Me Aeneas. After retreating gratefully to her quiet, peaceful hotel room, she took off her shoes and propped herself comfortably against the headboard. Finishing all of Alex's fix would only take a couple of hours, if she was judging his word count correctly, and she was more than willing to devote that much time to them. She didn't particularly want to answer more questions about Marcus in the near future. In the end, she was reading at her laptop for longer than 2 hours. Much, much longer. Until she'd missed all the remaining scheduled events for the evening, and giggling groups of Gates fans were no longer stumbling down the hall and shushing each other at top volume. Alex's stories were fascinating. More than that, revelatory in so many ways. Before each of his fics, he thanked his faithful beta reader and fellow writer, Aeneas Loves Lavinia. The laws of probability informed her who that author had to be. Bon, unwilling to use his former pen name, lest he draw her attention to his continuing presence online and hurt her further. Marcus, either unable or unwilling to stop writing. Now that she knew Bon and Marcus were one and the same, she had to wonder what drew him to fanfic in the first place. What he got out of writing, and writing stories about Aeneas in particular, especially given the risk to his employment if anyone found out. What the Lavinius community, the community he'd left behind, for her sake, of course for her sake, meant to him. How it felt to remove himself from that circle of friends and start over again, his stories now without a guaranteed audience. It had to hurt. How much, she couldn't say. Probably more than she realized. Maybe it was foolishly sentimental, but once she realized who Aeneas Loves Lavinia must be, she read his stories, the ones written during their time together in Berkeley, before Alex's. They were recognizably Marcus's work. More than that, they were... April lowered her head, bit her lip until she tasted blood. Aeneas Loves Lavinia's stories were swoony. His trademark angst was never completely gone. There was always a jittery undercurrent of nervousness on Aeneas's part, a fear Lavinia would find out about his fraught past with Dido and judge him harshly for it. For the most part, though, his new fanfiction centered around love, not pain. Story by story, Marcus's Aeneas lost more and more of his heart to his wife. Determined to win hers in return, he did his best to woo her, to make her see his devotion, to battle past her insecurities and defenses until they reached a hard-fought happy ending. No one else would recognize the real-life parallels. April could hardly miss them. Once she'd blown her nose and applied cold, wet washcloths to her eyes, and questioned all of her recent life choices, she switched back to Alex's stories, and, holy fuck, the pegging! Oh God, the pegging was glorious. That wasn't the aspect of his writing leaving her agape and concerned. His fic depicting Cupid as an actor on a popular Gods of the Gates-esque show was beyond pointed, beyond damning. It was searingly blunt about what he considered the strengths of the show, the crew, the cast, the source material, and what he deemed its key weakness. Namely, incompetent and unpleasant showrunners. Everything he wrote confirmed what she and most other Lavinius denizens already believed, as well as a few things Marcus had hinted at in private. But neither she nor her fellow fans had ever thought a cast member would say those things so clearly and publicly. Turned out there was a reason they'd never expected that kind of honesty from a Gods of the Gates actor. Because it damaged careers. Specifically, Alex's. As soon as she finished reading his fanfic, she searched for recent tweets about him, as well as new posts on entertainment blogs and websites, because there was absolutely no way knowledge of his online alter ego wouldn't cause an uproar, not given the content of his stories. The search lasted seconds, less than that. Alex's name was everywhere. He was trending on Twitter. He was the subject of breathless articles on the internet and smirking tidbits on television. On her laptop screen, he was looking out at her from a generic hotel dais, his face ruddy, his smile feral, his reputation in his chosen industry damaged, maybe irreparably. According to the most reliable blogs, Gods of the Gates' furious showrunners were considering legal action or eye-popping monetary retaliation. One of Alex's co-stars, the guy who played Jupiter, had denounced him on camera as an ungrateful turncoat. Worst of all, everyone seemed to agree. Future directors and producers would avoid working with Alex, for fear he might turn on them in public as well. Unhireable, one article called him. Casting poison, an entertainment show's chyron read. Actors writing prompts backlash. His agent and lawyer were apparently working feverishly behind the scenes. Marcus, too, of course. The articles didn't say as much, but she knew him. He would be in the midst of the chaos, trying to support his friend and help however he could. Before she quite knew what she was doing, her phone was in her hands and she was tapping out a quick text to him. When you get a chance, please tell Alex I'm thinking of him and wishing him luck. I hope he's okay. After a moment, she added, No need to respond. I know you're both busy. Delivered, her phone told her. Good. He hadn't blocked her number. Within a minute, he'd written back, and just that simple fact made her eyes blur yet again. It didn't even matter that his response was brief.
Lauren's fired. Too late to fire him since filming's done. He might be able to avoid fines and a lawsuit, but IDK.
He'd responded. Not only that, he'd told her private information he wouldn't want disclosed to the public, even though they weren't officially together anymore, and she had reason to feel vengeful. He trusted her. He did. Okay, she wrote. Thank you for telling me. Marcus didn't respond a second time. Not then, not later that night. As she waited for a text that never came, she kept scrolling through Twitter, kept reading more articles about Alex and the ruins of his hard-won Hollywood reputation, kept questioning herself and how she'd excoriated Marcus less than a week ago. He should have known, she'd told him so self-righteously. He should have trusted her with his online identity. He should have laid his career in her hands once he found out she was unapologetic Lavinia Stan, heedless of the danger to his livelihood and the reputation he'd built over 2 decades of endless, dedicated work. And he should have done all that, according to her, even though public knowledge of what he'd said, what he'd written, would have damned him to Alex's same fate. The words had rolled so easily off her tongue, as if she knew what the fuck she was talking about, as if she understood the consequences he would invite. But, as he'd tried to tell her, she hadn't understood. She really hadn't, as the aftermath of Alex's revelation made clear. Maybe Marcus still should have trusted her, after a month together, after 2. But for a man who'd found his first hard-won taste of self-worth and pride through his career, she could see how he would hesitate, even then. Of course, he'd said trust wasn't the main issue, not in the end.
I was scared. I was terrified you'd leave me.
And she had. On her laptop, she found herself searching for his parents' articles about Gods of the Gates. They weren't hard to find, given how extensively tabloids and entertainment reporters alike had publicized the obvious rift between Marcus and his mother and father. Even years before meeting Marcus in person, she'd found the media's fascination with that rift ghoulish, and she'd refused to read any articles on the topic. But now she needed to understand. Stomach churning, she sat on her bed and studied his parents' op-ed essays, inspecting them for some connection to Marcus, some telltale indication that these were the people who'd birthed and shaped him. It was like seeing Marcus through a funhouse mirror, his image distorted and unsettling. His intelligence was transformed into disdain. His facility with writing turned dry and unemotional. His life's work warped into a source of shame rather than pride. His place in their lives rendered so small they didn't have to acknowledge it. But she could see him still, on her couch, in her arms, unsteady and wet-eyed and whispering in a cracked voice about what he owed them, what they deserved from him. If he could forgive them, good for him. She couldn't. She wouldn't. He didn't owe them anything. She, on the other hand, owed him an apology. For all her talk about trust, she hadn't prepared him for her own parents or her volatility after time spent in their presence. She hadn't described the disgust on her father's face when she needed new clothes, in a larger size, yet again. She hadn't told him how her mother would stand naked in front of a mirror and pinch folds of her own flesh, near tears, as she evaluated whether she was still thin enough to be loved by her husband. She hadn't explained the abject humiliation of realizing a man who'd just seen her naked, who'd just been inside her, wanted her to have a different body instead. And she hadn't shared her heartbroken rage when that same man would expect her to get naked, spread her legs, and offer her deficient body to him again, regardless. Those pieces of her past were crucial to understanding her, as crucial as his online identity was to understanding him. But neither of them had said a word.
I was scared. I was terrified you'd leave me.
Even if she wanted to fix things between them, though, even if she could fix things between them, now wasn't the time, and this hotel wasn't the place. They both had responsibilities and meetings and friends to attend to. As if on cue, her phone buzzed with a text from a number she'd entered into her contacts only yesterday. Charisse's, aka Top Mia Nias's, number, shared through a DM on the Lavinius server in preparation for the con. Sorry to text so late. Hope I didn't wake you up. Didn't see you on the server tonight, so I wanted to give you a heads up. We're all still meeting for breakfast on Sunday. But you'll see us tomorrow morning, too. Like hell, we're missing your cosplay contest debut, woman. Well, fuck. Time to wet yet another washcloth and claim even more tissues. These were different tears, though. Happy tears. She had a community now. Communities, actually, plural. And she didn't need to hide anything from any of them. Not at work, not online, not anywhere. They knew her and accepted her exactly as she was. They wanted to support her. Thank you, she finally wrote back, vision blurry from fatigue and the aftermath of tears. But you don't have to come. I know there are other sessions happening at the same time. Charisse sent 3 rolled eyes emojis, then one more short, decisive note. Expect a cheering section, ULS. You deserve it. At this point, April was beyond words. A row of heart eyes emojis would have to express her emotions sufficiently, at least for the night. Then she set aside her phone and got ready for bed, because she needed her sleep and strength for the day to come. In the morning, she had a remediation plan to finish enacting. No more hiding, she'd vowed in that other hotel room months ago. No more hiding. The cosplay contest was tomorrow morning, and she intended to wear her Lavinia costume with pride, despite all the cameras and all the whispers. Her friends, apparently, would be there to cheer her on. Then she'd moderate the session with Summer Diaz. Afterward, she'd email Mel and Heidi about how it went, as they'd demanded last week. No doubt about it. She'd definitely stopped hiding her body and her fandom. Maybe, once the weekend was over, she could stop hiding her heart, too. Early the next morning, Marcus visited the vendors and bought an Aeneas mask, much to the amusement and bemusement of bystanders. After signing a few autographs and taking more selfies, he returned to his room. It was half empty now. Alex had left the night before, either in obedience to Ron and RJ's demands, upon the advice of his lawyer and agent and PR team, or in pursuit of Lauren. Marcus was pretty certain he knew which one. So far, his friend had responded once to Marcus's texts.
Going to fix this. Don't worry.
As if that were possible. But there was nothing more he could do for Alex from the con, and he had responsibilities and obligations all day. Also, one other event he refused to miss, no matter how fraught and painful the circumstances. In jeans and a basic long-sleeved tee and his mask, his appearance didn't merit a second glance. The scheduled hall was crowded despite the relatively early hour, but finding standing room off to the side didn't prove a challenge either. April wouldn't see him, but he still intended to see her. The cosplay contest entrance stood clustered at the foot of the stage. Even amid so many bright and wild and impressive costumes, spotting her took him only a glance. Maybe because of her hair, or maybe because, to him, She'd always shone as brightly as a woman under a spotlight. A star, in the truest sense of the word. Her cloak still concealed her costume, and she was looking down at her phone. As he watched, though, she jerked her head up. Her mouth fell open in startlement, and then she was beaming and holding out her arms and getting embraced by two very familiar figures. Scarf-bedecked Mel and blue-haired Heidi, her co-workers and partners in costumery, had evidently arrived to watch the contest. As of last week, April hadn't expected them to come, and the touched surprise in her smile as she basked in the support of her colleagues, of her friends, made his throat prickle. Other people were surrounding her as well, people she didn't seem to recognize. After a brief conversation, though, she was hugging them too, laughing, and he had to know. He moved closer, still unnoticed. Closer. Close enough to read one of the lanyards. Charisse Douglas, it read. Then, in parentheses below, Top me Aeneas on AO3. His chin dipped to his chest, and he gathered himself before moving away once more. All those people calling out to one another and grinning and hugging were no longer his community. Just as April was no longer either his best online friend or his girlfriend. He wouldn't intrude. Couldn't intrude, not without inviting Alex's same punishment. Then the contest was starting, and April shed her cloak, handed it to Mel with a flourish, and got in line. From what he could tell, her costume didn't appear all that different from the Lavinia garb she'd modeled on Twitter, if somewhat brighter and better fitting. When she mounted the side steps and took her turn walking across the stage, though, he saw the difference. They all did. Halfway across, she turned to the audience, paused, and undid some hidden fastenings. Moments later, she'd somehow, turned Lavinia's skirts into a cape and done something with her bodice that revealed a second, entirely different costume created from her first. Breeches, a doublet, a sword hidden beneath her transformed dress. Aeneas. She was dressed like Aeneas now, through some clever trickery. She stood there ablaze under the bright lights, before all the cameras trained on her, laughing, gorgeous, simultaneously warrior and maiden. Lavinius, her OTP, made flesh. Proud, as she swept a courtly bow in response to audience applause and a few wolf whistles. Marcus knew that set of her chin. Defiance. Despite the vulnerabilities he only now understood, she was revealing herself to the world and daring it to judge her body, her passions, her accomplishments, her life. And she was doing so with a community of people supporting her, surrounding her, because she'd allowed them to know her, truly know her. It was triumph. More than that, it was bravery, sheer courage. Aeneas couldn't match it, demigod or no. Marcus couldn't either. But maybe, like all the other skills he'd struggled to master over the years, it simply required practice. Once April had been presented with her runner-up ribbon and trophy, which he considered a grievous miscarriage of justice, he returned to his room and gathered his own courage. Email would have to suffice, because he didn't think he could muster the right words out loud. In the end, he kept the letters straightforward, which didn't mean they'd understand what he was trying to tell them, but it needed to be said regardless, because he owed the declaration to himself as well as them. The closing paragraph summed everything up, as his mother had said it should when they'd spent endless hours crafting essays that were never, ever good enough.
I love you both. Nevertheless, if you can't respect me or my work, I don't want to visit you anymore. I've been successful because I've been lucky, yes, but also because I've worked hard and because I'm good at my job. I'm proud of what I do and what I've accomplished. I'm especially proud to have achieved so much despite the complication of my dyslexia. If you can't feel the same, I'll understand, but I won't subject myself to your disapproval any longer. If you truly love me in return, accept me as I am. If you can't accept me as I am, maybe you need to rethink your definition of love.
He signed off as their loving son, possibly for the last time. He proofread the dictated message as best he could. With a shaking finger, he pressed send. Then, his phone in his sweaty palm, he tapped the number he'd stored in his contacts weeks ago, just in case he ever found enough courage. Maybe he still hadn't, but at least he'd found sufficient inspiration and motivation. Enough to do what he should have done years before. Vika Andrich answered on the second ring, ambient conversation almost drowning out her greeting. She was down in one of the hallways below, no doubt, surrounded by crowds of Gates fans and gathering information for her next blog posts. Vika speaking. She sounded distracted. How may I help you?
This is Marcus Castor Rupp, he told her, his voice hoarse. I have a few misconceptions I'd like to correct. How would you feel about an exclusive interview this evening?
There was a long, long pause. Hold on a moment. When she spoke again, her surroundings were quieter. May I be frank? He swallowed hard.
Certainly.
I'd feel like it was about time, she said. Rating. Mature. Fandoms. Gods of the Gates, E. Wade. Gods of the Gates, TV. Relationships. Aeneas Lavinia. Additional tags. Canon compliant. Angst and fluff. Guilt. Stats. Words. 5,937. Chapters. 3 of 3. Comments. 9. Kudos. 83. Bookmarks. 4. Sparring. Aeneas loves Lavinia. Summary. Aeneas teaches his wife swordplay and waits for the day she draws blood. Notes. Thanks to my beta. He knows who he is. Lavinia was growing more comfortable with a sword in her hand. That was true in bed, of course, and he was a selfish enough man to appreciate her increased skill there. But the bed wasn't where she was growing to trust him, thrust by thrust. At night, she permitted his caresses and ventured her own, willing but awkward still. That wide-eyed look of shock each time she shuddered and came apart in his arms hadn't yet disappeared. Her lingering hesitance charmed him, even as her pleasure prompted his. Under the blazing sun, in the dust, she was a different woman. Clothed and confident, she swung back at him. She parried. She engaged.
You must learn, lest I and the other guards of the Latium Gate fail, he'd told her.
It was true enough. It was also an excuse, one he refused to relinquish after sparring with her the first time. Her endearing, lopsided smile bright, she moved her elegant, angular body without hesitation, certain he wouldn't wound her. Some swords, it seemed, she considered more dangerous than others. One day she wounded him instead. Tell me about Carthage, husband, she said, as she knocked aside his blade and made an advance. How did you spend your time there? His concentration slipped, with predictable results. The gash on his thigh welled with blood, and she gasped and found a clean corner of her stola to press to the injury. She choked out apologies, and he consoled her, and he wondered. If she knew how he'd left behind the last woman he'd loved, abandoning her without a word. If she'd stood on the deck of his ship at his side and watched a queen light herself afire in desolation at his cruelty. If she understood him for what he was and what he'd been and what he'd done. Maybe she wouldn't accept his sword in bed, and maybe she wouldn't laugh and use one to parry his thrusts in the dusty yard they shared. Maybe she'd turn it on him instead. 29. So Cyprian and Cassia will need to make some hard decisions about what they mean to each other, and what they're willing to sacrifice for one another and for humanity, Maria said in response to the moderator's question, before turning to Peter. Anything you want to add? As she'd spoken, he'd been gazing at her the entire time, rapt, mouth quirked slightly in a smile.
Another question that will become paramount is whether the island where they've been shipwrecked for years is still their prison, or whether it's become their home. Otherwise, I think you've covered everything I'd planned to say. As always.
Her expression impish, Maria wrinkled her nose at him. If that's a hint that I talk too much.
Never,
he swore dramatically. One hand clapped over his heart as the audience laughed.
I hang on your every utterance, my lady.
There's a word in Swedish that applies here. Maria propped her elbows on the table in front of her and gazed conspiratorially out at the session's attendees. Snick-snack. Nonsense. Total bullshit. Kara snickered at that. I thought I'd be the first person bleeped today.
Swedes are a foul-mouthed lot, I've found,
Peter said very clearly into his microphone, while Maria grinned at him.
I can only conclude that long winters encourage vulgarity.
Marcus shook his head at them both. By the time he got on Twitter later, that particular exchange would have already gone viral, one of many such exchanges that had become memes and GIFs over the last several years. He knew it already. The closeness and seeming devotion of his two castmates fascinated even people who'd never watched Gods of the Gates. Maria and Peter had never, ever dated each other, as far as anyone, including Marcus, knew. But that only seemed to encourage the speculation rather than dampen it. The moderator turned to him then, the last cast member who hadn't answered a question specifically about his character. Marcus, can you talk a little bit about Aeneas's arc over the course of the show? I know you can't share any spoilers for the final season, but can you tell us more about the state of your character as everyone prepares for the big showdown between Juno and Jupiter? Usually, Marcus didn't get such probing questions. Here it was, another moment of decision, another chance to be brave, or not. April wasn't in the audience. He'd looked hard. Maybe she'd needed to prepare for her session with Summer, which was occurring in less than half an hour, or maybe she hadn't wanted to share a room with her ex-boyfriend in public. It didn't matter. Her bravery might have inspired him, but this wasn't for her. It was for himself. He'd seen the question ahead of time. He knew what he needed to say.
I think...
A sip from his water bottle helped relieve his throat's dryness.
I think, when we meet Aeneas in the first season, he's a man who's lost his home, but not his identity. He may have been sailing for months, sometimes far from land and at the mercy of Neptune, but he has a very clear sense of purpose and self. Pious Aeneas. A warrior and leader dedicated to the will of the gods, whatever that might entail.
His castmates were staring at him now, all wide eyes and furrowed brows. And no wonder. He didn't dare look out into the audience, which had gone very quiet.
But...
More water, and he kept speaking.
But after being ordered to leave Dido, the woman he loves in such a cruel and damaging way, after standing on the deck of his ship and helplessly watching her burn on a funeral pyre, comprised of their life together, he finds himself unable to reconcile his personal sense of honor with his obedience to Venus and Jupiter.
Another gulp of water, another deep breath, before he continued to defy his public image so completely, there could be no mistaking his previous artifice.
By the time he meets Lavinia, he's wrestled with the contradiction between duty and conscience, and is trying to determine what piety actually means to him. He's not the same man, especially after he begins to build a life with his wife, one not defined by battle and bloodshed.
Marcus offered a feeble, sin smile to the room, without actually making eye contact with anyone.
How that'll play out in the final season, I'm afraid I can't tell you.
The moderator, a reporter from a well-known entertainment magazine, was blinking at him.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Marcus, for that.
The older man paused.
Thank you for that very thoughtful answer.
In the front row, Vika was watching Marcus. When he inadvertently met her gaze, she inclined her head with a faint smile. An acknowledgement. Encouragement, perhaps.
Well,
The moderator still seemed a bit shell-shocked,
but he eventually glanced at the papers in front of him and pulled himself together. I believe we have time for audience questions. Several moments of general upheaval ensued before a woman near the back of the room stood, accepted a microphone, and addressed the panel. This question is for Marcus. No fucking duh, Kara muttered, and patted his arm comfortingly. To his surprise, though, the woman didn't address the obvious dichotomy between his previous public persona and the version of him who'd spoken moments before. No, what she asked was infinitely worse. My boyfriend and I have an ongoing argument, she said, gesturing toward a guy in a Gates tee who sat slouched and smirking in the seat beside her. He's convinced you only dated that fan as a publicity thing, or as some kind of political statement. I told him you're a great actor, but there's no way you were faking that expression whenever you looked at her. So who's right? Dimly, Marcus wondered what expression he wore whenever he looked at April. Thunderstruck, probably. Lovesick? The moderator heaved a sigh and glared at the woman. Please make sure all future questions involve the show rather than matters of an entirely personal nature. Let's go to the next. No, Marcus found himself saying. No, it's okay. I'll answer. Before April, he wouldn't have realized the real implications of this question, the stance the woman's boyfriend was actually taking. But now he knew, and he wouldn't let it go unchallenged. April might not want him anymore, but he wasn't going to stand by while that smirking asshole, or anyone else, dismissed their relationship as a PR stunt or political statement. My relationship with Ms. Whittier is real. He spoke directly into the mic, each word deliberate and chilly. She's an incredibly intelligent and talented woman, as well as gorgeous. The boyfriend snorted at that, and Marcus stared at him, kept staring, stony and expressionless, until that hateful little smile evaporated. I consider myself fortunate to have dated her, and I would be proud to have her by my side at any and all red carpets, if she were willing to accompany me. One brow raised challengingly, he turned back to the woman. Does that answer your question? She dropped back into her seat with a distinct thump, eyes wide. Yes, thank you. It wasn't enough to make up for how he'd hurt April, but at least he'd proven one thing. Whatever else he wasn't her goddamn father. Right now, for the first time in years, he was only himself. No more, and definitely no less. Whether that would be enough, for her, for Gates fans, for his parents, he couldn't say. But at long last, after almost 4 decades, it was enough for him. 2 minutes before their session was due to begin, Summer Diaz rushed into the backstage area and offered April a quick, slightly sweaty hug. I'm so sorry, she gasped. The group panel ran long. There were a lot of audience questions. Awkward ones. Oh? April tucked her hair behind her ear, doing her best not to appear as starved for information as she actually was, especially if said information included Marcus. What were people asking? One of the conference organizers was waving at them, trying to catch their attention. April deliberately shifted until Summer blocked any view of him. The other woman was watching April carefully, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Among other things, why Marcus suddenly sounded like a PhD candidate instead of the most handsome village idiot on Earth, whether his relationship with you was real or just a publicity stunt. April's mouth was gaping. She knew it, but the air in the hotel suddenly seemed unusually thin, so much so that she needed to gulp for breath. What? Another shallow breath. Another. What did he say? Quite a bit. Let me see. Summer tilted her head. The highlights. He's shy and dyslexic and happy to explain more in an interview that should be posted either late tonight or tomorrow. Holy fuck. Holy fuck! He'd done it! He'd disposed of his old persona in the most public way possible, short of interrupting a royal wedding to announce his dyslexia via interpretive dance before setting fire to a series of hair products.
Not that he would ever set fire to his hair products. He was very, very attached to them, especially his soft-holed mousse, which smelled like rosemary and fluffy clouds and money. How did the audience react? The central, terrifying question. Summer lifted a shoulder. They were sympathetic, albeit confused. I think the interview will help smooth over any ill feelings once it's posted. April gripped the back of a nearby chair, knees literally weak with relief. And what did he say about me? It was nearly a whisper because the con organizer was coming closer, but she wasn't sure she could have spoken louder under any circumstances. You're intelligent, talented, and gorgeous. One by one, Summer ticked off the adjectives on her fingers. Your relationship is real, and he's proud to be with you. April closed her eyes then, willing the tears back into her sinuses. We're already a minute late, the organizer sounded harried. Are you two ready? Eyes still closed, April nodded. Sure, Summer said. April? Then they were moving out onto the stage, squinting under the lights, and April was looking down at her notes and trying to concentrate on the job at hand. More people kept shuffling into the room, standing at the back as she introduced Summer to the audience, and she couldn't help but wonder whether they too were coming straight from the full cast panel, whether they'd heard what Marcus had said, about himself, about her, about them. Can't think about that now. Summer, she said, angling herself in her chair to face the other woman more directly. To start us off, can you explain what drew you to the character of Lavinia? The rest of the session was a blur, punctuated in places by Summer's keen empathy for her character, and the intelligence with which she answered questions about her work, the books that had inspired the series, and the experience of acting on a show with such a broad global reach. Through it all, April tried her best to remain clear and present and prepared for whatever might occur, but it all went smoothly, more smoothly than she'd even hoped. Then, as planned, they had 10 minutes left for questions and answers. One of the con volunteers picked an audience member, someone April vaguely remembered joining the session moments after she'd introduced Summer. The tall, generously rounded girl, who couldn't have been much older than 20, smiled shyly as she looked at April. Hi, I'm Leela, and I was hoping to ask a question. April smiled back, as encouragingly as she could. Hi, Leela. Go ahead. Summer would be delighted to answer any question you might have. The girl's brow crinkled. No, I was hoping to ask you a question. Oh. Oh, shit. In her peripheral vision, she could see Summer taking out a cell phone and feverishly thumbing away, which seemed odd and sort of rude under the circumstances, but April supposed no one in the audience was paying attention to the actor right now anyway. No, they were all looking at her, and they all knew what this young woman wanted to ask about. Marcus. Of course, Marcus. The con organizer was waving at her from the side of the stage, mouthing something. It's up to you, if she was interpreting the man's exaggerated lip movements correctly. Her privacy was at stake here, but so was her pride. So was her heart. Marcus would eventually see this, she knew. At the very least, he'd hear about it from Summer or someone else. And maybe she hadn't thought the convention was the right place to have this conversation. And maybe she hadn't intended to expose her heart to a hall full of strangers before speaking to him directly. But she wasn't going to evade the question, whatever it was. He loved her. He loved her. And Marcus had already loved too many people who'd failed him, who'd ignored his needs, who'd refused to acknowledge him publicly. She was proud of him and for him. And whatever happened between them next, he needed to know that. After a shuddering breath, she mentally hiked up her big girl panties and answered the young woman. Sure, what's your question? At the cast panel, Leela gestured vaguely toward the door. You know, the one that happened right before this session? April tipped her head in acknowledgement. The girl continued. Anyway, at that panel, Marcus Castor-Rupp said he wasn't with you as a publicity stunt. Our relationship has nothing to do with publicity. The words were firm, definitive. The first time we met, the attraction was immediate and mutual. And that remained true whether she meant their first online meeting or their first date. Oh, good. Leela's brief smile was beautiful, wide enough to plump her cheeks adorably. Are you two still dating? Because The microphone picked up the little catch in her throat. It meant a lot to me to see you two together. When April met the girl's eyes, she saw pain and need there. The same pain and need that had clawed at her for decades. And the same pain and need that had drawn her inexorably into the Lavinius fandom. Please tell me people who look like us can be loved. Please tell me people who look like us can be desired. Please tell me people who look like us can have happy endings. She bit her lip, dropped her chin to her chest. Considered what to tell the girl. Damn it, she hadn't intended to say any of this, but... Not to sound like a social media status update, but it's complicated. The audience chuckled, and she huffed out a small sound of amusement, too. Let me make one thing absolutely clear, though. If we do break up, it won't be because our relationship was fake, or because he doesn't like how I look. He wants me exactly as I am. Believe me. She slanted the audience a smile dripping with smug confidence. I know. Leela giggled at that, and April laughed with her and reached for a well-deserved sip of water. Only to see, when she turned away from the audience, someone standing at the far edge of the stage, blocked from the sight of session attendees by a curtain. Not the con organizer, not a volunteer. Marcus. His chest was heaving, as if he'd run through the hotel to reach her. He was clutching his cell. And April suddenly knew exactly whom Summer had been texting earlier and why. He was staring at her, face pinched into a concerned frown. It was easy enough to read his lips, to interpret the sweep of his arm toward the unseen audience. I'm sorry. When she smiled at him, his gaze turned soft. Still worried, but gentle and affectionate. Leela, you didn't ask me this, but I want to make something else clear. She spoke into her microphone, but she was looking at him. Always, always at him. If Marcus and I break up, it won't be because I want to. And it won't be because I don't love him. He'd gone very, very still, his face grave. I do love him. Of course I love him. How could I not love him? It was an impossibility, really. An inevitability. From that first direct message on the Lavinius server. He's such a talented man, incredibly knowledgeable and smart and so curious about everything. At his sides, his hands twitched and curled in on themselves. But he didn't glance away. Not once. There's so much more to him than what he's shown the world, and all of it is even more impressive than the person you see on your television and movie screens. A vast understatement. She hoped he understood that someday. He isn't perfect, just like I'm not perfect. He makes mistakes, because of course he makes mistakes. He isn't an actual demigod. His lips were parted, his eyes bright with more than the overhead lights, which was fair because she was suddenly near tears herself. He's just a man, a good, good man who deserves all the love and happiness he can handle. She tipped her chin to him then, a quick gesture of affirmation before turning back to the audience. Doesn't hurt that he's the prettiest man I've ever met, either. Then they were all laughing again, and the familiar sound of his amusement rumbled from the side of the stage, which came as a relief because she didn't want him to think she was dismissing him as only a pretty face, undeniably pretty as that face might be. Okay, let's focus on questions for Summer now. She peered into the audience, searching for the appropriate con volunteer. Who's Suddenly, the microphone was plucked out of her hand.
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. Just a quick note before we move on.
Marcus was looming over her chair, his hand resting on its high back, his thumb caressing her nape in a spot that always made her shiver.
That is, if Summer doesn't mind.
His colleague was sitting back in her chair, hands laced in her lap, a satisfied grin splitting her elfin face. Take as long as you need, Marcus. I'm in no hurry.
Great.
He turned to the audience.
Leela, I have something I want to make clear as well, just as an addendum to April's answer.
The young woman got to her feet again. Okay.
Ms. Whittier seemed uncertain on the matter, so let me clarify for you.
His voice was clear and sure, and warmth crinkled the corners of those famous blue-gray eyes.
We're not breaking up. Not if I have anything to say about it.
It was April's turn to stare at him, shocked into stillness. He lowered his microphone and faced her, free hand lifted and waiting for her permission. She nodded. His palm gentle on her cheek, he studied her features with care.
Do I have something to say about it?
You do. She barely recognized her own voice, hoarse with relief and love.
Well then.
Ducking his head, he pressed a soft kiss on her trembling lips. Another. Then he raised his microphone again.
It's official. We're still dating. That's the answer to your question, Leela.
April appreciated having such an unambiguous statement on the record. Honestly, though, Leela would have figured it out anyway, along with everyone else who streamed the video or read the session transcript later. Especially once April surged to her feet and yanked Marcus close and used her hands in that soft, soft hair to pull him down to her. The kiss was long. It was loving. It was fervent. It involved more tongues than was appropriate for an event advertised as family-friendly. And for Gods of the Gates fans, it was a kiss that launched 1,000 new fics. Rating: mature. Fandoms: Gods of the Gates E. Wade, Gods of the Gates TV. Relationships: Cupid Psyche, Cupid and Venus, Psyche and Venus. Additional tags: Alternate Universe, Modern, Celebrity Cupid, Fan Psyche. Come on, you know it had to happen. April Whittier is living the dream. The peg that was promised. Stats: Words, 925. Chapters, 1 of 1. Comments, 22. Kudos, 104. Bookmarks, 7. One kiss to legendary. Softest boy, Cupid. Summary: Psyche still doesn't believe Cupid will put her first, now and always. But when his mother attempts to come between the couple at a fan convention, he'll show Psyche the true depths of his devotion and his passion, in public and in private. Notes: If you weren't at Con of the Gates, you should have been. The YouTube video doesn't do the kiss justice, like, at all. All hail April Whittier, rightful queen of the Gates stands. As the session moderator, Psyche wasn't meant to be answering questions herself. The possibility hadn't even occurred to her. Who would want to talk with her, a boring geologist, when Cupid, the single hottest man on the planet, was sitting beside her? And yet, when she looked up, she spotted the next audience member with a question, and to her abject horror, it was Venus. Gorgeous and perfect and vengeful, and Cupid's mother. Her strangling love, enough to have prodded him into his most heinous acts. Look at you, the goddess made flesh sneered. No son of mine would desire such a woman. He's a star. You're a mere fan. Your so-called relationship is a publicity stunt. Admit it now, Psyche, before the world so everyone can know you for the liar you are. Tears pricked her eyes, but before they could fall, warm, gentle thumbs had brushed them aside.
Let them know you for the woman you are,
he corrected, and the microphone carried his words to the entire hall, loud and clear.
Let them know you for the woman I love.
Then he gathered Psyche into his sheltering arms, heedless of his mother's screech of dismay, and kissed her until she could have sworn he'd grown wings and carried them both to the heavens. That night, for the first time, she pegged him. Epilogue. I can't believe it was Ian all along. April frowned at Marcus from above the screen of her laptop. Was he sharing scripts with his wife, or... Marcus stretched out on her couch, hands behind his head, and reveled in the moment. Her working happily on her latest one-shot fic at the kitchen table. Him between projects and luxuriating in the time to read and write his own stories, catch up with their Lavinious friends as Bon, and generally drag April to bed whenever possible. They'd been together almost 2 years now, engaged for almost a year. Last month, they'd put his LA house up for sale and begun looking to buy a home in the San Francisco area instead. Something large enough and within easy commuting distance of April's work. The real estate agent had been instructed to avoid anything too close to his parents, although he and April dutifully visited his childhood home every few months and spent awkward afternoons with his mom and dad. Awkward, but no longer especially painful. Not after the letter he'd sent, and not after his parents found themselves the focus of April's cool, narrow-eyed scrutiny and pointed defense of him at every conceivable opportunity. Frankly, he got the sense they were terrified of his fiancée, which, given her opinion of them, wasn't necessarily inappropriate.
Nope, not Ian's wife.
Oh, this was the best part. He couldn't wait to see her face.
He was sharing scripts with his personal tuna purveyor in exchange for a discount.
Slowly, she closed her laptop screen, staring at him. Her head tilted, her coppery hair falling over her shoulder. You're telling me Ian violated his contract in exchange for lower seafood prices? Did I understand that correctly?
Yup.
He popped the closing consonant for emphasis. Wow. Wow! Sliding her glasses off her nose, she blinked at him. The show's been over for months. Why is this coming out now?
Ian's playing someone less fit in his new show, so he's stopped training as hard. Less need for training, less need for protein. Less need for protein, less
need for tuna. She tapped the arm of her glasses against the table. Huh. Ian got ratted out by a newly impoverished, vengeful tuna salesman. I have to admit, I didn't see that coming. He grinned.
I don't think Kara has stopped cackling since we found out this morning.
Fishy motherfucker, she'd written in the cast chat. Literally and figuratively. Ha 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 ha. He and his Gates colleagues had remained friends, some closer than others. All of them, however, closer to him than he'd have expected 2 years ago. Possibly because now they actually knew him. Every few days, someone would post an update and they'd talk about their new movies and shows, or their families, or possible group get-togethers. They had, however, kicked Ian out of the group chat that morning because, really? A tuna purveyor?
Oh, and Summer says hi, by the way.
Idly, he scratched his chest hair.
She wants to have dinner with you the next time we're in LA.
Since that first convention together, his former on-screen wife and his real-life fiancé had become good friends, in part because they'd had so many opportunities to spend time in each other's company. At awards shows and cons, during visits to LA. Also, for a few weeks last spring, as he and Summer filmed in San Francisco. Much to his parents' bewilderment and April's amusement, his initial post-Gates project had involved playing a very familiar character, Aeneas. Specifically, Aeneas from Virgil's Aeneid, rather than Wade's version. Or, he suppressed a shudder, Ron and RJ's iteration. For the first time, he'd helped produce his own film, a 2-hour movie for a big-budget streaming service willing to invest in somewhat quirky projects, as long as big-name stars were attached. Stars such as, for instance, Marcus and Kara and Summer. His fans had stuck with him after he'd discarded his public persona, so he'd had his choice of other quality roles. But moving behind the camera was his way of ensuring greater say in the script and his characters and coworkers. It was also a challenge and a set of new skills to master. And much to his satisfaction, he'd been able to coordinate shooting a few key scenes in San Francisco, as close as possible to the woman he loved. Not that April couldn't do without him when he was filming elsewhere. He'd been lonely so many years before meeting her, though. Too many to easily accept months spent apart, especially if alternatives were available. When he'd first tentatively broached the idea of co-producing and starring in a new version of the Aeneid, alongside Kara as Dido and Summer as Lavinia, April had laughed and laughed until she'd literally collapsed onto their bed and cried with yet more laughter. After wiping her face, she'd tried again. You realize this is basically one big fix-it-fic in response to Gods of the Gates, right? Well, he hadn't thought about it that way, but...
Kind of.
He'd winced.
I guess.
God, you are the cutest, April had informed him. And then she'd pulled him down onto the bed on top of her, and the conversation had abruptly ended. The memory of that evening was more than pleasant. It was downright motivational. Accordingly, he rearranged his body slightly on the couch, angling himself toward April. She was still watching him, rather than ducking behind her laptop screen and tapping on her keyboard, and he took full advantage of his opportunity. One hand still behind his head, he trailed the other down the center of his bare chest, stopping just above the waist of his low-slung jeans. Her breath audibly caught, and he grinned at her, slow and hot. Then a phone dinged.
Yours or mine?
He asked. She glanced across the table. Mine. My mom. It went to voicemail, as her mother's calls often did. Only now, after 2 years, was Joanne able to conduct occasional conversations without a single reference to weight loss or exercise. As soon as those subjects arose, April promptly hung up, but the older woman never seemed to learn. Nevertheless, April continued giving her mother chance after chance to change. In the end, it's not really about me, she'd explained after yet another truncated conversation. It's about her own fears. I'm not sure she even realizes she's doing it. But April didn't always have the energy or inclination to discover whether Joanne could abide by her boundaries for the length of a phone call. And on those days, she'd let her cell ring itself into silence. Marcus wished she'd just block Joanne once and for all, but it wasn't his decision. At least they didn't visit in person anymore. Not after that first disastrous lunch, where Joanne had kept nervously pointing out low-calorie menu options to her daughter. Under the table, he'd taken April's hand in his. She'd clenched it tight enough to hurt. Then she'd let go, stood, slung her purse over her shoulder, and walked out of the restaurant without another word. The older woman had started crying at the table, small and curled in on herself, and he'd wanted to feel sorrier for her than he did. But he'd witnessed April's brittle rage and grief after that disastrous birthday visit, seen her naked and shaking and suddenly, uncharacteristically unsure he'd still want her under bright lights. And no, he wasn't any more forgiving toward Joanne than April was toward his own parents.
Joanne,
he'd said before following April out the door.
Please do better than this. If you don't, you'll find yourself without a daughter, no matter how much she loves you.
That night, April had huddled in his arms under an enormous mound of blankets, cold in a way he'd experienced only once before. I'm not doing that again, she'd whispered against his neck, eventually. He'd laid his cheek on the top of her head.
You don't have to.
Fortunately, despite the interruption of her mother's phone call, she didn't appear cold now. Not in any sense. Everywhere her eyes lingered on his seductively posed body. Heat flushed along his skin and burned a path straight to his hardening cock. "My goodness, grandmother!" Her voice a low purr. She pushed back her chair and eyed the growing bulge in his jeans. "What a big—" A phone dinged. Again! Closing his eyes, he pinched his forehead.
"Yours or mine?"
"Yours. Let me see who it is." There was a moment of silence. "Shit! Marcus, I think—" Footsteps, and then his phone landed on his belly. "I think you should look at the message." Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and checked his screen, stroking her hip with his free hand and hoping she wouldn't cool off during the interruption. Other than their innocent driller and lustful geologist roleplay, the Little Red Riding Hood game was his favorite, bar none. Once he saw who'd sent the message, he sat up so fast April jumped.
"E. Wade wrote me."
Agape, he stared at his phone.
"Why did E. Wade write me?"
She rolled her eyes. "There's at least one obvious way to find out, Castor-Rupp." Activating the text-to-speech function on his cell, he set the phone on the coffee table and turned up the speaker's volume. "Hello, Marcus," the author had written. "Please forgive the intrusion, but I heard your adaptation of Virgil's Aeneid is coming out soon, and I wanted to congratulate you. Your portrayal of Aeneas was one of the few highlights of that damnable show, and I'm eager to see what you can do with the character given minimally competent scripts." April was beaming down at him, pride shining in her soft brown eyes, and he took her hand and pulled her onto his lap. Cuddled close, she listened to the rest of the message in his arms. Softness against muscle. Heat to heat. "If you ever decide to write your own scripts, a bit of advice to keep in mind. As we're both aware, all too aware, some scriptwriters believe death and misery and stagnation are more clever, more meaningful, and more authentic to reality than love and happiness and change. But life isn't all misery, and finding a path through hard, hard lives to joy is tough, clever, meaningful work. Yours sincerely, E. Wade." He opened his mouth, but didn't have time to say anything before the message continued. "P.S. I like your fix, but they need more sex. Just FYI. P.P.S. If you want tips on those scenes, both your fiancé and Alex Woodrow possess quite a talent for them." Aghast, he met April's wide-eyed gaze.
"E. Wade knows I write Gates fanfic."
"E. Wade thinks I have a talent for explicit fucking," April countered. "Please, put that on my gravestone." Ah, a timely reminder of the game in progress Wade's message had almost derailed. Ducking his head, he trailed his mouth up the curve of her neck.
"You do have a talent for explicit fucking. I can say that for a fact."
She laughed. Then, when he nipped her earlobe and licked the sting away, she shivered. Urging her down onto the sofa, he tugged off her lounge pants and panties and spread her pale, round thighs. He stroked down those thighs, then slowly back up, watching every inch of flesh pass beneath his hands. Her voice was choked. "My goodness, Grandma, what big—" As he knelt close, gaze hot on his fingers toying between her legs, her breath caught in a whimper. "Eyes you have." He looked up and met her own eyes. This time, as always, he gave the phrase all the emphasis it deserved, meaning every word.
"All the better to see you with, my dear."
Her answering smile was soft, like her gasp when his teeth sank into a dimpled, delicious spot on her inner thigh. Like her sprawled, tempting body. Like her gaze on him in the dawning light of her bedroom each morning. Like her heart. Like his. Together, they were forging a joyful path through lives that were sometimes hard. But they were both clever, both tough for all their softness, both willing to work, for each other and for their own happiness. That was all the meaning he needed. Enough to last a lifetime. My goodness, Grandma! Fist in his hair, she was urging his mouth where she needed it, confident and playful and gorgeous. Exactly how he wanted her, now and forever. What big teeth you have! His favorite bit had arrived, and none too soon.
All the better to eat you with, my dear.
Then he settled down and got to work, as determined as ever to give Little Red Riding Hood, April, Ulcie, his fiancée, the woman he would always, always love, her very own happy ending. Just like the ones in their fix. Just like the one she'd given him.